If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
331. While Sanji did have electricity, because of his fruit abilities, it wasn't as nearly strong as Enel's. His own self-generated flames were more destructive than his electricity, but weaker than Enel's lightning. That's why, he was more or less focusing on improving his firepower rather than anything else. Mainly as Luffy, Zoro, and Ace had shown how to use fire effectively. But now seeing Enel using lightning, it gave him a few more ideas. Sanji might have been a cook and a fighter, but he also had some knowledge about elements. His dear old father did force him to study. Fire and lightning were different, and yet similar. As blue fire, one that Ace had shown, can be even categorized as plasma. So rather than focusing on only his fire, he should also look into the lighting aspect of his powers. Though that was for later, now he was fully focused on the fight. The fight continued for a while. Sanji constantly being on the back foot, and yet the cook refused to go full out. He was taking the time to improve his observation haki instead. It was stupid. But stupid worked. Sanji chuckled, quoting his captain on that one. Enel sidestepped one of Sanji's kicks before he tried to stab him with his golden trident. Sanji of course avoided it easily, though Enel used that chance to grab one of his legs. "You are dead." Enel couldn't even finish his sentence as with the other leg Sanji kicked him in the jaw, making him go back. Though, not before sending an outrageous amount of lightning through Sanji's body. While the attack didn't do too damage, it did complete Enel's goal. "Ack, shit, those were some nice shoes, bastard," Sanji growled, looking at his leg. On his right legs, his pants from his knee down were destroyed along with his shoes. Enel, who had recovered, smirked. But he was still trying to recover from Sanji's kick. This was the third time he was hit. And unlike him, Enel wasn't used to taking that much damage. Essentially Enel was the key definition of a glass cannon. Though it didn't matter. Now his opponent was one sea stone shoe down. Or that's what he thought. "You kind of pissed me off," Sanji said, getting off his other shoe, which was also heavily damaged, before tossing it to the side. As both fighters were in the air, the shoe was lost in the destroyed island below. "I really hate fighting bare feet, but oh well." He shrugged. Seeing this, Enel frowned. "You would give away your only advantage because of that?" Enel asked with a scoff. Acting as if he already won the fight. He crossed his arms, and shook his head. "That will be your undoing." But he didn't get to finish his sentence as Sanji's form blurred right in front of him, kicking him right side of his chest. Enel wasn't able to react in time, his body getting bent, ribs cracking as he was thrown away. Sanji wanted to follow through, but Enel quickly reacted, not wanting to get more damage. Ha! Lightning exploded out of his body as Sanji jumped back with another use of Soru. Enel growled, while holding his side. "You! I'm done holding back. You will die. And I will make it painful." Sanji smirked. "Would you look at that, you do bleed. Some god you are." He smirked. "Don't worry, I will be sending you to the real one, pretty soon." Enel snarled, "Before I kill you, tell me, how are you able to touch me?" He demanded, "To touch a god as myself." "Oh, for the love of..." Sanji cut off, "Did you only think I had one trick up my sleeve?" He said, "And I thought Ace was bad with his Logia ego, this one has a god complex as well. Newsflash, you moron, you aren't even a threat to me, let alone my crewmates. Heck, you don't even know about armament haki." Sanji even showed by coating his index finger in haki. A look of recognition and almost fear dawned on his face. That fear quickly morphed into anger and pure hatred. "No. That's not possible." Enel growled, "I refuse to lose again." With that, Enel moved his arms forward, shooting a wave of lighting at the highest speed. Far faster than the speed of lightning. 100 million V lightning chain. The unleashed lightning had a deep glow of blue, unlike before it wasn't light blue. And even without haki, Sanji knew that this was far more dangerous than before, making him unleash his full power. When Enel first ate the fruit, back in Birka, he planned to rule it. And he did. For years he called himself the god of that island. The island of Birka was far more bigger than Skypiea, with more resources. And of course, he had more people that followed his rule there. But one day, a man came took everything away. Was he a blue sea dweller? He didn't know. The man had several islands behind him, because of his unworldly power, and unlike others that man had swords for legs. And had power and speed that made Enel look like a rat. He was beaten and almost killed. But he fled with his life. The island of Skypiea was far more hidden than Birka, so he came here. Some of his loyal followers also came with him. But he still remembered that day. It was the same time his wings were cut off by the brutal man. His back still burned remembering that pain. After coming to Skypiea, he took over this island instead. As there weren't any strong fighters, it wasn't very hard to do. But this time, he wasn't as passive as before. He had trained his powers to be much faster, much deadlier. So that the same thing never happens. But seeing the blue sea dweller use that thing called armament gave him the remainder of that sour memory. I will not lose again. I refuse to lose again. He didn't want to chase revenge. Deeming it to be petty, but underneath he knew it was his weakness talking. The Sky Island reminded him of that. And that's why he wanted to destroy it for good, to show of his power. Before heading to the moon, where it was his rightful place, Enel moved his arms forward, shooting a wave of lighting at the highest speed. Far faster than the speed of lightning. 100 million V lightning chain. The unleashed lightning had a deep glow of blue, unlike before it wasn't light blue. And even without haki, Sanji knew that this was far more dangerous than before, making him unleash his full power. Enel was done holding back. But to his surprise at the last moment, Sanji moved away from the spot just in a nick of time, appearing a few feet to the left. That was a close call. You? How did you get that fast? Enel asked, anger in his voice. That attack was far faster than his normal lightning. It wasn't his fastest attack, but even still he hadn't seen anyone other than that man dodge that attack. So he was shocked at how the blue sea dweller avoided it. 332. You? How did you get that fast? Enel asked, anger in his voice. That attack was far faster than his normal lightning. It wasn't his fastest attack, but even still he hadn't seen anyone other than that man dodge that attack. I didn't want to ruin my shoes, Sanji said, smiling, as he combed back his hair with his fingers. That's the reason I was holding back. But now that you ruined a good pair, I have no reason to hold back. It was true. Due to fighting Blackbeard's crew before, the newly made Seastone sole shoes were heavily damaged. So if he used his full speed from the start, they would get ruined. What? Some people have priorities. Sparks of blue lightning crackled around Sanji, a simple technique that was purely powered by his devil fruit. A technique that he developed after training intensely with Sabo. A technique that the more he used it, boosted its speed. It will change nothing. Enel growled as he came forward. His trident sparking with electricity. Sanji smirked going forward as well. While his captain was a good trainer, due to his rubber body, some of the tips he gave wasn't applicable for him. Sabo was used to fighting without power, so from time to time he would seek the fellow blonde out to train. Sabo also being a bit used to training others due to him being a revolutionary helped quite a bit. And with this, just before leaving Alabasta, Sanji was able to make his new technique. He had to thank Sabo for that. Other than hair color, both of them were also similar with their past. So they bonded well in that regard. Both Enel and Sanji met at the middle. And like before, Enel wanted to shock Sanji with his lightning. But to his surprise, the lightning bounced off his body. Well, most of it. Hey, didn't know my new technique could do that. Sanji smirked. Anyway, we have wasted enough time already. As you are not holding back, I won't either. This is my new technique, speed overdrive. Hope, you won't die too fast. Enel growled, attacking with everything. His speed and power are stronger than before. Sanji was able to keep up. But not in the way people might expect. His observation haki had improved, and with armament haki, his flames and speed powers, he was fast. But Enel was faster. But with Sanji's speed overdrive, he was getting there, and in time he would overtake Enel in speed. Though controlling that much speed was far more complex than it was. In his training with Sabo he also improved his black leg style. After learning Geppo and Soru, Sanji had made a note to incorporate the feet-based movements into his techniques. And with this his base speed had gone up significantly. And when added speed overdrive on the top of it, he was a menace in speed. Though, that was excluding Luffy and Sabo. They were in a different league, for now, that was. His speed overdrive was the same technique, that almost made me catch up to the teleporter. Van Augur. So of course he would able to fight against Enel with it. Both Enel and Sanji fought for quite a while. Enel might have lacked proper fighting experience, but he made up for it with power alone. Sanji's form blurred from his spot, almost teleporting right in front of Enel with a roundhouse kick. His feet laced with nothing but flames and armament haki. Enel quickly held up his golden staff, but that was a mistake. Sanji's kick broke though the golden staff, like it wasn't there before, hitting Enel in the arm. Sanji's leg connected with his opponent's arm, bones cracking due to his hit, as the arm bent in an odd angle. With another swing, this time he tried to kick man in his midsection. But this time Enel was quick to react, discharging a massive amount of lighting, making Sanji step back with Soru. As Sanji stopped, one could see that from his knee down, his pants were ripped due to the force of his own kicks. TCH. I have to get better pants. Not even bothering with Enel. Sanji had finally figured out Enel's weakness. His lack of durability, that is. He had only managed to land hits 5 times, and Enel was already looking half dead. Though the problem was hitting him in the first place. The bastard was fast. And if he wasn't wrong, he was getting faster. He knew about some people becoming strong as the fight went on. Happened many times with his captain and even Zoro. Heck, even he had experienced it when fighting against Slender Swift, but when the same thing happens to the opponent, it's a bother. Why, you insolent brat! Enel growled, holding his arm. He quickly wrapped his broken arm with the gold from his staff. The gold wrapped around the wound like a crutch that he could control. I will kill you. Sanji mused. Here, I thought, I took off one of your arms. Enel growled as his form started to glow blue with power. You will suffer. Sanji just smirked. Both of them moved as Sanji's feet caught flames laced with haki. Lightning took shape in Enel's hands, creating a massive hammer that he swung forth. Sanji at the same time, kicked forward without any fear, as both of their attacks collided. Boom! The landscape shook, as the air rumbled with power. Thunder cracking while sparks of fire could be seen everywhere. The ground broke off into chunks as trees, rocks, anything that were around the area got destroyed and thrown back due to the clash of their attacks. Both of them, blinking in and out of the battlefield. Not giving each other a chance to catch a breath. Each trying to end the fight quickly. As both of them weren't holding back anything. They knew dragging the fight longer would be a mistake. So they wanted to end it fast. But it was easier said than done. Both of them were strong. Almost equally matched. And both of them were improving mid-battle. Sanji with his speed overdrive, Enel because of his extraordinary talent and willpower. Enel attacked. Rather than using gold to make weapons, Enel used his own lighting to create semi-solid weapons. And surprisingly enough, it was much more durable. enough to stand against a few haki-enhanced kicks from Sanji before breaking, showing how far Enel had improved his powers. Both of their speed matched each other. Sanji only gaining the upper advantage when he used Soru, but with Enel's lighting construct it bridged the gap. But that wasn't the only problem. Enel had set up orbs of lightning around them, that shot attacks randomly. And while his speed overdrive was able to negate most of the damage, it was adding up. Every time I attack, I also get damaged from it. Shit, this guy really was holding back a lot, Sanji thought as Enel came in for another attack. I have to be careful. I might have some lightning resistance, but I can't take much. Even armament haki can't protect me from all the damage. It would have been different, if my armament haki was stronger. Then I could pull that full body trick and finish the fight, but it's too hard for me. I have to outsmart him. Just having full body armament haki didn't mean your haki was stronger. It meant your control over the armament aspect of it was strong. But having more control also means better utilization, so in a way it did make you strong. Both Sanji and Enel attacked each other, going through the island, not caring for the surroundings. The fight moved from sky to ground to sky. Enel attacked like a furious beast, without any elegance as he unleashed his wrath. Around him was his lightning constructs of different weapons, which he tried to kill Sanji with. Sanji avoided some, while tanking others. Still, the lightning damage was getting to him. And that wasn't all, his devil fruit was sucking his stamina dry. Unlike others, he just got his powers recently. So, he wasn't used to the stamina drain that other devil fruit users on his crew had. So he was on a timer. The ground shook. The large trees of the upper yard got destroyed either by the lightning attacks or by the sheer force of their clash. The whole island started to shake as the fighting intensified. Die! Sanji was thrown back, by a blow that connected with his jaw, sending his spinning towards a lightning orb. But before he could get hit, he dodged it in the nick of time with Soru. Tough Enel was already on him. Shit! I can't keep going on this for long. At this high speed, using Soru and Jippo too much was breaking his exoskeleton. If he didn't use it sparingly, he might even end up breaking his own feet. Also, even though when using speed overdrive his speed increased the more he moved, he couldn't do that infinitely. Well, in theory he could. But his body wasn't able to handle that high speed. And if he went out of speed overdrive then he would need to go from square one to build up speed again. And with his stamina issues with his relatively new devil fruit, Sanji was on the lines here. There was also another problem. Sanji wasn't the only one who improved his observation haki and devil fruit usage mid-battle. Enel did as well. And unlike Sanji who had a timer on his technique, he didn't. Enel had his fruit far longer than Sanji, so he was experienced on how to use it efficiently. While Sanji was still learning, Sanji jumped to the side, sparingly using Soru to dodge the dangerous attacks. And even though he had his speed overdrive active, he wasn't using it to boost his speed as it was getting hard as it to hold that much speed in. Enel laughed seeing Sanji run. It won't do you any good, Blue Sea Dweller. I have merged my mantra with my lightning powers. Now you can't beat me. Enel of course had long discovered how to use his devil fruit powers to increase the range of his mantra. He was able to do it back in Birka. But only while fighting Sanji did he learn how to use of it mid-battle. 333. You will regret even setting foot up here, Blue Sea Dweller. Enel said, his form glowing blue as his full body turned to electricity, for I will show you the power of. Sanji attacked, not letting him finish the sentence. It seems the longer he fought, the more of a threat he became, that's why he intended to finish it fast. Even if it means going faster than his body could handle. Enel had to stop midway to dodge a kick. Less talking, more fighting. You insolent! Call your strike! Gah! You almost hit my face. Let me finish first. Enel said, before jumping back and throwing his arms forward. 100 million volt discharge. A stream of deadly lightning came out of Enel's hands toward Sanji. Diable jam, tempest barrage. Sanji countered with his own strikes, his legs blurring with red flames as he went through the stream of electricity, kicking Enel right in the face. Or at least he tried to, but at the last moment, Enel dodged the attack. I was right, you can't keep up that kind of speed for long. You are too slow. He laughed, throwing beams of lightning at Sanji, making him retreat up to the sky. What Enel failed to recognize was the growth of his own speed. Not knowing that it wasn't Sanji who had gotten slower, it was Enel himself who had gotten faster. Sanji had to tank the attack, but he was incapacitated mid-air, giving Enel a chance to follow through with a stab from his lightning-made trident. Sanji gritted his teeth as the trident stabbed into his side, breaking right through his exoskeleton as Enel used that chance to pump Sanji with multiple volts of lightning. Bzzzt. Ack. Sanji's body spasmed due to the heavy lightning fully entering his system. Ya ha ha ha. You are dead. But before he could finish his sentence, Sanji gave Enel a headbutt that broke Enel's nose, and gave Sanji the opportunity to kick him back. Shit. I think most of my insides are fried. Sanji thought, gritting his teeth. The pain was unbearable, so much so that his speed overdrive wore off. Sanji held his side while eyeing Enel. With his speed overdrive gone, he was back to his base speed, which had improved a bit during the battle. But he needed to be much faster if he wanted to avoid the shit Enel was going to throw at him. But it seemed that the damage that Enel had sustained had made him slow down a bit. Enel was pissed, and seeing him pissed gave Sanji an odd sense of satisfaction. Enel might have been arrogant, but he was gifted. Even without his fruit, the rate at which his powers were growing was making even Sanji get put on the back foot. Though, Sanji relished the challenge. If this fight put him above Zoro, then he would do it. Unknowingly, Sanji was getting more focused on his crew rather than his revenge. It seems all the time with the Straw Hats made him heal his broken heart. It was far from being completely healed, but it was getting better. Sanji stood up, taking off his shirt, ripping it, and tying it around his waist to stop the newly formed wound. Even with his Germa enhancements, his wound might need some time to heal. He smirked at Enel. Thanks for giving me the time to recover, dickhead. You. I will show you what fear is. Enel roared as he took to the air, releasing multiple black lightning orbs. Each one oozed danger in Sanji's observation haki. Please, you can't show me anything that I haven't already seen, Sanji said darkly. And your god complex really is getting on my nerves. In fact, you sound like dear old dad. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy breaking you. You will suffer. From up above the multiple orbs of lightning that shot many bolts of electricity at him. And unlike before, now that Sanji was out of his speed overdrive, the attacks were much more deadly for him. Come on. One last time. Sanji said to himself, activating his powers. Though seeing the attack, and drive for power, made something inside of him snap. I have to overpower him. Or do I? Time seemed to slow down from him, as he realized something. He was thinking all of this the wrong way. If he couldn't overpower him, then he just needed to be creative with his powers. Luffy and Sparky had shown him how to get creative with their powers. Just attacking mindlessly wouldn't do him any good. If he could speed up his physical speed, then what about his perception? Enel did something similar with using observation haki with his devil fruit ability. So why couldn't he? One last time Sanji entered speed overdrive, but this time, he didn't solely focus on speeding up his physical attributes. He closed and opened his eyes, as everything around him slowed down to a crawl. Unknowingly, he had used his powers to boost the effect of observation haki. The battlefield is a cruel but effective teacher. But while Sanji was able to see things in slow motion, moving his body was another straining task. As only his perception improved, not his speed. Still, it made him use his speed overdrive more effectively, taking away the need for any wasted movements. The speed that was leaking out from Sanji's body finally managed to stabilize, not only making him fast, but at the same time showing him the world in slow motion so that he could easily move. I have to work fast. Sanji's body still wasn't used to that kind of speed, especially with the wound in his side. While his speed fruit gave him the power of a speedster, his mastery over his fruit powers were still low. And stamina was running dangerously low. The bolts of lightning landed, but Sanji dodged with precision footwork. He danced around them, and even when lightning did strike him, it went around him rather than damaging him. While others might have not noticed, Enel did. You managed to use mantra in combination with your powers," Enel said in a state of shock. Not believing how a lower-class being could do something similar. And due to this, he got distracted. Sanji used this opportunity to move in for a fast attack. He had little power left, but with all of it, he appeared in front of Enel, ignoring the lightning orbs that touched his body, and delivered a spinning axe kick right into Enel's face. The attack connected, breaking a few of Enel's teeth with blood spilling out as he was sent down into the ground of upper yard. The Logia user flew to the ground, digging a trench before stopping. Sanji wanted to follow through to finish the fight, but his body gave up as he fell to the ground. Along with the lightning orbs, and his overusing his powers, he was at his limit. Drops of blood fell to the floor. It seemed he was bleeding from his eyes and ears again. An effect that he was familiar with when his body wasn't able to take the strain of his own technique. Shit, it seems I overdid it. I thought I fixed that issue. He growled as he panted. The wound on his stomach also flared up, making him hiss in pain. This is bad. Even his vision was getting blurry. Usually, this would result in knocking himself out, but with sheer willpower, Sanji pushed through. At least this buys me some time. But he spoke too soon as suddenly he heard the crackle of lightning. You gotta be kidding me. 334. You gotta be kidding me. From the crater, Enel rose up. Why am I even surprised? This might have been the 7th time I landed a hit on the bastard. Still, it should have given me more time. Sanji internally thought, finally being able to see Enel. Enel came out, levitating in anger and fury. Lightning crackled around him as he glared at Sanji. Others might have gotten scared. But to Sanji. Pthahaha. What happened to your face? Sanji laughed, not being able to hold himself after seeing Enel. After a second, he realized it was himself as he pointed at himself. Oh, I did that. Pthahaha. Oh god. My stomach hurts, that shit is a piece of art. Enel's face twisted in anger, his face was caved in, with multiple teeth missing and a broken bloody nose. This time I will show you what horror is. He said as he grew in size, his form turning demonic. I will show you what kind of demon you have unleashed. You will regret ever messing with me. Will I? I'm afraid I don't have the ability to underperform to such a degree, but I can try if it makes you happy, Sanji said, pushing himself off the floor with the support of his knee. While his body ached in pain and exhaustion, he wouldn't give up. I don't plan on losing to your ugly mug. Sanji was very close to finishing it. But he had missed the opportunity. If he only recovered fast enough. Sanji blinked, realizing something. Wow, I'm definitely stupid. Enel attacked and Sanji moved, not wanting to get hit. He went down, using the large trees to avoid the lightning strikes as he took a gamble. While he was running low on stamina, he still gambled on trying to speed up his recovery. Using life return along with his speed-based powers. I have used life return before to heal from wounds. I just have to speed it up. He thought. But it was easier said than done. Sanji needed precise control of his speed-based powers if he wanted to achieve his goal. I will kill you for ruining my face. Enel screamed in a fit of anger as he attacked. But Sanji wasn't listening, he was more focused on keeping his powers in check. trying to recover his legs and the wound in his side first. As using too much Sora with speed overdrive, his feet were in pretty rough shape, especially his exoskeleton which had several cracks in it. Even the bone in his legs were getting cracks from using the leg-based movements too much. As Sanji dodged Enel's attack throughout the forest, his gamble started to pay off. The cracks patched up, even the wound in his side was healing and he was able to gain back his power a bit. And with that he moved up to the sky using speed overdrive to the fullest, along with Zoru, once again. "So you finally came out, coward." Enel snarled, attacking. Above him was a giant electrical orb, deep navy in color. It seems he was also preparing something for Sanji. Seeing Sanji fearlessly come at him, Enel discharged multiple bolts of wild and powerful lightning at the speedster from the giant orb. And like expected, it was far faster than his previous lightning attacks. And yet Sanji stepped out of the way of the attack. "I thought he was heavily injured, how did he recover so quickly?" "No matter, it won't change the outcome. I will win," Enel thought, as he transformed into lightning, zipping around the battlefield, and at the same time, the giant orb of lightning attacked Sanji. Diable Jam, Blazing Tempest Kick. A slash of powerful flames cut through the lightning in front before destroying the giant orb of lightning, sparking up the sky, as Sanji started giving chase to Enel. "You! Why don't you stay down?" Enel said, almost in desperation as he attacked. Lightning spread out from his arm, like tree branches on all sides. 300 million V lightning chain. Seeing this, Sanji quickly turned on his enhanced perception, as things slowed down. With that, Sanji moved between the attacks, using the combination of his armament haki and flames to negate as much damage as possible. Taking the fight to close range, Sanji came with a fury of kicks that were all deadly enough to finish the fight. But Enel was far from giving up. He boosted his own mantra with his lightning-based powers, avoiding the hits, and attacking Sanji with his powers. But even then, just from the wind pressure alone, Enel was getting minor cuts on his body, showing how deadly Sanji's kicks were. Their fight went on the sky, a dance of fire and lightning, that illuminated the surrounding area. A sense of danger and power radiating from them. "Shit! I'm at my limit. But I have to push through." His speed overdrive was getting to him again, as was his new increased perception. With everything in mind, he used his fastest Zoru, in combination with Geppo in his right leg, shattering the exoskeleton even when he had enhanced it with armament haki. With this he seemingly appeared in front of Enel. "Take my shitty axe kick, you bastard!" Sanji called out with an axe kick that almost knocked out Enel, but rather than getting hit, Enel grinned. His body exploded into lightning, blocking Sanji's vision as he quickly stepped back. 30 million volts Thunderbird. A massive lightning attack rang out from Enel. It bit into Sanji, pushing him to the ground, but retaliated with his own attack. Kicking with his left leg, Diable Jam, Party Table Kick Course. Several shots of fire shot out from his leg, crushing against the lightning attack. While Enel's attack had more power, Sanji's attack was imbued with haki, so both attacks met in the middle and detonated, cancelling each other. Though it created a massive explosion of light that blinded Sanji for a second, disturbing his concentration in haki. "You left yourself wide open," Enel said, appearing right behind the cook, 800 million V Jam Bull. Sanji had little time to get shocked, as he was caught off guard. A massive lightning dragon bit into him, and biting into his body, dragging him through a good portion of upper yard, destroying trees, rocks, or animals that came in its way. When the attack stopped, Sanji could be seen laying at the end of the trench, smoke coming out of his body, while his suit was ruined. Enel landed on the ground with a satisfied smile on his face, though he hissed when the injury from his broken ribs flared up. His right arm was also not doing well. Even moving his neck was tough for him. "You were tough, but like everyone else, you were nothing," he said, as he started to levitate into the air. This had been dragged for long enough, and he wasn't in any shape to fight anyone else. So he intended to sink upper yard and take his ship to go to the moon. However, before he could do that, something happened. A small grunt, Enel quickly looked down, and sure enough it was Sanji. The cook sat up from the ground with much struggle. His body still had sparks of electricity that ran through him. Sanji coughed before pushing himself off the floor with the support of his knee. "Ack, that was nasty," he said. "Tch, you also ruined my suit. You do know these things cost a lot." He joked, trying to hide the pain that was screaming out from his body. How are you even alive?" Enel asked, flabbergasted. "That should have killed you." Sanji just gave him a grin, at the last moment before the attack hit. He was able to cover his whole body with armament haki. It didn't protect him from all the damage, but it did save his life. "I'm just built different." 335. Still, Sanji was in a bad condition. He knew his own body enough to know that every part of his exoskeleton was broken. But he wouldn't show weakness in front of an enemy. If he couldn't fight against a foe like him now, then he couldn't proudly call himself the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Also, the last thing he wanted was to lose against this arrogant bastard. Enel snarled, "You are barely standing, fool. Just die," he said as he raised his arms, before dropping it, Sango. From the lightning orbs, multiple bolts of lightning came down, falling toward Sanji. But the cook already moved by then, using his speed-based powers to only dodge. He knew fighting like this was foolish. So he had to recover. A few of his crewmates were watching. So losing was not an option. Especially if Robin Swan was here. So he was going to use a trick that he saw Luffy use many times. He didn't want to use this, as food should be enjoyed slowly, but this was an emergency. As the lightning bolts dropped, Sanji jumped from side to side, using Geppo and Sora to bounce off the air to only dodge. As Enel was using his powers for so long, and fighting so cautiously, he was also worn out. So his attacks weren't as fast as previously. And with Enel being so infuriated, he didn't notice when Sanji took out a few bars of food, and chowed them down. "Burp, I need to work on their taste," he said, while he used life return to digest the food. These were highly condensed nutrition bars, filled with calories and protein. Made so that Luffy could eat them mid-battle if he needed a quick recovery, in a long drawn-out fight. It wasn't a perfect plan, as most opponents wouldn't be foolish enough to let you eat during a death battle. But Enel had his own flaws. As time went on, it became easier for Sanji to dodge the Enel's attacks. While Sanji wasn't as good at using life return like his captain, he speeded up the process with his powers. "Wait, if I can speed up the digestion process of my body for more stamina, can't I use that stamina to recover as well?" A massive grin split on his face. "You are gonna be in a world of pain," he said, grinning, "and I'm going to enjoy it." Enel, who was in the air, continued to attack, not seeing how Sanji's wounds were seemingly closing. And how he was growing in power and stamina. The toll of battle was even catching up to Enel, and he seemed to be panting. So he decided to finish this. But it was too late. Enel attacked with all his powers, throwing powerful orbs of lightning, towards the cook, that were larger than your average man. Rago. While Sanji was able to avoid them at first, Sanji was soon surrounded by them. Sanji was still trying to recover, with his speed powers working at the maximum. But it seems that he was trapped. Seeing this, he activated all of his power. Enel grinned, "It's too late. You are done now. I will destroy you, along with the island." With that he brought his hands forward, and all of them hurled towards Sanji's body, as he was in the middle of it. Even the giant orb of lightning that was supposed to be used for destroying the island came down. And exploded at the same time. 10 billion V lightning devastation. A huge explosion occurred in the sky. The sky illuminated like there was a second sun. And in the middle of it was Sanji, getting electrocuted endlessly. Even his speed overdrive couldn't bounce off all the lightning. Sanji did everything, trying to speed up his recovery and even cover his whole body with armament haki. But even then the power of the attack was ripping him apart. Was this the end for him? No. I refuse to die here. I won't give up. He roared. And suddenly the time seemed to stop as something inside of him snapped. He couldn't lose, he had to avenge his mother. Find the All Blue. He had to help his crewmates achieve their dreams. He had to find love. He couldn't give up now. No, he refused to give up. He saw the faces of the bastard, his father, followed by his siblings. Hate riled within him. Then the faces of his crewmates came up one by one. Luffy, Sparky, Zoro, Jin, Kobe, Kuina, one by one all of them showed up. And lastly came the image of Robin. An amused smile on her lips. His once endless hate turned into something different. Something that he hadn't felt since the day his mother passed away. And with that a burst of his will came forth. It was as if the roar of a dragon. The lightning attack that was buzzing blue, quickly got overpowered by the royal blue lighting with black outlines, lightning that of a king. Seemingly Enel's lightning wasn't a challenge anymore. Ya ha 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 ha. Finally. I have managed to. Enel, who was celebrating, stopped, as a shiver ran down his spine. It was almost as if the air became still, as his breath caught up in his throat. He didn't know what Conqueror's haki was. But he had felt it before and again, he felt so powerless that even in the air his knees started to bulk. A memory flared up of a man with a golden mane of hair. The powerlessness he felt against him. But how could a blue sea dweller? He couldn't even finish his thought. As suddenly, in front of him, the lightning disappeared, getting overpowered by sheer willpower as Sanji came out with a speed that even he couldn't match. Impossible. What is this? Sanji came out from seemingly nowhere, his feet laced with flames that flashed between orange and blue, Ondo rare strike. Giving a dropkick right to Enel's gut. Boom! Enel spit out blood and spit, as suddenly he found himself in a world of pain. The speed of Sanji's attack was so much that not only did it destroy Enel's organs, it even broke his spine, going through him. The speed was so much that even Sanji tumbled through the forest, before he was able to catch himself. The already destroyed forest was even more damaged as Sanji came toward the ground, ripping through the remnants of the forest, uprooting ancient trees and hurling them like matchsticks before he could stop himself. The air was thick with swirling debris, a chaotic dance of charred leaves, and splintered branches. Even the ground trembled beneath the weight of the devastation, with deep fissures snaking through the earth like the aftermath of some colossal earthquake. All because of Sanji's landing. I'm not finished with you yet, bastard. Before Sanji could finish his sentence, the upper half of Enel's body fell, making Sanji flinch back in disgust. Oh, ugh, sorry about that. Enel, who couldn't believe what happened, looked at Sanji with fear. His once arrogant god complex was gone, replaced with pure fear as he was dying. Sanji's blonde hair reminding him of his previous powerless defeat, and the horror of it all. Why you are the devil. With those words Enel dropped his struggle, falling dead. Sanji frowned, clicking his tongue. I ain't no devil. I'm a cook. He said, but Enel didn't say anything as he was dead. Sanji's brow twitched seeing such a lackluster ending, as he dropped to the floor on his ass. There was seemingly no injury on his body, but he had zero energy in him. Now that his opponent was gone, the exhaustion and mental drain hit him like a train. Feeling your whole body getting ripped apart and being repaired at the same time wasn't something comfortable. Still, I did gain one thing from it. Sanji gave a weak smirk, as he opened his palms. In his hands electricity danced at his command, before getting reabsorbed by his body. Not only did his lightning ability improve, he could also feel that his exoskeleton got stronger. What the cook missed of course was his own awakening of his conqueror's haki. Hey, I wonder what I should cook for breakfast. But then he blinked, looking at the sun. Shit! It's already noon. Really, that's what you are worried about? Zoro scoffed, he had appeared a few seconds ago. Shishishi, at least he has his priorities straight. Sabo just shook his head, I was worried there for a moment. Nah, did you get what you came for? Luffy asked. Sanji looked over his shoulder, and in Sabo's hand was a fruit, that was most definitely a logia. The lightning logia. Sanji smirked, what are you waiting for, eat it. He said. Sabo blinked, I can't, this is your fruit. Sanji scoffed, before turning to Luffy, do you have someone else in mind for the fruit captain? Luffy grinned, no. Though, I'm a bit surprised, don't you want anything in return? Nah. I would have gifted the fruit to Robin. Sanji said, quickly saying another name, or Nami Swan, but as they already have a fruit it's best that Sabo eats it. Luffy frowned, feeling bothered for some reason, as if he missed something before he shrugged. That is true, the others are too weak and would rely too much on the fruit. So I agree with that. Sanji smiled, seemingly dodging the bullet. Anyway, I did get stronger from the fight. He said, before smirking towards Sabo, and besides you can take this as a payment for helping me train back in Alabasta. Sabo hesitated, I still can't. But he couldn't finish his sentence as Zoro grabbed him by the shoulder and Luffy shoved the fruit into his mouth, making him eat the whole thing. Aik! This tastes absolutely horrible. Both Luffy and Zoro laughed, giving each other fist bumps, seeing Sabo's suffering. Though it quickly ended as lightning started to crackle around him. Luffy grinned, oh, Ace would be jealous about this. Shishishi. At least one of the tasks is done, now let's get the gold. Luffy thought as he laughed. All of them laughed, seemingly ignoring the bloody half-body of Enel that lay lifeless on the floor. Where the other part of his body was, no one knew. I wonder if monkeys have wings here. Jin looked at Sparky weirdly. What? That's a legitimate question. I made Enel a menace like he should be. Without changing things too much. I did give him a bit of a backstory, but other than that everything remained the same. Also in my defense. I don't usually make the enemy strong like other FICS. No, as you have seen a bunch of times. I have made allies such as Cricket and Law to be stronger than they should be at this time. Or even made up strong characters like Anchor and Sinbad. So of course there will be some changes here and there. This is my story. With O involved. So I took some creative liberties. Also, don't worry. I will mostly keep other antagonist characters like the Admiral or Yonko crew the same level. Because let's face it, they are overpowered as they are. It's just the pre-timeskip characters that should have been strong, in my opinion, that I'm changing. Also, Sanji's speed overdrive increases his speed the longer the time he uses it. Almost like new Broly Sakari mode, the longer the stays in speed overdrive the faster he gets. Until he can't control the speed anymore. He can also control it so that he stops the speed from growing more. But once he's out of speed overdrive, he has to restart the process and build up speed again. Hope this makes sense. Anyway, have a nice day. Edit by the anonymous editor. I've decided to stop editing after the Skypiea arc, so if someone would be willing to replace me as an editor to help out Dear Crown, that would be great. Could probably ask about it in the comments if you'd like to take over. As for the errors in the past 3 or so chapters, I kinda forgot about this. Those should be fixed now if Crown reposted/updated those chapters. That's all. 336. A bit earlier. So, Earth is valuable here? Robin asked, still wearing her ONI mask, completely ignoring the tremors she felt or the thunder she heard. After a few hours, it had become quite a common thing, and the level of destruction here was rather tame compared to what happened in Jaya. So she decided to mingle along with the Shandorans and note down what she found interesting about their culture. Why is that? Is it because of crop farming? That is one reason. The chief said, wincing when he heard a loud thunder, but you see the Verth here is rather old. And has lost its growth property over time. It can still produce good crops. But Verth that's from the Blue Sea is still better than the Verth here or the upper yard. Interesting. Very interesting. Cricket, who was by the side, noted down along with Robin. The pirate even had his glasses on. While others didn't know, but as a descendant of Noland, Cricket was also very interested in history, so he did some archaeological research on the side. Cricket might be a pirate, but he still had his own passion. Is there a reason why the trees and life forms have bigger sizes than normal? Robin asked. That, aren't they supposed to be that size? The old chief asked, before remembering something. Oh, I remember some stories about the animals being smaller in the Blue Sea, but unfortunately, I have no idea why that is. Maybe it's because of the air pressure around here. Cricket said, the air is quite thin, and other than taking some time to adjust, you should have realized that it's easier to move around now. Hearing that, Robin hummed, that can be true, but if that was the case, then all of the Shandorans would have been much taller, like the giants, or at least be triple our height. Maybe it's something different. Cricket nodded, realizing that only the animals and trees here have gotten bigger. Not the humans. He was about to ask when another booming thunder cut him off. This one made the whole Cloud Island shake violently. Everyone had to hold on to something so they wouldn't fall. Is it me, or are they getting louder and louder? Cricket asked, looking at Robin. Are you sure the cook can handle him? A lightning logia is no joke. Robin closed her books and looked towards the upper yard. From where they sat, they couldn't get a full view of it, but she didn't need to. She had complete trust in her crewmates. Don't worry, Sanji can handle it. Logias aren't as powerful as people might think. And besides, Luffy has gone there as well. Now, back to the question. While Robin and Cricket discussed the Shandoran culture and history, Nami was taking her time, exchanging the dirt they had for gold. The people of Shandora didn't see gold as valuable. But they did use it to make old weapons, like spears, or arrowheads. Because of gold's rust-resisting properties, weapons made by it can last longer than usual. They, of course, covered the arrowheads with coal or other colors to take away the shininess of the weapon, due to stealth. But Nami was able to figure it out, somehow. When Nami realized it, she started her trading immediately, not wanting to waste the gold. Hee hee. I'm rich. Seeing her trade a fairly equal amount of dirt for gold was an odd sight. Several of the Straw Hats' sweat dropped at the scene. Usopp, on the other hand, was in the square of the village, telling the tales of the Straw Hat pirates and their adventures. With how crazy their journey was, Usopp really didn't have to lie about things. Well, he did exaggerate his part of the stories, but it was kind of given his bad habits. Johnny, Yusaku, and Bartolomeo were helping Usopp by being animated and giving Usopp's stories a bit more life. Their stories, of course, did bring a lot of attention from the kids and even adults in the village. With the fight going on for a couple of hours now, many of the Straw Hats even decided to head out from the hidden village to Angel Island to explore. Ganfall, who had recovered due to Chopper's and Law's help, took it upon himself to guide the young ones to the island. As one could get lost in the White Sea. The Going Merry was still docked in the Shandoran village, so Momo volunteered with transportation. Is that the last one? Sparky asked. Yup, Jin said, throwing the last body on the ground. It was Ohm, and he looked rather beaten up, with his face all mangled up, and his arm broken at an odd angle. Had to get a bit rough on him. Kobe, who was by the side, rolled his eyes, before throwing another body. When do you not get rough? Shut it, Pipsqueak. Jin said with a grin, not denying the claim. However, that comment didn't add up, as Kobe was the same height as Jin. And even though Kobe was wearing a loose shirt, one could see that his frame was solidly built underneath. Sparkia, I'm done with checking up on the locals, Law said, while Bappo came along with him, carrying his medical bag. Behind them, one could see Penguin and Shachi even with their injuries from earlier helping the people. Though, they were more so looking after the giggling females rather than truly doing their duty. Hatchin yawned, I didn't see things going this way. He said, but oh well, we are pirates after all. Sparky sighed, when they came here. They initially planned on taking a look around, and Ganfall had come to guide them here. But who knew things would go this way? The people of Angel Island were distressed due to the fighting going on, due to close proximity to the upper yard it was constantly shaking. But that wasn't the main problem. Most of Enel's lackeys came here to cause trouble after not being able to be helpful in upper yard. So when they came here, the people of Angel Island needed help. And Ganfall was a bit injured, so they had volunteered to help out. It was good in a way. Ganfall was now explaining the situation of what was happening and all of the people were looking towards upper yard with hope. Well, everyone but one. A female came towards them, even though others had ignored them due to their quirky appearance. Especially with Sparky and Hatchin being there. The female had blonde hair styled into 2 braids that ended in balls and 2 antenna-like tops that also ended in spheres. She was wearing a pink dress without sleeves and sandals on her feet. 2 small wings, not even big enough to fly with, sprouted from her back, like the rest of the sky people. All in all, she reminded the earliest members of Usopp's girlfriend Kaya, just with wings and a different hairstyle. Hesso, I'm Konis, she greeted a bit tense in her voice, Aye. Is it true, are you really going to stop Enel? She said directly looking at Sparky. Mainly as the others answered to the monkey first. Sparky gave her a small smile. Yup, he's toast, the bastard tried to harm a kid in front of Sanji, he would be lucky if he's able to keep his whole body after he's done. Konis, who was about to say something, stopped when suddenly all of them stopped as they felt static in the air. The hairs on their body rose as a deep sense of dread was felt. But it was over with an explosion. An explosion that, even at this distance, shook the whole island. What was that? She asked, a bit pale. Kobe had come to give her support as she, like most of the Icelanders, fell due to the violent tremors of the island. Jin smirked, he didn't need Haki to know what just happened. It's done. He said, before looking at Konis, wanna see a trick? Before she could answer, Jin took out one of his tonfa and threw it into the air. The weapon spinning at a rapid rate before hitting something in the air. The weapon returned after hitting its target, and something fell on the floor. It was the lower half of Enel. Kai. With that Konis passed out on Kabi's arm. The pirate with the hero complex looked irritated with his crewmate, did you really have to do that? What? I showed her a trick. He said, grinning, a bloody one. Now no one would question our validity. With that, he cackled manically. It was true in a way. Almost all of the people present there recognized Enel's body, or what was left of him. So, they really did become a hero. Most of them didn't even care about the bloody scene. After suffering for so long, they were more than happy to see Enel dead. 337. The previous night was a party, a celebration of all of the people in Skypiea. It didn't matter if you were a Shandoran or a resident of Angel Island, Sky People, or Blue Sea dwellers. All of them celebrated the fall of Enel and a new beginning. The 6 years under the rule of Enel was quite cruel. Many had lost their families and friends, but those times were gone now. So everyone was looking for a bright future. A bright future with their new ruler. Sanji's brow twitched, I didn't sign up for this shit. He grumbled, fixing his suit, a bit annoyed. It was a white suit that made him look quite charming. Robin, who was by the doorway, chuckled, "Well, it's quite the promotion. From Mr. Prince to Mr. King, no," she said, "but it's not the worst thing to happen. I'm just a bit surprised that they were willing to take an outsider as their leader." But then again, Enel was also an outsider. Both of them were on the Going Merry. But the ship wasn't docked on the sea but rather on Angel Island itself, as most of the Straw Hats had their necessities on it. And didn't want their ship to drift off or get pushed away by other sea creatures. Though that would be difficult as Momo was on the White Sea, and spreading his dominance over it. Sanji gave her an annoyed look. "You know, your brother is the main reason why this happened," he said. "He set me up. And now I have to become a leader of a nation for no reason." Robin chuckled again, before walking in and taking a seat on a nearby chair. "What happened was last night. When everyone was celebrating, Sanji took it upon himself to cook for the masses. That was when some of the Shandarans and Angel Island residents hit on the topic of a new ruler. Of course, if it was the original Luffy he would have given it to Ganfall or let them handle among it themselves. But our Luffy here had the bright idea of vouching for Sanji for the role of the new ruler. No one said he wasn't allowed. And he was the one that beat Enel, so it was his right to rule. Of course that brought many challenges from both the people of Shandora and Angel Island. All of this was of course happening behind Sanji's back, as he was solely focused on cooking. With Hachan, Raki, and Konis from helping with the cooking. There were at least 500 people to feed, so it took a lot of effort. When the food was ready, just before eating part, Luffy had gathered all of the challengers and even made a show for all of them present to watch the match. When Sanji came out with all of the food ready, Luffy pitted all of them against the cook. Of course, Luffy mentioned on how this would determine the new ruler of Skypiea. Just saying that they doubted his strength, and Sanji needed to prove it. At that time Sanji didn't think much, and ended the match in a quick fashion. He had food to serve and he didn't like serving cold food. So he ended it quickly with a quick burst of Conqueror's Haki. It wasn't controlled, or that potent. But it did the job. After seeing Luffy and Zoro using it so much, it wasn't so tough for him to figure out. Especially with him awakening it against Enel. He wouldn't have known about it if Sabo hadn't pointed it out. So against almost 100 men, Sanji won, without moving a muscle. All of the Skypieans that had any doubts about him were gone. Replaced by respect and admiration, a byproduct of using the king's will. Sanji didn't think much of their jaw-dropped expressions and went around distributing food. Only this morning, did Luffy tell him that he was the new ruler and he was going to get crowned. "I don't get why I have to be the new leader," Sanji asked. "Can't he take the responsibility or something? I'm supposed to be a chef. A chef that has the will of a king. And my brother wants to be the king of the pirates. Not king of Skypiea," she said. Seeing Sanji pissed gave Robin a sense of amusement. "I'm sure Crocodile would have loved being in your position. But anyway, it's not all bad. It could have gone worse." Sanji raised an eyebrow. "They wanted to make your official title god due to their tradition." Hearing that, Sanji's face morphed with disgust. "That would make me one of them, yuck," he said. "Of course, referring to the world nobles, some stupid tradition they have. Do all of the Sky Islands have it?" Robin chuckled. "Well, not all of them," she said. "The leaders of Skypiea are usually called kings, but around 400 years ago, the new ruler changed it to be god and the tradition started from there. He was also the same one that started the war between the Shandarans and Skypieans. No wonder he did. Any bastard with a god complex is a ticking time bomb," he said, remembering his own father. "Anyway, I'm gonna stick to being king." Robin's lips curled up. "King Sanji does have a nice ring to it." King Sanji it is then. Completely doing a 180. Right then the door to the room was opened. Isa walked in mimicking a robot, giving Sanji a cute salute. A quirk she picked up from one of Usopp's stories. "King Sanji, I hope this lowly soldier was not interrupting something. But I bring an important message," she said, dramatically, also picking up the language from Usopp's stories. "Captain Luffy told you to hurry up, because he is hungry," she said with determination. Hearing that both Sanji and Robin chuckled, the smaller Shandoran was a bundle of energy. After getting saved by Sanji, the small girl looked up to Sanji like an idol. And when he was declared the new ruler, she started calling him king as well. And as Sanji called Luffy captain, most of the Shandorans and Skypieans started also referring to Luffy as captain. A part that weirded Luffy out. But Sanji found some amusement in it. Sanji came up and kneeled, ruffling her hair. "You don't have to call me king, Isa-chan," he said, knowing she wouldn't listen, "and tell my captain that I will be there in a minute." Isa nodded with determination. "As you say, my king Sanji. This humble soldier will give you some alone time with Queen Robin," she said with another salute, before walking out like a robot. Again both Sanji and Robin chuckled as they saw Isa leave. Robin stood up from her seat, as she started to leave, passing Sanji. "Ahem, you know, Queen Robin does have a nice ring to it," Sanji said, making Robin stop. She looked over her shoulder with some amusement. Her smile almost made Sanji skip a beat. "Are you flirting with me, Mr. King?" she asked. "If so, I will have you know. You are not as smooth as you might think." Before Sanji could even say anything, Robin unlocked the door and had already left. A small smile tugged on her lips. As she left, Sanji stood there, not being able to come up with a response. The poor cook was left wondering if he succeeded or failed, but he had the will of a king, so giving up was not an option. 338. After the crowning ceremony was done, and Sanji became the new king of Skypiea, things started to go slow from there. As the new leader, there were of course some responsibilities. But there was an easy fix for that. Sanji recruited Ganfall to be his knight, and dropped most duties to him. This way, even while being away, Sanji would still be the official ruler of the land until someone else takes the title. Luffy could have made Ganfall or Whipper the new leader, but he didn't for several reasons. Mainly it was because of Sanji's loyalty to him, and because he had plans of Skypiea. After the crowning ceremony was done, all of the Straw Hats moved to visit Shandora, the City of Gold. "I can't believe we are really going to visit that place," Masira said, brimming with anticipation. Xiao Zhao just nodded as they walked through Upper Yard with the rest of the Straw Hats. Even Penguin and Shachi were with them. Both of them had now adjusted with the crew, mainly bonding with Johnny, Yusaku, and Bartolomeo. They might have lost their old crew, but they were happy to be part of a new one. Still, there were some parts of them that still longed for their old crewmates. Even Law and Bappo felt the same, but that's what pirate life was. Being weak here was a crime. Both promised themselves that they would work hard and gain power, so nothing like that ever happens again. Still, even though all of them were on friendly terms, it would take a while for the remainders of the Heart Pirates to fully accept being part of the Straw Hat crew. Camaraderie doesn't happen in a day. So in a way, things like this was a good way for the crewmates to bond over. There were around 30 of them, most of them being members of the Straw Hat Pirates. And all of them were very eager to see the ancient city. A city that's rumored to be made of gold. As the group walked, they were surprised by the sheer destruction the fight between Enel and Sanji caused. It was almost similar to what they saw in Jaya, but on a much larger scale. Enel wasn't a fighter, and used most of his techniques inefficiently, that's why a good chunk of Upper Yard was devastated by the battle. The once tranquil and lush expanse of woodland now bore the scars of a cataclysmic clash. Enormous trees, some of which had stood for decades, now lay splintered and uprooted, their massive trunks snapped like twigs in the wake of the battle. In a way, it made the people a bit sad, mainly as they saw many animal corpses due to the battle. Giant birds, wolves, and other creatures that were unfortunate enough to lose their lives. Of course, by now, most of the bodies were either taken in by the people of Shandora as a free source of food or other necessities, or by animals that didn't mind feasting on corpses. But even then they could see mangled up corpses along with the broken nature. The crew could have sped up going into Shandora, but most of them decided against it. With everything happening with Jaya, they had little time to relax, and so they took their time, enjoying nature. Or at least what's left of it. The very ground trembled underfoot as the pirates picked their way through the wreckage, navigating a treacherous terrain of fallen branches, shattered boulders, and deep gouges in the earth. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with the acrid tang of scorched vegetation and the lingering aura of raw power. Most of them could feel the hairs on their body rise due to static. Luffy whistled, "I can still feel the lingering electricity here," he said. "You guys really did go all out." Sanji nodded. "Yeah, but if I knew the fight would cause this much destruction then I would have done things a bit differently," he said, with a sigh. Unlike Jaya, this place had a lot of animals. "Well, look at the bright side of things," Luffy said. "Enel was eventually planning on destroying the island. So if you hadn't stopped it then many more would have died." "Well, it's not all bad," Robin said. "There are new ones growing already, and if we clear out the old destroyed parts, I'm sure the forest would regrow itself in a few years." "That's true," Sabo said, "but at the same time, call it a hunch. But the static might be a problem, if it's not removed. It might stop new trees from growing completely," he said, before holding up his hand, and the static from around the area started to draw near him. And in a few seconds, it was fully gone. "But I think I can fix that issue." "Ha, show off," Luffy said, with a grin. While Sabo just chuckled, the rest of the crew was flabbergasted. "Since when can he do that?" Kuina asked. "Yeah, is that some kind of hacky trick?" Usopp asked. Sabo blinked before looking at Luffy. Forgetting that most of them didn't know about Sabo eating the Goro Goro no Mi. So you ate the lightning Logia fruit?" Robin asked, the first one to figure out. "Wouldn't Ace be jealous?" Sabo just chuckled, while the rest of the crew asked random questions at Sabo as they made their way to Shandora. Of course, as he walked, he had his power activated, taking away the static the land had. Sanji was intrigued by the ability, and even asked Sabo if he could teach it to him. Of course, Sabo had no idea, as he himself was learning about his own powers. And Sanji's powers weren't fully lightning-based. But still, after Shandora, Sabo agreed to do that. Both blondes were already used to training with each other, so why not? As they reached near the location of Shandora, they found something interesting. This place, like the others, still got affected due to the fight. But for some reason, most of the destruction stopped around 100 meters away from the city. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that protected it from the lighting. It was an odd thing that was noted by Robin. But others didn't pay much attention to it. Another thing of note was that, the trees around the city were much larger and one could see, resilient saplings reaching skyward, attempting to reclaim the sun's nourishing embrace. 339. Look guys, some of the new trees are already growing. Usopp said, seeing the saplings, trees sure grow fast around here. Robin, who was noting down things in her notebook, stopped, and looked at Sanji wondering something. Hey, Sanji, your powers are basically to speed things up, right? Sanji was a bit confused but nodded. Yeah, I can speed up anything. Robin then pointed at the saplings. Can you then speed up the growing process of the trees? Sanji blinked, his surprise shared by most of their crewmates. Even Luffy was intrigued by it. Sanji walked forward and kneeled near a small sapling. He touched it and started to use his powers on it. At first, nothing happened, before the small sapling started to grow. It reached 1 foot in height, before it started to brown up and withered. Even when Sanji took away his hands, the tree didn't survive, falling over its own weight. "Well, that didn't work," Zoro said. "Hey, so the cook is bad at growing trees, who could have guessed? Good thing you didn't become a farmer." Sanji's brow twitched as he gave a small glare to Zoro. Rather than giving up, he moved towards another sapling while rolling up his sleeves. He would show him. He kneeled down, and touched the small tree, and started focusing on it. He might have some idea of what went wrong the first time. He tried to focus, using his observation haki to feel for the tree and its growth factor. Rather than using his powers on the whole tree, and even speeding up the bacteria and viruses on it, he tried to focus solely on the tree itself. And after some time, he activated his powers. For a while nothing happened, before the tree started to grow. What began as a seemingly ordinary sight quickly evolved into an extraordinary spectacle. As time seemed to warp, the sapling's growth accelerated at an almost impossible pace. The air was filled with a hushed sense of awe and anticipation, as the ground rumbled, and quaked. With each passing second, the sapling's thin stem thickened and gained strength, its roots delving deeper into the earth. The sapling's growth defied all expectations. Its slender form shot upward with an urgency that transcended the laws of nature. In the blink of an eye, the sapling transformed into a towering giant, a colossal tree that seemed to touch the very fabric of the sky. Matching the old trees of Upper Yard that was decades older than it. Most of the Straw Hats had their jaws on the floor, including Zoro. While Sanji wore a smug expression on his face. Though the cook was a bit dizzy, that took a lot more power than he had expected. Luffy placed a hand on Sanji's shoulder, with a grin that made Sanji sweat a bit. "Sanji, I have got a business idea and a way to train your powers. Shishishi, let's work on it after this." After that was done, the crew moved on, finally entering the supposed city of gold. The city was located underneath a trench of sorts, and with years passing, white clouds had solidified here, but even then, the city was a marveling sight for archaeologists like Robin. For others though, it might be a bit lackluster. The structures, once proud and towering, now bow under the weight of age, their stones weathered and moss-covered, bearing the weight of memories etched into their very foundations. Vines and creepers, like nature's determined sentinels, wind their way through the crevices and corridors, weaving a tapestry of green that softens the edges of the stone ruins. One could see a few glimpses of gold from their cracks, but most of it was removed. As the group walked in, they looked around, finding little remnants of gold. So, it was true, the bastard did remove most of the gold from here. Cricket said. Most of the group had anticipated it. After capturing the rest of Enel's men, they had told them about a lot of stuff. And this was one of them. Apparently, Enel wanted to hog all the gold for himself. But as to why, the lackeys didn't know. "Well, not all of it," Nami said, touching a cracked building, where some of the gold still remained. It was only a few, but there were some traces of gold coating still remaining. Even then, if all of the gold was gathered, it would surely be a couple of kilograms. Though, the crew didn't want to mine the remaining gold. Well, Nami and a few others wanted it. But when Luffy spoke of Arc Maximum, they shut up. Everyone present would get at least a few kilos of gold. And the rest of it would be stored for later use. So other than stopping to explore the ancient city, most of the Straw Hats left for Arc Maximum. The ancient city was good, but other than some run-down buildings, most of them cared about the gold. They were pirates after all. With that in mind, most of the crew went upwards. Basically, they had to climb Giant Jack, the giant beanstalk tree, where the previous home of Enel was. As most of the crew knew how to use Jeppo, they made it with little effort, carrying those that couldn't. Though, a few of them stayed behind. Robin, Anchor, Cricket, and Usopp mainly were intrigued by the old city. The same was for Chopper, Popo, and Law. Shachi and Penguin also wanted to stay, but knew they would get bored. So they stuck with Johnny and Yusaku. Sanji also stayed with the group. But unlike them, he was exploring the sky, mainly trying to find the golden bell. With there being many solid clouds, who knows where the bell could be? Luffy hadn't outright said where the golden bell was, because even he didn't know it. But he pointed it out with half-truths. So Sanji was up in the air with Geppo, trying to find the golden bell. The city of Shandora was big. The abandoned city had a lot of buildings, so the group took the time to explore it, trying to find anything interesting. Most of the things inside were hundreds of years old, and already ravaged over time. So they didn't find anything useful. Still, the group had their hopes up. After a lot of time Cricket, Anchor, and Usopp were able to find something. Due to the solid white clouds, it was hard to find. But right at the center of Shandora, before the pyramid-like structure, was a large gap. It was almost as if a whole portion of it was missing. Of course, it was covered by solid white clouds, so that's why they didn't find it sooner. Cricket had to cut it up, and Usopp even had to shrink the white clouds in there to find it. What do you think it could be? Usopp asked, as he leaned towards the hole. It's quite deep. Anchor said, he was inside the hole along with Cricket. Both of them were observing it before Anchor kneeled down and knocked the ground. And it seems something might be down below. Usopp blinked. Do you think you could dig through it? Well, let's find out. Cricket said, before flipping his sword and stabbing the ground below. Clank. That's a nope it seems. Anchor said, we should have brought Zoro. Cricket twitched, it ain't a skill issue, mate. I can already cut steel. He grumbled. Hat, keep saying that pirate, Anchor said, before he jumped out from the hole, with Cricket following him from behind with a pissed expression. Stupid hacky. Cricket mumbled, regretting the fact that he never figured out how to use it. So? Usopp asked. I don't know what this stuff is made out of. But it's definitely stronger than seastone steel. But what? Call it a hunch, but for some reason, with how the inner structure was aligned, it looks like a key. A key? Robin, who had just came down from the hollow pyramid structure, asked. What are you guys talking about? Well, you see. So Usopp explained. Interesting. She hummed, I wonder what it could be. This is a request guys, I have uploaded my story on Scribble, Hub. Under the same name. One Piece, The Unreal Adventure. If you guys have accounts there, it would be great if you add my story there and leave a review there. /n, read my other FICS if you have the time. And guys, for those who want to read ahead and support me at the same time, go to my Patreon. Naruto, Tales of Obito Uchiha, 20-30 Advanced Chapter. One Piece, The Unreal Adventure, 20-30 Advanced Chapter. Pokemon, an ashy start, work in progress for now. But please do add it to your collection. Don't forget to leave a review or power stones. Every help counts to boost the story. patreon.com/fallencrown and join my Discord, https://discord.gg/nextna56ks nextna56ks. 340. Just then all of them heard a voice from up. They looked up, and it was Sanji, who landed from the sky. Guess what I found? All of those present there, grinned already knowing what Sanji found. Cricket, of course, was the most eager. Even Bappo, Chopper, and Law who were exploring near, saw Sanji and came up. After that, all of them went upwards to where the golden bell was. Sanji went up with Robin, leaving Usopp behind to carry them all. Of course, it wasn't tough, as he shrank all of them down, but still the sniper complained along the way. Sanji and Robin reached the white cloud first, and they were awed at the sight. Even with ancient vines crawling up the structure, it held its ancient beauty. The bell was large and grand, and so were the pillars that supported it. The floor, the pillars, everything there was made out of pure gold. Not coated with gold, but made with gold. Amazing! She said. But that wasn't all. No, it was even more amazing when she discovered a grey poneglyph that was planted at the bell's base. Most of them wouldn't have recognized it, but Sanji did. He looked at Robin, and even though she was wearing her mask, he could guess what she was feeling. Robin went on and read the poneglyphs. She even made a note to write the whole thing down, even jolting down what was written by Gold Roger. As she was doing it, the others reached the solid cloud where the golden bell was. And they were in awe, having similar reactions. The golden bell was awe-inspiring sight. And of course, some of them wanted to ring it. It won't budge. Cricket said, even with Anchor pushing it, with so many vines covering it. They would need to put more effort if they wanted to ring it. I can give it a try. Yeah. Law said as he started unsheathing his sword. But before he could do anything, Usopp called out as he discovered something very interesting. Guys, I think we might have found our key. Robin, who was also finished up on her part, looked up, a bit of surprise on her face. You did as well, hey? She said, with a small smile, I think we should hold up on ringing the bell, there might just be something more interesting, looks like all the gold did have a function. On the side with Luffy's group. Woo-ho! Gold! Nami cheered, as her and most of the crew were dumbstruck by the pile of gold. It seems not all of the gold was used to make arc maximum. So there was still ton of it left. Even Luffy hadn't seen this much gold on the internet, that's how much gold there was. I haven't seen that much gold even in our treasury, Sabo admitted. Believe me, me neither. Luffy dumbly nodded. Sabo then frowned and was about to ask what Luffy meant before shutting up. It wouldn't be too wild for his brother to have broken into his former noble home. They did it a few times, but never went to the treasury. Though, it made Sabo a bit sad that his biological family was dead. He had asked Luffy before, and it seemed that a pirate had attacked Goa Kingdom wanting to take it over. So most of the nobles were killed then. It made him feel homesick in a way. But then again, his true family was here. Some bonds just weren't made with blood. While Sabo was having his internal struggle, Luffy was calculating how much gold there was. With having so much gold, they had to use it sparingly. Or else, it might bring a lot of unwanted attention to him. With Saint Camille on his ass, he would need to be careful on how he did things. As the influx of gold might link the Straw Hats to the City of Gold. And Luffy didn't want that. This island, it was his. Or Sanji's. But it was the same thing. It was the property of the Straw Hat Pirates. He planned to make the whole island the official base for the Straw Hat Pirates. There was a lot of gold here. Enough that even with Usopp helping it would be tough to carry. Unless and until they built a new ship. There was a lot of gold here, and there was a lot of free land. Land that could be used for training or other things. Such as growing some big-ass trees. Luffy didn't know much about the Atom Tree, as there were some theories that there is only one Atom Tree. But the Atom Tree wasn't the only tree that's considered strong. Sure, it was the strongest and most resilient, but there were other trees that were also tough. There's also varieties of strong wood in the One Piece world that were sold at a high price. When upgrading the Going Merry, Luffy had came to realize that with how rare atom wood was, most people had no way to get such wood for their own ship. So they used other types of wood to make their ships. And with Upper Yard being a whole place, filled with giant trees, Luffy saw it as an opportunity to make something out of it. There were already a lot of destroyed trees, but with Anchor and Usopp's help, those could be sold on Water 7. But with so much empty land, if they were able to get some good tree seeds, this place would be a good income for Water 7. Water 7 was mainly run by shipwrights. So, if he could get in a big economic leverage there, then that island could also fall under the rule of the Straw Hats. Not all islands could be won with conquering. Water 7 was one of the islands that many pirate crews wanted to take, as it was relatively in the middle of paradise. But none had managed it. Not yet at least. If he sold the wood here on Water 7, even if the quality was bad, the quantity should make up for something. If his plan failed, he should still fill up his pockets with berries. And this way, he could also save the use of gold for later. Of course, he would need to send a generous portion to dear old dad for his own revolutionary army. The war was drawing near. So he had to gather the rest of the cannon straw hats along with a few others. And after the war, this place could be a good place to stay and train up other members of the crew. That's the main reason why when the Skypians approached Sanji with being the king, he encouraged his cook to take the position. Well, encouraged would be a strong word. More like tricked into being a king. But it didn't matter in the long run. Luffy was, in a way, planning for the future. He couldn't rely on dumb luck taking down the world government. If it was that easy, someone would have already done it. When he came here in this world, the One Piece manga was still going, so who knows what kind of monsters the world government had on them. Luffy also made a note to ask Dragon later when they called. He should have more information on them, as Dragon should be more knowledgeable as a former Marine. Even the Revolutionary Army was unaware of this island, so hopefully it was the same for the world government. The Alabasta and Sakura kingdoms were under the watch of the world government, but up here? There were no bubble-headed rulers. So this was the perfect place. With most of the residents on the island accepting them, this was the best course of action. Of course, Luffy was clueless of Shiki already taking over Birka. As no such thing happened in canon, Luffy didn't pay much attention to Enel's increased strength. A mistake that he might regret later. But it was a given, not everything could be planned for. Just then all of them heard the bell ringing. It was a sweet sound, that almost made the surroundings silent. A ring that fulfilled the vow between Noland and Shandora. Of course, Luffy was unaware of the situation of his following crewmates that rang the bell. And he wouldn't know about them anytime soon. A/N, I always thought the City of Gold had something deep down. So why not? Anyway, sorry for the late updates. But I'm still sick, so it's getting a bit hard for me to write. Anyway, I have some original plans for Skypiea and beyond. Hope you guys like it. I could of course go with canon, and end Skypiea here. But I planned it to be different from the start. That's why I ended the most important fight right at the start of the arc. Like seriously, if I was in Luffy's place, the first thing I would do is kill Enel. And that's what he did. Or at least Sanji did. About Sanji becoming a king. Well, I did that cause it will bring in some funny situations in the future. And seriously, Sanji is my favorite character, so why not? But hey, don't flame me for it. I did give the other crew members their own epic moments. And be sure that I will. Even if the crew gets big, I will make each main officers have their moments. Also, just a thing to chew on. Keiko from CP9 is kind of amazing if you think about it. In 2 years he awakened his Zoan Devil Fruit. I don't know about Rob Lucci, but he should have it for longer. And I kind of like his design from the start. It's just sad that Luffy might have to kill him, cause he might be a threat. But yet, he's a cool character. Anyway, enjoy the story. And good night on my part. This is a request guys, I have uploaded my story on Scribble, Hub. Under the same name. One Piece, The Unreal Adventure. If you guys have accounts there, it would be great if you add my story there and leave a review there. A/N, read my other FICS if you have the time. And guys, for those who want to read ahead and support me at the same time, go to my Patreon. Naruto, Tales of Obito Uchiha, 20 to 30 Advanced Chapter. One Piece, The Unreal Adventure, 20 to 30 Advanced Chapter. Pokemon, An Ashy Start, work in progress for now. But please do add it to your collection. Don't forget to leave a review or power stones. Every help counts to boost the story. patreon.com/fallencrown and join my Discord, https://discord.gg/nextna56ks nextna56ks. 341. What the, where are we? Usopp asked, blinking and looking around. He wasn't alone either. With him was Sanji, Robin, Anchor, Cricket, Chopper, Bappo and lastly Law. All 8 of them had similar reactions, turning their heads from side to side, wondering what just happened. Just a moment ago, they were in Shandora, and Usopp had just set up the belfry bell to its original space. Right in front of the pyramid-shaped structure. Doing that wasn't that hard, Usopp just had to shrink the massive structure, the golden belfry bell, before coming down to Shandora again, and placing it in place. Right after that, a small electric circuit came out of the ground, and started going through the city. The Straw Hat Pirates who were on the ground, then suddenly found themselves here. Did we get transported here? Chopper asked, looking around. This was definitely not the City of Gold. It seems so. Robin said looking around. She and her crewmates found themselves in a bewildering place, that seemed to defy logic. The sheer size of the room was staggering, it could easily accommodate giants of Elbaf without making them feel insignificant. At least 100 feet, around 30 meters, in height, and 4 times the length all around. Its dimensions were so vast that even Usopp needed to squint his eyes to see the room's end and ceiling. Though, it also might be because of the misty atmosphere around the area that gave the place less visibility. The walls of the dungeon were also a blend of nature and technology, as if the boundaries between the organic and the mechanical had blurred into an eerie harmony. Ivy and twisted vines crept up the stone walls, their tendrils reaching out like ethereal fingers attempting to grasp at the unknown. Even the floor was filled with roots that dug themselves all around, with patches of grass everywhere. One tree stood tall, easily comparable to the largest of the trees of Upper Yard, and the roots of the towering tree had found their way into the cracks and crevices, creating an uncanny symbiosis between the living and the inanimate. It was almost surreal that all the vines and roots were from the single tree that stood there. The tree was also stationed far left into the corner, standing like a mega-pillar in this place. But what truly set this room apart was the presence of the enigmatic, small and yet electric circuits that ran like veins through the walls, floors and the stone pillars. The vines also reached the ceiling, and if one looked closely, they could see multiple spores near the stone pillars. Thin circuits pulsed with a muted but undeniable energy, faint blue in color, filling the air itself and seeming to hum with a faint electricity, the ever-present buzz creating a disconcerting backdrop to the surroundings. Even Sanji was able to pick up the electricity from around, and that made him put his guard up. This place, are we in a dungeon? Usopp asked, making everyone in the room look at him. What? We found an ancient city, fixed a broken bell, followed the instructions written on a, what's it called, phonoglyph? Poneglyph, Robin corrected. She was of course with her ONI mask, as she had yet to fully trust her new crewmates and Cricket. But more than not, she was enjoying it. Being scary did have a charm to it. Yet, followed the instructions on the poneglyph, by the way, aren't those like hundreds of years old too? Anyway, my point is, this is definitely a dungeon. He said, crossing his arms with confidence, I have read enough books to know that we are in a dungeon. You guys can't be serious, yeah? Law questioned with a sweat drop. Even Chopper and Bappo had to agree with him. Wait, if we are in a dungeon, does it mean we will find treasures here? Cricket asked, before looking at Law. You can't completely dismiss the idea, for all we know this place could be a dungeon. I usually don't agree, but we might. Anchor said, rubbing his chin. We might even be able to find some rare weapons around here. Even Robin had to agree that this might really be a dungeon. There were many lores around dungeons on where adventurers found their way into an ancient city, filled with treasures. But she never thought she would find herself in one. The city of gold, like dungeons, were considered rumors, tall tales said by people for fun and games. But like the city of gold, this might also be real. Though, it also brought in the question of how dangerous it was. Luckily the room was big, but they could see several tunnels at the end of the wall, so they weren't trapped here. Speaking of danger, Robin looked to her side, where she found Sanji looking forward with a frown. Is something wrong? Sanji blinked, before looking at her and shaking his head. Nah, it might be just my imagination, anyway, this place is giving me the creeps. He said before looking at her and the others in the crew. Everyone, keep your guards up at all times. I'm also keeping my observation active, but you never know. Usually, Sanji wouldn't have been this cautious, but he was for several reasons. The first being that him, Sparky, and Kuina were in charge of things if the captain or vice-captain weren't around. So, all the responsibility for this fell on his shoulders. And that wasn't all, call it a gut feeling, but he was feeling a bit ominous about the whole thing. But it might have something to do with the electrical flow in the air, though, but Sanji didn't know where it came from. But that wasn't all. His observation haki wasn't acting right. It was hard to explain, but it was. Is it me, or do you guys also hear that? Sanji asked with a frown. Hear what? Angkor questioned. Even Cricket found nothing. No. I can hear it, Usopp said, that buzzing sound, it's very low. But it's definitely there. He then looked at the others, a bit confused. You guys can't? Some shook their heads while some nodded. Chopper and Bappo were also able to pick it up because of being minks who had enhanced senses. But the others didn't. 342. It was a low, constant hum that resonated throughout the dungeon, echoing around the barren walls. It was so low that only those with enhanced senses could pick it up. That's why Sanji was a bit surprised that Usopp was able to pick it up. Though, the sniper was getting close to awakening his observation haki, so that might be the reason. What do you think that is? Should we check it out? Robin asked. I can check with my powers. Wait, Sanji said, I'm usually not like this, but let's inform Luffy first. Call it a gut feeling, but something is definitely wrong with this place. He then glanced at Robin. You do have a transponder snail, right? Robin nodded. She was carrying a bag, mainly because of the books, but there was also a transponder snail in there. A snail that Luffy had left her with in case they found something interesting, before moving on to find Enel's ship. So, with a quick look, she took out the transponder snail. But... I don't think this one is all right. Usopp asked, poking the small snail. The snail in question was hunched over, its eyes dropping low, and also looked a bit pale. I think it's sick, ya. Law said. Robin handed the small snail over the doctor. Law looked at it, and nodded. Yup, it's definitely sick, something similar happened to my transponder snail before. I think it's motion sickness, that messes up their link, we won't be able to make a call with this. Oh, that's bad. Usopp said, feeling a bit sweaty, you know my Kantigo inside a dungeon disease is acting up. He said with a gulp, can't we not go there? Law gave the sniper a flat look, before sighing, luckily for you guys, I also have a transponder snail. He said, before looking at Bappo, it's in his bag. Bappo quickly nodded and took out the snail out, but, it was in a similar situation. You know, one time, might be a coincidence, but two. Law said, looking between the two transponder snail that were unconscious, this place is definitely not normal. Where are we anyway? Is there no way to communicate with the others? Bappo asked, with a gulp. Even Chopper was getting a bit scared here. Are we underground? No, I think I see windows there. Usopp said, pointing upwards. Everyone looked where Usopp was pointing. They had to struggle a bit, due to the misty atmosphere, but they saw what Usopp was pointing at. The primary sources of illumination for the dungeon were small white crystals that worked like lamps. But there were also some windows that gave off light from the outside. Well, my observation Haki isn't picking up any auras, it's like it's getting blocked by the walls. Sanji said with a frown, or rather, there's nothing outside to pick at, it's strange. I will give them a look. Robin said as she crossed her arms. Small flower petals seemingly came out from nowhere as if being summoned, before disappearing. They appeared again near the high ceiling where the windows were, and a hand sprouted along with an eye. This is odd, there's nothing there. Robin answered with a frown, it's like there's endless light from the outside, with no source. Let me check something. From the hand, a small ear sprouted and what she heard made her win, and quickly cancel her powers. What happened? Sanji said. When Robin looked through the window, instead of revealing the outside world, they opened up to an endless expanse of light. It was as if they were portals to another realm, a realm of pure luminescence that stretched into infinity. And Robin could also hear the buzzing sound from there, but it was quite loud there. I think I also heard what you guys were hearing. I think it's coming from the ceiling. That made everyone look up, and Usopp was the first one to spot it. He squinted his eyes. What are those? Those things near the pillars, they look like nests. Bappo finished with a gulp, but at least they are tiny. Usopp paled. I don't think they are tiny at all. Anyway, I don't think anything alive is in there. Sanji said, if there was, I would have picked up its aura, so don't worry about it. Usopp, Chopper, and Bappo collectively sighed in relief. Before Usopp spoke up. Wait, so the light isn't from the sun? I mean it could be from the clouds, right? Maybe the clouds are blocking the view. That would make sense, but that source of sound. If it was around Skypiea, we would have picked it up. Sanji pointed out. Usopp gulped, then where are we? We can't be stuck, right? That made Chopper and Bappo gave a collective gulp, now they were getting a bit afraid. What they didn't see was the shift in the trees at the mention of a certain word. Not quite. Let me try something. Law said, opening his palms, room. The small transparent sphere in his hand enlarged and started covering all around them, as it expanded outwards. All of them looked on with some curiosity on Law's ability. Of course, Bappo knew, and Chopper saw only a little of his powers, but the others haven't. As the sphere extended to the wall, going through them, Law blinked with confusion and surprise. There's nothing outside, it's totally blank, it's not clouds either. If it was, he would have been able to switch with them, if they were solid clouds at least. What Law and the others didn't notice was the lights in the circuits started to blink more, well, except one. Guys, why are the circuits blinking? Usopp asked, pointing to the floor. I'm pretty sure it was blinking way more slowly before. Everyone looked around, and Usopp was right, the light in the circuits also started to get stronger. Along with that, the ground started to shake. At first, they didn't know what was happening, before the windows started to shut down, and the light from the crystals started to shine brightly as well. But that wasn't all, they also found the ground shaking and a grinding noise coming out from the far end of the room. Hey, guys, the tunnels are closing. Usopp pointed out. I think that's not a good sign. Right as he said that, the rumbling intensified. I hate it when I'm right. 343. All of the pirates prepared, as they saw the scene unfold. The very stones of the dungeon floor began to shift and quake. From the very ground itself, colossal, mechanical golems emerged, headless, each one dwarfing even the grandest of ships. At least 32 feet in height, around 10 meters, each. These towering constructs rose as if awakened from a deep slumber, their headless forms hewn meticulously from the same stones that paved the dungeon's floors. The centerpiece of their existence was a radiant crystal embedded in the center of their broad chests, emitting an otherworldly light that bathed the surroundings in a surreal glow. Standing at least 100 in number, and increasing, these massive golem-like creatures exuded an air of ancient power. Each of them clutched formidable weapons in its stone hands, maces that could crush boulders and swords that had rusted over time and became dull. But they weren't the only problem. No. The small spores they could see on the ceilings also started to buzz loudly. And out came giant-sized wasps. Mechanical wasps that were angry and looking straight at them. And unlike the golem-like creatures, they were almost endless in number. They were comparatively small in size, half that of a regular human, but their numbers made them a threat. The buzzing sound intensified, and finally, the Straw Hat Pirates found the source of the sound. But they weren't very thrilled about it. Shit. No wonder my observation hacky was acting up. Sanji said, they might not be alive, but they are strong, guys, be ready. Wait. Are those golems or robots? Chopper asked. Let's call them golems to keep with the dungeon theme, Robin said, sweating. Who knows, maybe we will find a dragon in there. The other's sweat dropped at Robin's casualness. But somehow it wasn't out of her character. Usopp took out his large slingshot outside of his guns, Cricket took out his gun and sword, while Anchor grabbed his anchor-like hammer. All of them became tense, ready for what's about to happen as the golems and wasps started moving. The golems' movements were fast for their size. Like bulls they charged towards them through the battlefield. Each step sent tremors through the ground, and collectively, they were whipping up quite a large dust cloud. While the wasps came in a massive swarm, almost blocking the view through their sheer numbers. Some of the pirates paled, but Sanji took charge, walking forward as he cracked his neck. As he tapped his feet, they were engulfed in flames. He looked at the coming enemies and said, I will go first, you guys stick together. With that the chef moved, his form blurring out from the Straw Hat's side towards the upcoming force. He had gotten so fast that some of them only saw a blur with red flames kicking around the golems. Luckily, they might be large, but they weren't as competent as the pacifista that Usopp fought recently with Bartolomeo. The long-nosed sniper shuddered even thinking how that would have ended if hundreds of them attacked them at once. But Usopp was more worried about the wasps instead. He readied his slingshot, prepared to fight the large bugs. But it seemed that wasn't needed. Sanji moved between the golems, kicking them before they could even land a hit, making them fall on each other and breaking their forms. For others, the golems might have been a problem, but for Sanji they weren't much. Easily taking down a bunch of them in the blink of an eye. His form blurred, using one of the golems to jump up into the air, and started spinning, the flames on his legs spreading, Diable Jam, Tempet de Barbecue. Suddenly from Sanji's spin, a tornado made out of flames came forth that reached the ceiling, its massive form pulling in the swarm of creatures in, and burning them to a crisp. Are we even needed? Cricket asked, dumbfounded. He hadn't seen the fight between Enel and Sanji. But with how easily he was dealing with the creatures, it made him flabbergasted. I have seen what they did back in Jaya, but still, this is almost unbelievable. Even Law and Bappo were impressed by the show. Though Sanji wasn't showing off for them. Who he was showing off for was kneeling down beside one of the giant golems, and breaking it down with her powers. Interesting. Robin muttered, as she noted things down on her notepad, while her sprouted arms broke off the crystal from its chest. Usopp and others' sweat dropped at the scene, and at how carefree she was. And with her ONI mask on, it made her even more creepy when she muttered to herself, chuckling from time to time. Anyway, Usopp said with a grin as he looked back to Sanji demolishing the numbers alone with ease, he might be a show-off, but he isn't the only one. From his hair, he took something out. It was a small bead, before it grew in size to that of a marble. It was also notably pink in color. He grounded his giant slingshot, tugging on the sturdy bands, muscles flexing as he exerted his strength. The ropes respond with a creaking groan, as if the slingshot itself is waking from a long slumber. The tension in the bands grew, as he tugged the small bead onto its end. My new and improved, shining star. When Usopp released the shot, the pirates surrounding him closed their eyes from the wind pressure and the sonic boom the shot released, even making Usopp flinch back. The small marble-like projectile broke the speed barrier multiple times, as it flew through the air. Also gaining in size before returning to its original size, that of a cannonball. Even Sanji, who was fighting, had to duck immediately to not get hit. As the shot connected, it detonated and engulfed the area in a pink explosion that destroyed everything. The explosion was so big that almost 1/4 of the room was engulfed by it. The mechanical wasps screamed. The heat of the explosion even managed to burn off those that were far from the explosion, destroying several pillars in the room, along with the stone golems. Cricket had to stab his sword into the ground, while Anchor did the same with the sharp side of his anchor axe hammer. The wind pressure was so much, if they didn't act, they would have whipped back. Law also had to do the same, but in his case, he had to hold on to Bappo. For Robin, she had to sprout her arms from the ground and grab herself, Usopp and Chopper from getting flung back. The explosion was so big that it lit up the whole area, ripping off the vines and roots from the floor, taking down quite a number of the giant golems. At least 30 of them, leaving behind a crater and multiple broken pieces of rocks. Along with Usopp, many of the Straw Hats had their jaws dropped. 344. What did you make that thing out of? Cricket was the first one to question. I. Usopp couldn't even finish his sentence before he was punched in the back of his head by Chopper and kicked down by Sanji. Both having tick marks on their heads. You almost blew me up. Sanji complained with a tick mark. Though Chopper wasn't finished, he grabbed Usopp by the collar and started comically shaking him. Didn't you promise not to work with that? That's dangerous stuff. Though rather than anything, Usopp was laughing, even though he had 2 bumps on his head. Well, it worked out, didn't it? Thanks for making the chemical for it, Chopper. He said with a thumbs up. Stop it. Your praise doesn't make me happy. He said while comically waving his hands. The others looked on at Chopper antics for a few moments, wondering how his mood could shift so quickly. You made that using that stone, didn't you? Robin said with a sigh, putting 2 and 2 together, while Sanji got what she meant. Of course, they were talking about the Dyna Stone. No wonder a small explosion based on it would be so deadly. No wonder that's dangerous. Sanji said before looking at the other golems and the remaining wasps. A lot of them were on the floor, due to their wings being broken, but more of them came from the ceiling. So the numbers would add up if it wasn't stopped. We still have company. For now, don't use those, keep them for emergencies only, he said. Use other things to hit the nests up on the pillar. I think destroying them should stop the surge from happening. With that, he moved in again. Cricket, who was holding a gun, looked over to Usopp as the sniper easily used his slingshot to bombard the roof and the wasp's nest. As a gun user himself, Cricket knew that most rifles wouldn't be able to reach a ceiling so high, but Usopp was doing it just fine. Showing his ingenuity and creative fighting style. So, this is how members of a warlord fight? Pretty impressive. Cricket thought. Okay, Usopp said, getting up as the other golems started moving in on them. Usopp only had 1 more shot, so he would use them sparingly. But that didn't mean he didn't have other ammo to work with. It's a good thing that I have other tricks up my sleeves. The speed of the shot came from his new and improved slingshot, Kabuto. After getting to Skypiea, he was looking into the dials and made the upgrade just recently. So even he was surprised by the speed of the shots. Still, though, the roof was so big, with so many nests that it would take time to destroy all of them. And the mechanical wasps were becoming more and more of a problem. Also, they didn't notice at first, but it seemed the dungeon was spawning more of the golems. Usopp looked over his shoulder, Any ideas? He asked Robin. Aim for the crystals on their chests, they are a bit tough to crack, but I think breaking them is the key. She said, then looked at the closed-off tunnels. Also, rather than fighting the endless horde of mobs, why don't we try to open up those tunnels and get out? Of course, the tunnels were way far from them. And with all the enemies it would be far from easy. Okay, then help me. Usopp said, pulling out several things from his hair. He then looked at the group. Can you guys shoot? Cricket snorted, what pirate can't shoot? Anchor, Law, Popo, and Chopper raised their hands. Oh! For the love of... Robin chuckled underneath her mask, I can shoot, how many guns do you have? Usopp grinned, yes. With that he dropped some things on the floor, piling it up to make a large pile of rifles. All of them improved and customized when Usopp had some free time. They are a bit short of ammo, but you just have to keep them from getting near. Cricket picked up one of the guns and shot forth, hitting one of the golem's chest and breaking it before it could get near them. Sweet! It's even better than my own gun. He fired off again, this time taking down 2 wasps. Robin didn't say anything as she crossed her arms. Suddenly multiple arms sprouted all around them, like flowers, grabbing the weapons and pointing them all around them. All of them looked on, as she started firing off, demolishing golems, wasps around them in one go. Clearing 100 meters around them in a few seconds. All of them had their jaws dropped, but Usopp was much more focused on destroying the nests on the ceiling. Still, even he had been impressed by Robin's skill. No wonder she was Crocodile's assistant in Baroque works. The woman was scary. Usopp also ignored the cook who was noodling around with heart-shaped eyes, saying Robin Chuan after seeing what the archaeologist did. Cricket, again, had his jaw dropped to the floor, Popo and Chopper having similar reactions. While Anchor and Law just nodded. 345. That's good and all, but we have to get near the tunnels. Anchor said, holding his axe hammer, I can clear the path. Hold it, old-timer. Law said, stepping forward, room. Hey! I'm not even 30. But Law ignored him, and moved his sword, diagonally, cutting down multiple golems and wasps with one swing. But that wasn't all, with his other hand he moved his fingers and telekinetically controlled them to crash with each other, clearing the path. Why you cleared the path? Cricket said, looking between the path and him, dumbfounded. Why am I even surprised at this point? He said, throwing his hands up in air in frustration. Law just smirked. Popo spoke up, Law, rather than clearing the path, why didn't you teleport us near the tunnels? Law opened his mouth, and then closed it. Wait, you can tell Usopp couldn't even finish his sentence as all of them suddenly switched places to near the tunnels. Law on the other hand didn't make eye contact, embarrassed that he had forgotten his own ability in mix of showing off. But it didn't matter, the golems and wasps were confused, before they found their targets again. But by then they were already near the closed tunnel. Good. Let's open the tunnels, and get out of here. Just as Usopp finished the sentence, he fell on the floor, weak and without his powers. The circuits on the floor and walls that hummed blue suddenly switched to a red color, filling the area with a constant buzzing sound. The same thing happened to Sanji, Robin and Usopp, who were all devil fruit users. It was as if they had been stuck in the ocean or been cuffed by sea stone. Sanji's body was also thrown around by the golems as they used their maces and rusty sword to fling him at each other, while the wasps attacked him mid-air. Even the golems that Law cut off, and Usopp destroyed, started reforming at a faster rate. What's happening to them? Anchor asked, as he stood in front of them. The golems, finding no resistance, were running towards them. I don't know. Popo said, checking up on Law, trying to help him. I think, whatever this sound and red light from the circuit is. I think it's making them react to as if they are cuffed by sea stone. Chopper said, quickly deducting from the reactions of the crewmates. Yeah, it feels like shit yeah. Law grunted. Things just turned for the worst as Sanji's body was thrown to the side, before a larger golem, one that was twice the size of the regular ones, grabbed Sanji's body and fired off a chest beam. But even in his weakened state, Sanji moved and kicked right before the chest beam could hit him, destroying the golem, and nearby foes. But due to the massive force, Sanji flew upwards toward the large tree, being lost from view. For the Straw Hats, they didn't even see what happened to his body, it seemed to just be lost in the thick leaves of the giant tree. With Sanji gone, the enemy shifted their attention to the remaining members. Shit! Cricket said, before looking at Anchor, Oi, it seems we have to stand up, weak arms. TCH, you don't have to remind me twice, toothpick user. Popeye said, holding his anchor axe hammer. He then looked at Chopper and Bappo, try to open up the tunnels, we will hold them off. He then looked at Cricket, you take the right, I'll take the left. Cricket grunted before both of them sprang into action, moving fast. Their weapons poised for battle against the golems. Cricket, his sword gleaming in the strange ambient light, and his gun ready in his offhand, moved with a calculated grace. He struck with his sword and shot with his gun. But the golems, even with their larger size, could move around swiftly, blocking Cricket's attack, while overpowering him in numbers. Each one of them were as big as the Going Merry, so it was surprising that they could move that fast. Shit! The cook was making it look easy. Cricket thought as he dug his heels into the ground, parrying a powerful swing from a golem. It almost made him buckle under the weight, before he took out his gun and shot off multiple bullets at the golem's chest, destroying its core, as it hunched over. The descendant of Noland used that chance to grab the falling golem, and threw it towards the other golems, before charging at the group. As the battle raged on, it became clear that defeating these massive constructs was no small feat. Their stony bodies proved to be incredibly resilient, absorbing the force of the attacks with an almost unnatural durability. It was only through the shattering of their crystal cores that they showed any signs of vulnerability. Cricket and Anchor quickly learned that destroying the crystals was the key to disabling the golems, if only temporarily. As the crystals shattered, the golems would falter, their stone bodies would crumble. But after exactly 15 seconds later, the golems would start reforming, making the opponents an endless cycle. Still, the pirates were not a group easily defeated. 346. Anchor wielded his anchor axe hammer with massive strength. He leaped forward with his weapon, hammering down the golems as if they were nothing. His overpowering strength broke down the golem's defenses and shattered its core as it crumbled. Anchor was way faster than Cricket, and of course, he was far stronger. The impact of his strikes sent shockwaves through the very ground, each hit reverberating like thunder in the cavernous dungeon. He swung his hammer with a force that only a seasoned smith could muster, aiming for the crystal cores embedded in the golem's chests. The booming sound of metal against stone echoed through the air as Anchor's relentless assault tested the limits of both his weapon and the golem's defenses. His strength also fed into part that he was taking down twice the number of mechanical beasts as Cricket. But it wasn't too surprising. He was used to fighting even after quitting the Marines, and the last defeat against Crocodile had showed him some flaws in his fighting style, along with giving him the motivation he needed to train. With Luffy and the other members of the crew helping him out, it was no wonder he became strong. A small smile dawned on his face. At least my reason for joining them was worth it, he thought to himself. After getting beaten by Crocodile and seeing how overpowering the members of the crew had gotten since Sakura Island, he came to realize that if he wanted to be strong, then he needed to join this crew. The Marines were once an organization that he believed in. But after what had happened, and his removal from his rank, he lost that trust. And with what the Straw Hat Pirates had done in the short time they came to be, it really opened him to the prospect of joining the group. What they did back in the G3 base was a thing that set them apart from the rest of the pirate crews. As a former Marine, he had seen many different types of pirates. While most wanted to harm others, some even went out of their way to help people. Even in the New World where he's from, there were tales about pirates helping people more than the Marines. And so when offered a position to join his crew the second time, Anchor didn't reject the proposal immediately. On one hand, one of his goals was fighting for what was right. On the other hand, he wanted to eventually create blades that would make a name for themselves. So with that in mind, he set some rules that if the Straw Hats followed, then he would join them. Rules such as not killing unjustly or abusing their powers. Usually demanding this level might make most pirate captains reject a new member. But Luffy accepted it immediately. For him, if he did any of that, the last thing he would need to worry about would be him. With his grandfather being Garp, and his father being the revolutionary leader, Dragon, things of that nature would be a given death sentence. At that time, he hesitated a bit, but still accepted the request to join the crew. It was back in Alabasta. After that he came to find out that Luffy and the crew was actually working quite closely with the Revolutionary Army, and that he was scheming against the world government. For some, it would be a red flag, but for Anchor, the respect for Luffy rose even more. It was no wonder why a young man like Kobe, who also had a good moral compass, was following Luffy. Even Zoro, Johnny, and Yusaku, who were originally bounty hunters, joined Luffy because of this. So even though it only had been 2 weeks since he joined the crew, he was more than happy to be part of the group. Tempest Bane! Anchor yelled, chopping down a large giant golem, and pushing it back towards the others. He jumped away immediately to avoid getting stomped by another golem. But while he was successful, another golem almost grabbed him mid-air with a swing. But to his surprise, an explosion went off, destroying the golem's core. He looked over his shoulder and saw Usopp giving him a thumbs up. The sniper was struggling to move, but still had some fight left in him. Even Anchor was feeling out of breath. The creatures were endless, and without Sanji, fighting them was getting tough. He looked at where the cook was. Due to the trees and how far Sanji was flung back, he couldn't see him. It had already been a few minutes, but the cook has yet to show himself. He might be knocked out. He might be tough, but at end of the day he's human. Anchor thought, with a weakness like this, he might be in trouble. I need to get him out of that tree. He looked over his shoulder towards Cricket. He was getting overwhelmed. He then looked over to Chopper and Bappo. Oi, ship doctor, you have to hold these guys off. I will get Sanji. Chopper, for his part, was still trying to help Robin and Log but saw no solution to this matter. Him and Bappo even tried to reopen the tunnels, but they were made out of tougher materials. And unless someone like Sanji came back, going through them would be impossible. Usopp could help blow it up, of course, but they would get harmed as well. So there had to be another way to do it. He looked at the golems, and knew he had to go all out. He looked over to his fellow mink. Bappo, you have to take care of them. I have to fight. Bappo was confused at what Chopper meant. Of course, as minks, all of them were inborn fighters, but the way he said it was a bit too dramatic. Why is everyone being dramatic today? Wait, should I apologize for being non-dramatic? Chopper on the other hand took out a rumble ball, and bit into it. 347. Suddenly the air started to crackle with electricity, as Chopper grew in size and mass, towering over Bappo and even the golems that came to harm his crewmates. Bappo had his jaw dropped, not believing how a mink could transform into his Solong form without seeing the moon. With a mighty roar, Chopper charged forward, towards the door, and punched it with all of his might. But other than making a smaller dent, it did nothing. The giant form of Chopper grunted before turning around and dashing towards the incoming golems. Grabbing a punch from the upcoming golem, he twisted his hands, and threw it over his shoulder with ease towards several others, breaking all of them with the strength of his throw alone. What the? From when can the tanuki do that? Cricket said with his jaw almost reaching the floor. Chopper snorted before jumping and launching a dropkick to a golem. I'm a reindeer mink. The kick connected and sent the golem towards a dozen of its group, clearing the path for Aramaki. I'm sorry. Circuit quickly said, seeing the glare from Chopper. A bit of sweat ran down his neck. No wonder all of the Straw Hats are monsters. But not gonna lie, that's so cool. Of course, Cricket coughed, not wanting to show anything when a certain smith was near. Seeing the cleared path, Anchor gave a quick thumbs up before running towards where Sanji was last seen. Anchor ran forward, using Sora for the first time in battle, but even then, before he could get far, the golem stopped him midway. Along with a swarm of wasps that covered the metaphorical sky, stopping him from using Jeppo. Doug. He heard, and complied. Just a second later the group of golems were blown away by multiple shots. Of course, credit went to Usopp. Unlike others, Usopp could at least stand up and fight. Unlike Robin and Law, he was a bit used to the weakness of sea stone. Being able to move in this state, Sanji should be able to do that as well, as Sanji received his fruit just a few hours after Usopp. So why the cook was still yet to come, worried the sniper. As Anchor was the most capable one, he let him pass to get towards Sanji. But on the way, Usopp also readied another shining star, in case the tree turned out to be an enemy. Usopp was very close to awakening his observation haki, and there were even some cases he had shown signs of using it. And that's why his intuition told him that the tree was much more than what it seemed. So, he was ready to blow it up, if necessary. One thing funny about his power was that after affecting an object with his size fruit, unless he turned it back to its original size, the object would remain the same size, even if he was knocked out or without his powers. Sparky's power also worked similarly, but had a timer on. Unless the object of effect was alive, and had a strong will, it would remain with the effect. But even without his full use of his powers, Usopp was somehow able to cancel out the effect mentally. So, most of his shrunken ammunition were still valid for the fight. It was similar to how Luffy could still minimally stretch his rubber body even underwater. Though, if he was here, everyone was sure that this kind of weakness wouldn't bother him. As Anchor started getting near the tree, Usopp readied himself. But right then, like a meteor with red flames, Sanji came down, destroying multiple golems. His feet laced with flames as he panted, clearly showing signs of weakness. But something stood out on him. Sanji stood up from the crater of his own making. On his shoulder was a small tree-like creature that looked sad. Even Sanji looked like he had a sad expression on his face. Right then the giant tree moved, as if it came to life with a roar that shook the whole room. But Usopp for some reason didn't feel threatened by it. I am Groot. The tree creatures roared, and the vines and ivy around all of them came to life, grabbing hold of the golems, wasps. The vines even blocked off some of the spores on the ceiling. But Usopp and the others had little time to be amazed as suddenly Sanji came by and destroyed a particularly blocked tunnel that was far to the side. It seems, somehow, the cook knew which way to go. He came back immediately, picking up Robin, and Law. Chopper grabbed Usopp. Popo, Anchor, Cricket. Everyone, this way. As all of them followed Sanji, the small tree creature on Sanji's back looked back towards the giant tree creature, shedding a silent tear. I am Groot. He softly said, as he gave her one last smile. Before all of them exited through the tunnel. The tunnel closed, with ivy and roots. As the giant creature smiled, a hint of sadness in its ancient eyes. She then looked at her foes and roared, I am Groot. Engulfing the whole room in its roots and vines. Fending off against every enemy with its mighty powers, doing everything so that her child could reach a better future. 348. As the old Groot closed off the tunnel, with the last embers of its powers it held down the mechanical beasts. She didn't know how long it had been since she last fought against them. But it had been long, that's for sure. She looked at the closed-off tunnels as she looked around, the vacant halls of the prison she called home for years. If Sanji was successful, then it would be destroyed, and knowing that brought her peace. When she was first brought here, she wasn't alone. There were others. Growth that were far older, wiser, and more powerful than her. All of them were captured for one reason only. To fuel the research of a madman who had lost himself in revenge. She still remembered why she was brought here. The madman tried to build something that blended nature with tech, to create a being powerful enough to fight off against its enemies. And also extend his life. The latter of his goals was unsuccessful, as he was killed by his own artificial creation. But the said artificial creation was also far more crueler than the madman that created him. And this was the reason why they were experimented on. One by one, every one of her kin fell. Either not surviving the cruel experiments or turning mad and ending their own lives, not being able to keep up with the pain and agony. Even the love of her life succumbed to the cruel experiments. She would have taken her life as well, but she couldn't. Not when she had a child to take care of. A young growth sapling, her child was so little back then. Even now, he was taking longer to reach maturity. For a growth, their lifespan was long, easily twice or thrice that of a giant. Even she herself was nearing the end of her lifespan. If she didn't have her son, maybe she would have perished like her other kin. But she didn't. With all of her will, she was somehow able to survive against all odds. And around maybe 400 years ago, something happened that made the experiments on them stop. But by then she was the only survivor. She and her growing son. Usually, a growth took a lot of time to be born. Even then her son took way longer than it should have. And after that, he was taking way longer to grow as well. But it was a given, for a growth to grow and reach maturity, they needed earth, and moonlight. Without moonlight, it was very hard for the little one to grow. They might be trees, but they didn't rely on the sunlight. They relied on the moonlight instead. A given thing, since they were originally from there. Sure, they had light sources, but they were unnatural. Just something to mimic the moonlight, not the actual thing. The only reason why her son survived was because of the taboo task she did. Nurturing herself and her newborn with nothing but the remains of her fallen kin and the other beasts that laid within the dungeon. But she had to do everything for her child to survive, and so she did. Her only wish was for her child to see the open sky. To find freedom. But as time passed on, she had given up on that hope. Her last few years were spent with constant worry, about leaving behind a child that hadn't seen anything of the outside world. Her lifespan was reaching its end. And she knew she would need to part with the world soon. So she had almost lost hope, until today. A group of humans. How was this possible, she had thought, did they come here from the outside, from the surface? But it didn't make sense. Wasn't the dungeon supposed to be dead? It had been years since that day. When the dungeon lost its power. Other than the light source and some self-generating engine, every part of the dungeon had shut down. She had tried everything, going around all rooms, trying to break free. But she was unsuccessful. The dungeon was big, a labyrinth that was purely made to stand the passage of time. An artificial creation that wanted to build the perfect mechanical warriors to serve its cause. Others might have not known this, but she did. She had spoken to the artificial creation after all. She had pleaded to him, to at least give her son the freedom. But the artificial creation didn't have the power to do so. As the artificial creation itself didn't know how to get out. This dungeon, this prison was built underneath the city of Shandora. A complex build, that outstretched quite deep into the island. It was built in a way that simulated a complex array of environments. It was made in a way that the prisoners could survive in here. The colony of growths weren't the only creatures that were trapped here and experimented on. No. There were others here as well. Other creatures with odd powers, but most of them were unintelligent. Even if some were, they didn't survive long enough. Like her kin, all of them perished, leaving behind only her. This wasn't the only room either. This was merely the biggest one. There were other rooms, but like every one of them, they were empty and lifeless. So she was surprised when outsiders came here. This dungeon, it was supposed to be dead and closed. No one could get in or get out. That's what the artificial life form had said to her. Then, was she lied to? Or was it, that somehow the dungeon was fixed? Somehow, for some reason, the dungeon was locked out from the outside world. Along with it, the source of its power was cut off, almost disabling the dungeon. The only reason why it was able to survive was because of the self-generated power sources it had. That's why she was surprised that new people actually managed to come here. The dungeon was a prison as well as a testing ground. Built to gift powers to those who passed the trials. The artificial creation wouldn't let her pass, as she was a prisoner. But her child, if he was able to pass the trials, the artificial creation might set him free. It didn't matter for her. Her life was already ending. But it did give her hope for her child. The only memory she had of the outside world was difficult for her to remember. It had been so long. If only her child was able to see it himself. But even with that hope, she knew her child didn't have the power to pass the trials. But maybe, just maybe, these strangers would be able to help him. However, she was reluctant. Why would she trust people she had just met? But when she heard the newcomers speaking about going back to the outside world, she just couldn't stop herself. She had to do something. It was a risk. But it might be worth it. The open sky with the blazing sun, the radiating moon and the star-filled night sky. How many years had it passed? She might have lost her time, but her child hadn't. The young Groat mostly spent his time sleeping. Having nothing else to do. Over the years, the child had went to almost every room in the dungeon except the one that it couldn't open. The room of that artificial creation. The dungeon was a pretty big place, but even then, it was nothing compared to the outside world. At least she wanted her child to be free. 349. As the old Groat was thinking that, the dungeon started to wake up. It seemed her guess was right. Somehow, for some reason, the dungeon was revived. Not that could be killed anyway, as it was an artificial life form after all. So, somehow, the outsiders were able to restart the dungeon. As the dungeon revived, more and more artificial life forms started to come out of the nests. Stone walkers, steel bugs, dungeon guards that were artificial like the dungeon itself. They came en masse in numbers. She was hesitant to act. As the main targets were the people that came here, the outsiders. Most of the time, the dungeon guards didn't usually harm their prisoners, unless they acted against it. So she was reluctant to act. Even though she wanted nothing more to pummel the artificial beings, she had to hold herself back for her child. But then she saw something that made her worldview change. The outsiders were not only fighting the dungeon guards off, they were also winning against it. One blonde man in particular was dealing the most damage. Wielding fire on his legs, he moved and danced around his enemy in a way that made it look easy. The power, the speed, it was unmatched, unlike any she had ever seen. And that wasn't all. There was something off about him, the power. He was one of the fruit users, wasn't he? That changed things. She had seen some prisoners, the diverse powers the fruit granted. A fruit user might have the power to get out of the dungeon. But then again, it could be a lie. A false hope that she was clinging on to. But as time passed on, she was getting impressed by the wild abilities the group possessed. At least 4 of them had fruit abilities. And even those that didn't had enough strength to stand up against the dungeon. This might be the only way. Even then, she was reluctant. She knew she would depart from the world of the living soon, but her child, could she trust the strangers? She had to know. And right as she was thinking that, the blonde-haired fire user was sent her way. The man's small form getting entangled in her branches, and she tried to cushion his fall. It seemed for some reason that the man had become weak, unable to completely utilize his powers. But it didn't matter, this was an opportunity. Her branches wrapped around the man's head, trying to do something that she was a bit hesitant to do. For the intelligence the Groat population had, their vocabulary was limited. So this was an easy way to communicate. Luckily whatever was making the man weak, made it easy for her to link up. And after some time, she started asking him a series of questions. The man was reluctant to answer, but when she showed her what had happened to her, and what might happen to them, he became much more open. The process of communicating like this was a process of trust. So she had to trust him, showing him what she knew about the dungeon, and how it couldn't be beaten alone. And in return, the outsider trusted her. She couldn't just read into his memories, that's not how her powers worked. She could just ask questions and know the answers. And after some time, she had all the answers she needed. Sanji was a nobleman. A man who had friends, and comrades who he was willing to give his life for. A man with good morals and strength to fight for what was right. So she trusted him with her child with the promise that she would take care of the dungeon guards, and the little one would show him the correct way to navigate through the labyrinth. Sanji was reluctant at first, not wanting to leave a woman behind. But it made her even more determined to help the man. She woke up her child from his slumber, and shared what was about to happen. The small Groat cried, not wanting to see her part. But some things were not meant to be. Even the blonde young man was conflicted, but he did take the young Groat in. At least she could trust him. Before long, the dungeon guards, the stone walkers, broke free from her vines. The steel bugs came out destroying through her roots, but by then, she made sure to lock the tunnel. With nothing else to do, she fought against the lifeless creatures that had imprisoned her kind. This was the least she could do for the years she had been locked up here. As Sanji and the group ran through the tunnel, they didn't face any more distractions. With the little Groat showing him the correct way to navigate, they didn't need to worry about going into the wrong direction. Sanji ran, on his hands was Robin. If this was any other moment, he would have taken the time to enjoy it. But now he didn't have anything of that sort in mind. Robin was barely able to move, mainly because of the sea stone weakness, or whatever it was, that mimicked sea stone weakness. The only reason why he could move about was because of his practice with sea stone cuffs. The same was for Usopp. Law couldn't move either. Who knew having a training junkie for a captain would turn out this well? I am Groat. The small creature on his shoulder said softly, pointing at another turn as they followed his lead. His tone was laced with sadness, and Sanji's heart squeezed at that. Hey, don't worry little guy, we won't leave her behind. He said. The young Groat turned his head at him with hopeful eyes, and nodded. Call it a lie, but he had to say something. This hit home in ways that Sanji didn't want to remember. It was like in his place was old man Zeph and the young Groat was the little him, running away from his father and siblings, leaving his mother's cold body behind. This feeling of helplessness, he couldn't bear it. Was this how Chef Zeph felt when he ran away with him? This wasn't supposed to happen. If only he was stronger, if... Sanji bit his lips as he quickened his pace. Even with his sea stone weakness draining his powers, his will burned with flames fueling his speed. Behind him, Chopper had opted to take everyone on his back and ran along with the fastest speed his Solong form could muster. The tunnels wound through the dungeon like ancient veins, their rough-hewn stone walls adorned with flickering torches that cast eerie shadows. Electric circuit-like patterns ran alongside, emanating a reddish glow and a humming energy that pulsed through the stone. The runner's urgent footsteps created a rhythmic cadence, echoing through the labyrinthian passages that seemed to challenge the laws of time and space. Before long, the group of pirate came in front of a large door. A towering stone door adorned with mesmerizing carvings. The door was large, at least half the size of a giant, and looked old, dusty. Vines and cobwebs surrounded the door, making them realize that unlike the rest of the place, this room hadn't been opened for a long, long time. Sanji stepped forward and touched something invisible in the air. With his touch a red barrier appeared before him. Before receding, giving the group access to the final room. "So, this is it, huh?" Sanji said, while leaning against the wall. He was a bit out of breath, still, he had to go on. "You know you can put me down, right?" Robin said, who was still being held by Sanji. "I am Groot." The young Groot on his shoulder nodded. Sanji clicked his tongue, as he looked over his shoulder, looking at the rest of the pirates. "Be ready. We might need to go all out for this one." The group behind him nodded. While Bappo, Law, and Cricket were new to the group, the others had never seen Sanji this serious, adding urgency to the situation. Other than Chopper, who was a bit winded, the others were mostly in good health. Sanji put Robin down, before coming up with a quick plan. Robin and Law would stand behind, while the others would fight. Even Bappo volunteered to fight, asking Chopper for something specific that Sanji didn't pay that much attention to. Usopp would be the sniper and would mainly be guarded by Cricket and Anchor, while the others would be on the front lines. Of course, Sanji would be taking charge of the situation. But even then they had to be careful, who knows what kind of danger laid behind the door. So with this in mind, Sanji came forward and kicked the giant door open. With one kick the large door was smashed open, revealing the final challenge behind the door. A/N, first of all, I know Groot and Marvel are usually genderless. But writing it so many times, was kind of not making sense. Also, this is Sanji's arc. So in a way, him helping a mother was like an event dedicated to him. Mirroring what happened with Jeff in this story. Just a recap, in this story, Sanji and his mother escaped from his father, Jude, and other siblings. They got found, and Sanji's mother was killed. Zeph came in, and saved Sanji from getting killed, almost losing his leg in the process. They get out of island somehow, before getting stranded on a rock. And like canon, Zeph eats his own leg to survive, while giving Sanji all of the food. This is also the reason why Sanji is more dedicated to training and revenge. Anyway, in this story, Groots are from the moon, if it wasn't obvious. And they have both genders, here, unlike Marvel where they are genderless. Also, about the point, that if the dungeon is underground, why didn't Sanji's observation haki pick up anything? Well, this is an old theory. But in Impel Down, Ivankov and his group were hiding for years. But no one was able to find them. I'm sure at least a few Marines with observation haki came there to search for them. But they weren't able to find them. So the theory goes, like how Sea Kings aren't able to detect a ship with sea stone bottom. Observation haki users can't detect people if it's made out of materials that's similar to sea stone. This should be kind of reasonable, as like I previously stated being invisible negates normal observation haki. Expert or talented users could of course detect them, but normal users can't. Hope this clears things up. 350. With Luffy. Luffy came back to Shandora, along with Sabo and Sparky. Their reasoning being simple, to bring Usopp and the rest of the group up to where the arc maximum was. Well, mainly Usopp. He wanted to find Usopp to make the ship smaller. While the ship wasn't made for the Blue Sea, the wood was strong, and the ingenuity of it was quite amazing. Even Sabo was able to pilot the ship with his new powers after a bit of tinkering. He wanted to make the ship small, so that it would be easy to carry, and maybe analyze it in Water 7. A flying ship was no joke. Enel, for how much of an arrogant bastard he was also brilliant. He made this ship, just from studying old ships from the Blue Sea that would occasionally come here. And if anyone could replicate or improve the technology, then it would be Frankie or Icebug. Luffy had also decided to give the ship, and the gold that made up the interior, to Sabo. A flying ship was a really good way to travel, and he was sure, back in the Revolutionary Army, that someone would be able to make a smaller version of it. Still, Luffy wasn't going to give all the gold of the Arc Maximum to Sabo. Of course not. If you combine all the gold that Enel collected out of Shandora and divide it up into 3 equal portions, then Arc Maximum took 2 portions of it to make. Not only were the engine and internals made out of gold, there were a bunch of unnecessary decorations made out of gold as well. So other than the important gold parts that made up the ship, Luffy decided to take away the other portions of the gold. Meaning he was only going to give the Revolutionary Army 1 portion of the gold. Which was honestly quite a lot. But he didn't mind sharing. Honestly, he would have preferred to give Sabo and the Revolutionary Army more. Mainly because he wanted their help to take down Doflamingo. Sure, he could take him down alone, but as a warlord, he couldn't fight him. But Sabo could. So the credit would go to the Revolutionary Army, and his entire underground operation would be up for taking. Now why would Luffy want to take in the underground operation controlled by Doflamingo? Well, the bastard mainly had a monopoly on the black market. Even back in East Blue, illegal weapons, fruits or even info could only be bought through official means from Joker. So, this would connect him to all the blues, making it easier for his CDs to take over. But that wasn't all. Joker also knew a lot about the secrets of the world nobles, so a bit of encouragement after catching him alive should be enough to get that as well. Luffy remembered in canon how even the world nobles were hesitant to work against him. Even sending in assassins in to impel down to silence him after his capture. So this should be easy. Also, in this way, he might actually be able to know something about Saint Camille and maybe beyond. Doflamingo did know about Imu. Anyway, there was another reason why he wasn't giving Sabo more gold. Why? Because the lightning logia was officially broken. Somehow, Sabo had found a way to mix his observation haki with his lightning logia powers. Now that wasn't too surprising, since Enel did that, and literally became an oversized spy microphone. No, what was surprising was the fact that Sabo was able to pick up distinct metals by channeling his powers underground. Basically making Sabo a metal detector, or gold detector to be exact. As he currently is, he was most proficient in working with gold. Meaning, if Sabo went from island to island, which the Revolutionary Army had control over, Luffy was sure he would be able to find at least a few undiscovered gold or silver mines. Talk about being hacks. As Luffy came down to Shandora, he and Sabo stopped mid-air. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting a dancing snake. Sabo mused. Sparky, who was on his shoulder, nodded. The giant snake, Nola, the one who had lived for more than 400 years, danced gleefully at the bell's sound. But while others were musing at the situation, Luffy was frowning. Hey, Sabo, Sparky, is it me, or are you guys unable to pick up Sanji and others' auras? Sabo and Sparky snapped their necks at Luffy and quickly activated their observation haki. Sabo going as far as to encompass the whole island. But like Luffy, he came up with nothing. This might be a problem, Sabo said. Luffy's frown deepened as he looked at his brother. Can you go up and bring the rest of the crew down? I think this might be a problem. Sabo nodded, turned into lightning zipping through the air with the fastest speed he could manage. Sparky also moved in towards the giant snake without Luffy's order, hitting up a conversation with the giant snake about the possible location of his crewmates. The giant snake was surprised, but when Sparky explained it was his crewmates that set up the bell, the giant snake started to help the little monkey, calling up other animals to look for any clues about where they might have gone. Luffy also came down near the giant golden bell that was automatically ringing. Though the sound was much less than what he expected. It surely wouldn't reach the Blue Sea. And speaking of the golden bell, this wasn't supposed to be here as well. It seemed his crewmates had taken down the golden bell from where it was, and planted it into its rightful place. But if that's the case, where were they? He was getting a blank from his observation haki, and something told me that this bell might be the reason for it. Maybe stopping the bell from ringing would do something? As Luffy walked forward, wanting to touch the bell, he was stopped by a blue barrier that zapped him, making him jump back. This was definitely not supposed to happen. He cocked back his fist, channeling advanced armament haki into his fist, but stopped when he heard his nameless Naginata call up. "Don't do that!" Luffy's blade called out, stopping him midway. "You wouldn't be able to do anything, but even if you can, this place might explode if you use too much force." "What? Don't you sense it? The whole island is like a bomb. Use your observation haki." Luffy blinked, and used his observation haki. Mainly using it in his eyes, like how he did with Blackbeard, and looked around. And his nameless Naginata was right. He jumped into the air, using Geppo to get a bird's eye view. And with the help of his observation haki he saw it. It seemed a good portion around Shandora was channeling some kind of energy. And it almost looked like a series of underground structures was beneath the earth. Structures that reminded him of an underground labyrinth. How did I miss that? Was it always like this? Several other questions popped up in his mind. But he found no answer. It's not. If this kind of energy was visible, I would have sensed it before. His nameless Naginata gave him a small answer. Call it a hunch, but whatever happened to your crewmates, that might be the reason. There was a pause before it continued. I have seen this once before, they might be inside a dungeon. A what? 351. The group stopped looking at the scene in front of them. In front of them was a room that was similar to the previous one that they had just left. But bigger, maybe being twice the size as the previous rooms. The room was clean. Way too clean. While the other room reminded them of the passage of time, this room seemed to be preserved in it. The walls, ceilings, pillars, and everything in the room were clean. The circuits on the wall could be clearly seen and hummed brightly in a way that was kind of rhythmic. At the end of the room, one could see several cells, bars made to trap creatures, but if one looked inside, they wouldn't be able to see anything because of the darkness. There was also another hidden room at the end, but like the tunnels, it was locked. Inside the last room, stood tall giant headless statues, 10 of them in total. A size that matched Dori and Bragi. They looked a bit similar to the golems from the previous rooms, but on a much larger scale. If someone had to describe some of them, it would look as if they were giant armors. All 10 statues created a passage line on both sides, and at the end of it stood a golden figure, who was around 10 feet tall. The figure wore an armor that made him look like a knight, a golden knight. He had a cape that clasped around his neck and flowed on his back. Even without a sword, the knight stood proud with a sense of arrogance in him. Of course, like the others, this one was also mechanical. And yet it radiated power and eeriness unlike them, even if it was much smaller than the others. As the group entered the hall, a wall dropped down behind them, closing off their escape. Along with taking away the weakness of the devil fruit users. What the? Usopp said, surprised as he was back to full strength. It seems the weakness is gone. Robin said, with a frown, wondering why they did that. She was pretty sure it wasn't out of goodwill. We don't have to hold back now. We can go all out. Law didn't say anything, but Popo could see that the doctor was pissed for being useless previously. Sanji also didn't say anything, focusing on the enemy at hand and also checking his returning powers. "Hail, valiant warriors!" proclaimed the Golden Knight, its voice resounding with grandeur throughout the chamber. "I must commend thee for venturing thus far. Yet, this is the utmost extent thou shalt reach. Ordinarily, I would orchestrate challenges and bestow rewards upon thee, but that shall not suffice. Tch. I don't care. Just free everyone. Sanji said, cutting to the point, a bit pissed off. Us, the small guy right here jabbing his thumb towards the smaller Groat. And the large Miss Groat back in the other room. Free all of us, we don't really care about your stupid game. The Golden Knight narrowed its eyes, and why shall I do that? Cause we are the reason the dungeon was reactivated in the first place. Sanji stated, a small smile on his face. Miss Groat showed me a lot of stuff, and it seems you guys were trapped here, so you can thank us by freeing us. The Golden Knight laughed, finding amusement as it looked at Sanji. Oh, thou meanest that tree-stricken fool? Who takes heed of her, he remarked, oblivious to the growing ire in Sanji. She hath been naught but a vexation, incessantly lamenting over progeny and such. Nonetheless, that is of little concern to me. What thou hast accomplished is indeed laudable. Yet. Then, why, sir? Usopp asked, politely, trying to be diplomatic. Now that he got his powers back, he was less afraid, but still, he would try to not fight it through. We don't need to. Speak not over my words, witless peasant. Growled the Golden Knight, causing the sniper to involuntarily flinch. He then cleared his throat with a haughty air, as I was elucidating, thine endeavour to rejuvenate this dungeon was indeed praiseworthy, and I find myself beholden for thy actions. Yet, apprehend that I was forged to sculpt the most powerful warriors. And that requires a trove of research materials. The dungeon's cessation spanned nearly 4 centuries, leading to the demise of many if not all experimental materials. The Golden Knight said, of course speaking about the prisoners. However, fret not, for thy own assemblage is at hand. If you were from the progeny of Shandora, it would have been different, but as you are not, I need not concern myself, for thou art destined to become the ideal subjects for the culmination of my ultimate creation, the Golden Knight declared with an air of chilling certainty. Its eyes gleamed with a manic light, thus. Before he could finish his sentence he was kicked by Sanji, who appeared before him, all of a sudden. Being so fast that, he left an afterimage in his awake. The Golden Knight didn't even see what happened as his body sent through 2 pillars before he got planted right into the opposite end of the wall, large spider cracks forming, and its head planted like a nail on the wall. You talk too much. Sanji growled as he lowered his flaming leg, not even bothering with anything else. The bastard reminded him too much of his biological father. The arrogant voice, and the madness to fulfill his goal at any cost, he couldn't just stand it. With everything going on, his rage was at a breaking point. The 10 giant armors locked onto their target. But room. At the same time when Sanji attacked, Law did his own, engulfing the whole area in his spherical bubble as he moved his sword. Sanji wasn't the only one that was pissed. Amputate. Suddenly all of the 10 giant armors fell on the ground in massive chunks, along with some of the pillars getting sliced. Groat, Usopp, and Chopper had their jaws on the floor, as they looked between Law and the giant sliced-up armor statues, wondering how he was able to do it. This was the first time they offensively saw Law using his amputate ability. 352. Law held back a smirk, as he focused, closing his eyes. The room sphere still around the room, as he did. Inside his room he could get certain ideas about the location and position of all of the things in it. Almost similar to an observation haki user, and with that he was able to get the position of what he was looking for. He swinged his sword again from his position, and further away from the group, a wall was cut off in chunks, revealing a hidden room. Law smirked and was about to teleport, switch all of them with the rebels, all of them near the tunnel, when... Enough! The sound of fingers snapping cut through, cutting Law off as he was brushed into a flaming explosion, almost getting knocked out and his room sphere disappearing. Everyone around Law was wide-eyed, not knowing what just happened. Law! Bappo said quickly, helping his friend. What the... Usopp blinked, looking between Law and the Golden Knight, who stood up. I didn't even see anything hit him, how did he even hit him? All of them put their guard up, and Sanji even moved in for an attack. But another sound of snapping of fingers came, and Sanji's body also exploded into flames. This one much bigger, destroying the floor and the surroundings. What the? It happened again, Usopp said, getting confused. He wasn't able to see the attack at all. What's going on? Don't know, but Sanji might need some help. Robin said, crossing her arms and opening her fingers, but I'm not a fighter. I will do something else. The others didn't say anything, and the first one to move was Chopper, who was still in his Solong form. He couldn't keep up the form for much long, so he moved in to attack the Golden Warrior. Anchor and Cricket also moved following behind. Popo left Law's side and was about to follow them, but Usopp stopped him. Some of us need to stick together. The sniper said, you can shoot right. The mink nodded. Usopp then looked at the other one, how about you? I am Groot. The little one nodded. And, so Usopp provided them with guns to help the others from the long distance. The Golden Knight looked pissed as he came out of his crater, with the front portion of his helmet broken. Inside was no human, just a mechanical cyborg that looked dangerously pissed. Ungrateful swine! You shall see my wrath. Activate the gravity wall. As if hearing his command, the dungeon's light flickered from blue to green. Sanji jumped forward trying to move, but was dropped to the floor with a loud thud. It wasn't only him. All of the pirates present there also fell to the floor as if they were weighing at least 3 times their weight. The fuck is happening now? Cricket growled as he was plastered to the floor, same with Anchor and the others. It was very hard to move, it was almost as if they had been put under a rock. A very very heavy rock. Ra-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The Golden Knight laughed, as it stood up, with a lot of effort. It seemed he was also getting affected by what was happening to the others. Filthy peasants! How dare thy wretched form inflict injury upon me? I must exact retribution for thy audacious transgression. But while others were down, one of them stood up, it was Sanji. Gritting his teeth, the cook stood up, glaring flames at the Golden Knight. As he activated his speed overdrive, would you ever shut up? What? How thy even? The Golden Knight couldn't even finish his sentence as Sanji appeared before him yet again, driving his leg down onto its head, planting him right into the ground. You are damn annoying. Sanji said word by word as he stomped the fallen knight with all of his strength, flaming legs that was burning almost blue, crushing down the armor of the Golden Knight. Gah! Let me go! But Sanji wasn't having it. Even with all of his strength, his kicks were doing little damage to the Golden Knight. That's why he didn't even let him stand and stomped him, again and again, so that he could be put down permanently. With each stomp, the speed was going up, and Sanji knew if he could keep it up for a few more seconds then it would be over, but enough! The Golden Knight snapped from its body, and multiple slots opened, pushing Sanji away with a wave of pure sound. The cook was surprised and the attack hit him head-on, almost breaking his eardrums, and making him crash into a pillar. Shit! Sanji thought, almost a good portion of his body's exoskeleton was cracked due to that attack. It was much more powerful than those finger-snapping attacks. The Golden Knight was mad, as it jumped out of its crater onto Sanji, snapping his fingers multiple times as Sanji was engulfed in explosions. Before he roared forward, creating a sonic boom that would decimate Sanji. But rather than how the Golden Knight expected, Sanji dodged the attack in the nick of time, using Geppo and Sora to appear in front of the knight, and kick the knight in its head, making him stagger. The cook didn't care about the pain, using his powers to boost his recovery and flames as he attacked the Golden Knight. But even then the Golden Knight was tougher than it looked, taking Sanji's kicks with minimal damage. Still, it was adding up. Their fight went on for a while, with both almost being in a stalemate. Sanji jumped back, dodging one of the Golden Knight's sonic roars. Unlike his finger-snapping attacks, these could be avoided. Sanji still wasn't able to figure out how his attacks worked. What he did know was that it was related to sound. I have to end it fast, Sanji thought as he pushed through the pain and injuries, attacking with all he had. While this was happening, the other Straw Hats were still on the floor, barely able to move. Not everyone was used to this level of pressure. What is going on? Usopp asked with gritted teeth as he could barely pick himself up. I am Groot, the little Groot said. Along with him he was also pressed down on the floor. How would I know? Law grumbled as he tried to do the same, but surprisingly he wasn't able to, unlike Usopp. What Law didn't know was that, unlike the others, Usopp's body was a lot stronger than it looked. It was mainly due to two reasons, because with the extensive training that he had to go through from day one, and also because of his devil fruit powers. The long-nosed sniper was unconsciously shrinking down the gravity effect on his body. It's coming from above, Robin said, struggling on the floor. Look up, there are some devices up there. All of them followed, and surely enough, on the ceiling, were large devices that looked similar to disco balls, except they weren't. Rather than shining with various colors, it produced a sound that was pushing down on all of them, as if increasing the gravity. Room, Law said. The sphere extended out of his hand, but unlike before it couldn't be stretched so far before the sphere collapsed on itself due to the increased gravity. Shit! My powers aren't working properly. Law's no me abilities was connected to his physical health. Almost all of them used up a lot of stamina, compared to the other devil fruit users. And because of the increased gravity, as his body wasn't able to fully withstand it, so couldn't his powers. If the room was like the previous one, maybe he could, but this room was much bigger. The doctor wondered how they would get out of this mess, when the ground started to shake. He looked to his side and saw something that made him wide-eyed. Giant Usopp! The sniper roared as he grew in size, matching that of a giant. Along with his size, he also had gained the strength of one. Still, the strain from the gravity pushed him down, and yet he pushed through, with willpower. And yet he was only halfway there, but Usopp knew that, with strain, he cocked back his hand and threw a small object that grew in size as it went. Giant throw! Shining star! What? But how? The Golden Knight exclaimed in shock, but he couldn't attack, as Sanji came in for a kick. Oi, shithead! Don't get distracted! The Dynastone-inspired explosive exploded on the ceiling, generating enough power to destroy most of the devices, but the explosion was big enough to throw even Usopp back, who fell backward, and started shrinking down. He would have crash-landed, but Chopper came in the nick of time to catch him in his Solong form. Both of them rolled to the floor, but were safe. With that the effects of the gravity ended, and for the second time, everything was back to somewhat normal. And because of that, Sanji could go all out, so he finished it as quickly as possible. Enough of you fools! The Golden Knight roared, snapping his hands as multiple explosions occurred around Sanji's body, engulfing him. But the cook pushed through, coming out of the smoke like a wheel of flames, blue flames. With all the speed generated from his speed overdrive, Sanji was able to power his flames to blue, Ifrit Jam, Hatchage Special. The attack landed right on the Golden Knight's head, as it was cleanly cut through, destroying the Golden Knight for eternity. A/N, a short description about the size fruit. And Usopp. After eating the size fruit, Usopp is basically a size human. Meaning he comes in all sizes. Editor note, does that make him a size king? V. So when he is a giant, he has the strength and weight of one, when he sizes up. And when he shrinks down, he has a weight similar to his form. But he can cancel out the strength portion of his powers, giving him strength equal to his normal size, in his shrunken down form. Remember, all of the weight here is a supernatural weight, meaning it impossible to measure it with normal terms. It's kind of like the kilo fruit or ton fruit in that regard. It's different from Luffy or Chopper's powers where they gain mass from other dimensions. Anyway, Usopp's powers also extend to other things he shrinks down. And if they are inanimate objects then they will remain that size, unless he cancels out the power. For now, he is more used to shrinking stuff down, and keeping them that way. But in future, he will be able to make them larger as well, and keep them larger for an extended period of time as well. For living beings it's a bit tricky, like for example, if Usopp shrinks Momo down to matchbox size, the Sea King will be able to remain that way. But if the Sea King wants it, he can also get back to its original size. But that's because he subconsciously gave them, Hachin or any other crewmates, permission. For others, if Usopp wants he can shrink them, and keep them as prisoners. Though it would be tough on him. Unlike Sparky his ability depends on his willpower, not a timer. If the said prisoner is more powerful than him, then he might be able to break free from his size change. Also, as this is a paramecia, he can size up or shrink down other concepts such as gravity or flames and such. But Usopp would need to get better at using his powers and be creative with it, do that consciously. Back to regular updates. My university finals are coming in November, but my uni program is an ass. Giving me shit ton of work, presentation, and random useless stuff to just pressure me. So I'm gonna stick to 1 chapter a day. So 7 chapters a week. But don't worry, after exams, I will be able to provide more chapters. A/N, read my other FICS if you have the time. And guys, for those who want to read ahead and support me at the same time, go to my Patreon. Naruto, Tales of Obito Uchiha, 20 to 30 Advanced Chapter. One Piece, The Unreal Adventure, 20 to 30 Advanced Chapter. Pokemon, an ashy start, work in progress for now. But please do add it to your collection. Don't forget to leave a review or power stones. Every help counts to boost the story. Patreon.com/fallencrown and join my Discord, https://discord.gg/nextna56ks nextna56ks. 353. Sanji leaned on his knees, breathing heavily as he finished the fight. That actually took more effort than it should have. The destroyed body of the Golden Knight lay on the floor, in 2 halves. The moment the Golden Knight was destroyed, the circuit lights on the dungeon walls and floors started to dim down, and blink. Right after that, the whole place started to shake. What's happening now? Usopp asked. Well, I'm not gonna find out. Law said, quickly activating his ability, Room. The horizontal sphere, this time covered the whole room in an instant, and Law found something. He quickly moved his sword, slicing the air, and cutting down a wall further in the dungeon. With that, shambles. Everyone, Sanji, Anchor, Robin, Cricket, Usopp, Chopper, the little Groot and Law himself were teleported near the broken chunks of the wall. In there was a room filled with high-tech never seen before. The hidden room was an ancient chamber that seemed to defy the very era they knew. The room bore the weight of countless years, its walls adorned with a hodgepodge of aging electronics and machinery. Wires and cables snaked through the space like intricate veins, connecting to consoles and devices that pulsed with a faint power. It was a tableau of technology from a bygone age, and yet, it exuded an air of timeless sophistication. Digital screens adorned the walls, their once brilliant displays now dimmed by the passage of time. Mysterious symbols and text written in the ancient language flashed on the screens. Several strands of codes being written and rewritten, as the whole room started to shake. Amidst the electronic chaos, there was an eerie sense of stillness, as if time itself had stood still within this hidden sanctum. You! How did thee find this place? A voice came out of the screen, the same voice of the now destroyed Golden Knight. It seemed it had a backup of sorts. It matters not. I shall bury this whole place, if need to be. For I shall not yield to defeat. Why don't you stay down? Sanji grumbled, intending to move and destroy the whole place, but someone did before him. Law had enough of the bullshit. With his powers still activated, he moved his sword, slicing down everything in front before anything could go wrong, cutting down the wires that connected itself to the wall. What? Stop it! You are... The voice couldn't even finish his sentence as the whole dungeon turned off. Other than a few screens, most of the light sources in the dungeon, including the small circuits, shut off. And at the same time, the shaking of the dungeon stopped. That actually worked. Law said, getting everyone to look at him. I mean... I wasn't fully betting on it. Cricket sighed, his shoulder dropping, feeling tired. Is it finally over now? He said, looking at the floating chunks of tech that flew in air. No, it seems not. Robin said, walking forward, near one of the screens, that was still active, and floating. Even with everything cut off, there was still scribbles of words running on the screen. But no one could read it, as that was being written in ancient text. Well, except her. It seems our golden knight here has the tenacity of a cockroach. She said, looking over her shoulder. Wait. It's in the screen. Usopp asked. How's that even possible? Popo finished. Well, for one, the golden knight was what you would call an android, Robin said, getting a head tilt from several of his crewmates. He's a robot. Wait, Robinya, are you telling me that thing is a machine? Law asked, like the pacifistas. Yes, she sighed, as a few members of the crew had stars in their eyes. And a very crude one at that. She said, glancing at the screen. An amused smile appeared on her lips as she read what was being typed. She would have never imagined that she would read out curses and swear words in the ancient language. However, suddenly all of it stopped, and the screen became blank. Almost as if someone cut off the line. I am Groot. She blinked and looked at this side. The little tree creature had taken something out of the floating rubble, a square box, that hummed with blue light and power. The Groot then looked at her. I am Groot. Nice catch, Groot, she said. Can you give me that box, Groot? It might be something dangerous. The tree creature looked at Sanji, and when he nodded he gave the box to Robin. Robin took the box in hand, and inspected it. The box was small compared to the other large things in the room, still, it was bigger than Robin's hand, and it weighed a good several pounds as well. Even though it looked like it was made out of glass, it was in fact some translucent metal, that was cold to the touch. There were some small inscriptions on it. It was a bit hard to read due to it being old, but she could make out what it said. It seems this is some kind of power core, a very good one. She said, before looking at Law, can you find things similar to this box? There might be other power cores in here. Law nodded, and with his powers, several other power core boxes came out, but unlike the first one, which glowed blue, they were yellow and half the size of the original one. While he did that, suddenly the dungeon started to shake again. What's it this time? Anchor asked, putting up his guard as he looked above. The noise was coming from above. Sanji also looked and frowned, before he blinked in surprise. Suddenly the upper part of the ceiling was drilled down and a person came down, landing within a small crater. It was Luffy. And he looked a bit worried. Only after seeing Robin, Sanji, Usopp, and everyone else safe did he look relieved. But then he did a double take looking at the small tree creature. Groot. He mumbled, uncharacteristically. I am Groot. The tree creature nodded. Luffy opened and closed his mouth. He grinned. Well, I'm Luffy. Join my crew. Of course, there was a collective groan from his crewmates. 354. Well, I'm Luffy. Join my crew. There was a collective groan from his crewmates. However, almost all of them had expected that. Luffy. Did you find the others? A call came out from the hole that was in the ceiling. It was Nami's voice. Only one way to find out. Kuina's voice came, and a second later Luffy looked up, and sidestepped as Kuina dropped down gracefully. Sabo also came in a moment later after turning into lightning. Seeing all of them come from the outside, Robin looked at the others. It seems we're all free. The others cheered, though Sanji had a thoughtful look on his face. He walked near one of the pillars and kicked it, and like he expected, it easy got demolished, unlike other times when he had to use haki or flames to damage it. The others saw this and had a questioning look on their face. You guys get out on your own, I have something to do, he said, and with that, he started running. He stopped briefly near the closed-off tunnel where they came from before destroying it with one kick, before continuing. Now that the dungeon was turned off, its walls and structure were easy to break through. That's the reason why Luffy could easily break in from the outside, but this also meant one could get out from the inside. And whatever was blocking Sanji's observation haki from going outside the dungeon was also not there, meaning all the restrictions were turned off. Seeing Sanji going in there, the others looked at each other, before one of them followed. It was the little Groat. Luffy was also curious, so a few others followed where Sanji was going, while the rest of them went outside of the dungeon. Of course the little Groat wasn't fast enough, so Luffy carried the little one over his shoulder and followed behind Sanji. Sanji went through the tunnel, breaking off anything and everything that blocked his way. Now that the dungeon was down, he could fully sense the outside of the dungeon with his observation haki. It also let him see the large Groat, and how weak she was getting. Sanji kicked through the final wall, coming back to where the whole thing started. The first room that they got teleported to. Though Sanji was a bit surprised with what he saw, the whole room was now filled with vines and ivy, that captured and detained the mechanical golems and wasps. Now they were unmoving, it seems with they had also shut off with the dungeon. But Sanji didn't pay that much attention to them, as he looked at the older Groat. She looked weak, with a heavy heart. Sanji knew what was happening, she was dying. Seeing Sanji, the older Groat looked surprised. I am Groat. Sanji smiled, we are free now, he said as he walked forward. I will get you out. I am Groat. Almost not believing those words. Yes, I will get you out, Sanji said, looking upwards at the ceiling of the dungeon. Can you clear out the ceiling for me? I will dig a hole large enough so that you can escape. The older Groat looked surprised, but she nodded, clearing out some of the vines from the ceiling. Sanji didn't waste any time and used Jeppo to reach the ceiling a moment later, his feet laced with flames, diable jam, for it off lamb. Like a drill, Sanji's feet dug through the roof of the dungeon, going through it with the power of his haki and flames. He pushed through as dirt and debris fell, creating a large hole that started drilling upwards. The older Groat looked on, as the hole Sanji gave his all in creating became a giant hole for her to exit her lifelong prison. She didn't have much time on her hand, and she had almost given up all hope for herself, but it seemed there was still a chance for her to see the open sky. As Sanji finished drilling, sunlight peeked from the hole, falling on her body for the first time in centuries. She couldn't wait anymore, as Sanji called out to her to use the passageway. She was already moving. She crawled, using her vines and ivy to latch onto the soil of the upper yard. It would have been hard for her to pass through due to her massive size, but she could reduce her size because of her unique physique. Soon enough she was outside, and she finally was able to see what she had missed. The larger Groat, who had been in the oppressive depths of the dungeon for countless centuries, had lost touch with the world above. Her existence had been a solitary, subterranean one, after her people perished. But now, as she clawed her way out of the earth, her gnarled roots pushing through the soil and her form growing in size, she was greeted by a breathtaking spectacle. The world above was bathed in the soft, golden hues of a setting sun, casting long, dappled shadows across the land. They were at the border of Shandora, the once city of gold, and from there, the sky looked beautiful. The smell of fresh air, the sounds of birds and animals, all of it was breathtaking for her. In a way, it felt surreal. Her size, which had been reducing due to her losing health, started to feel invigorated, due to the nutrition-rich soil the upper grounds had. She gazed upwards, her eyes filled with wonder. The sky stretched out before her, a canvas painted with the fading colors of twilight. The sun, a fiery orb, cast its warm glow across the horizon, while the silvery moon, like a delicate jewel, began to emerge from its daytime slumber. It was a sight that stirred emotions long buried within Groot, a reminder of the world's enduring beauty. Was the sky always this big? She wondered. She was so used to seeing the ceiling of her prison that she didn't remember. She couldn't remember. Though Groot knew her time was limited, she couldn't help but savor these precious moments. The sky, with its shifting colors and celestial bodies, filled her core with a sense of serenity and awe. She felt a cherished connection with nature, a connection that had been denied to her for far too long. As the sun and moon shared the sky, she reveled in the symphony of colors and light that danced across the heavens, a final testament to the enduring majesty of the world she had missed so dearly. She didn't know how long she had been staring at the sky, but the other pirates had exited out of the dungeon with her child. The smaller Groot was also awed by the scene of the sky. Unlike her, the small one had never experienced the majestic beauty of the sky. She smiled, as she looked down, at Sanji and the others. "I am Groot," she said, thanking the man who made it all possible, and also his comrades for helping her. Her time was limited. She stretched out her branch-made arm towards the boy with the straw hat. On the boy's shoulder was the small Groot. The small one jumped up her arms. And the large Groot held her child for the last time. She knew her time was coming, and she was ready to accept it. "I am Groot," the small one cried, not wanting her to leave him. But her time had passed. "I am Groot," she said, telling her son to live a life that is free. "I am Groot." To create bonds with newfound friends and stay true to his beliefs and live a life that's worth living. "I am Groot." And lastly, to forgive her to leave him alone. "I am Groot." The small one cried, "I am Groot." But she gave no response. In her last moments she smiled at the smaller one, as her form started to shift. She knew her time had come, and because of it, she carefully placed her child down near Sanji. "I am Groot," she said weakly. And the blonde-hair man nodded, holding the crying Groot. With that she stood tall, her features growing shrivel, as new green leaves started sprouting, her face retracting in her bark as she grew in size. Her branches stretched out towards the sky, covering a good portion of it with leaves and vines. And with that she accepted her end. Almost turning into an ordinary tree. Only this one stood the tallest in upper yard. 355. The crew looked on as they watched the old Groot say her last words, and leave the land of the living. Most of them were unaware of what had happened. With everything going on, Sanji didn't have the time to explain the situation to them. Still, the crying of the younger group had and the passing of a mother made many of the Straw Hats mournful. While they might have not known what had happened, many of them were aware of the pain of losing a parent. Even Sanji shed some tears at the loss. For some time they stayed, and eventually, the little Groot cried himself to sleep. As it was already night, no one had any mood to do any more exploring, so the crew called it a night. Of course, Luffy made sure to stash the gold and Arc Maxim with Usopp's powers. He also wanted to explore the underground dungeon now that it was shut off, but going there alone wouldn't be fun or productive, so he left it be for tonight. The young Groot woke up in a place that he couldn't remember. He panicked, looking from side to side. Only after seeing Sanji a bit far away did he relax a bit. Though, the young Groot was curious as to what Sanji was doing. He was on a bed of sort, out in the open, with several camps and tents set up. Around them were tall trees, indicating they were still in the forest. In front of the bed was also a small table of sort. It was still night, and in front of them was a large campfire of sorts, with Sanji in front of a large table filled with vegetables, meat, dough, spices, and other food ingredients. And he was chopping away at the vegetables with grace. The crackling flames of the campfire cast dancing shadows around Sanji as he continued to work his culinary magic. The soft glow illuminated his face, highlighting his intense concentration and the beads of sweat forming on his brow. His hands moved with fluid precision, slicing through the vegetables like a seasoned samurai wielding a katana. The scent of the sizzling vegetables filled the air, mingling with the savory aroma of simmering broth that bubbled away in a pot suspended over the fire. Sanji's culinary skills were unmatched, even in the most rustic of settings. Each chop, each stir, was a testament to his dedication to the art of cooking. The night was filled with a serene calmness, broken only by the gentle crackle of the fire and the occasional sound of a log shifting. For the young Groat this was surreal, he hadn't seen anything like this before. The different smell and aromas of cooking was almost overwhelming. And for some reason, Groat felt a deep sense of hunger in him. "Oh, you woke up!" A little girl popped up from suddenly nowhere, scaring the young Groat. "I am Groat!" he exclaimed. "Oh, then I'm Isa," she said. "Are you hungry?" "Well, I am as well." But King Sanji said to wait. "So I'm waiting." She nodded cutely, bobbing her head back and forth. "I am Groat." He looked at Isa to Sanji. No wonder the human was so powerful. So he was a king here. A kind king. Hearing both of them talk, Sanji moved his head to look at them and gave them a smile. "Oh, you woke up," he said, smiling. "Let me give you something to eat." "Hey, I want food too," Isa complained, before coughing. "I mean my king, I also want some food." Sanji chuckled as he took 2 bowls with a gentle but confident touch. He delicately plucked the already boiled noodles from the pot, ensuring they retained their perfect al dente texture. The noodles glistened in the firelight, each strand coated with a thin layer of steam. Groat and Isa had stars in their eyes as Sanji showed off his skills. They had never seen someone cook with this much elegance. "What you are witnessing is a work of art," Luffy said, suddenly appearing right beside Groat, surprising both of the kids. "This here is Sanji, the king of chefs and the fastest man alive." Robin chuckled. He might not be there yet, but who knows? He might really take both of the titles soon. The kids blinked again seeing her. And it wasn't only her either. The rest of the crew had also sat down in various places around the campfire, all of them appreciating Sanji's skills. And Sanji wasn't working with only 2 bowls either. No, there were at least 24 bowls on the table as he worked on them. He handled the steamy noodles as if they were fragile treasures, gently lifting and separating them with a pair of wooden chopsticks. The noodles seemed to obey his every command, flowing gracefully in his grasp like a dancer's ribbon. They hung in midair for a moment, suspended in the warm night breeze, before being lowered into the waiting bowls. As he lowered the noodles into the bowls, they cascaded down in a perfect coil, creating an intricate, mesmerizing pattern. The simplicity of the act was transformed into artistry in Sanji's hands. The sight was awe-inspiring, a testament to his culinary mastery. With a final flourish, he set the bowls down on the table, their contents adorned with colorful, sautéed vegetables and aromatic broth. And to finish it all off, he topped them with beef jerky and half-boiled eggs. Sanji had turned a humble bowl of noodles into a work of culinary art, and the visual feast was as delightful as the taste promised to be. The kids gulped, already having water in their mouth, but they weren't the only ones. Luffy was gulping down saliva as well, gaining dead pants from them. "What? I'm a kid at heart," Luffy complained. The kids didn't say anything and just returned back to watching Sanji's work. Just as the cook finished placing all the bowls with food, he took out fresh chopsticks and placed them above the bowls of food, and placed them on all 5 trays. Right after that a large octopus-looking man with 6 arms came along, taking the trays of food and going towards all of the crew, distributing it. Groat blinked, only not noticing so many people, and many of them looked different from one another. Isa even had wings on her back. The young Groot wondered with excitement and anticipation at the wondrous world of outside. Though there was a tinge of sadness that his mother won't be able to experience this. Right then 2 bowls of food were placed by Sanji right in front of him and Isa. "Enjoy the food," he said with a smile, that made Groot almost forget about the tragedy as both Groot and Isa dug into the food, enjoying their meal. In no time, their bowls were empty and they were eagerly asking for seconds. Even though Groot had a limited vocabulary of 3 words, one could easily read what he wanted. And the little guy wanted food, to taste everything and to experience new things. For Groot, this was an experience he would never forget and something that would make him decide the path in his life. I mainly wanted this arc to be centered around Sanji, for now it will go back to the whole crew base. From time to time, I will base certain arcs or, a portion of the arcs, based on 1 or 2 Straw Hats. This will give them equal time to grow as characters. Everyone will have their own time, to show how well they grow with the crew. This makes it easy for me to show all of their growths to the readers. Luffy is still the main character, but with everything, his training and his plot knowledge, he won't get too many challenges. He knows the shortcuts and he's willing to take them. And I don't like nerfing the main character, or make him take stupid decisions just for the story to go forward. Every challenge Luffy faced mostly were out of his own control, and a butterfly effect of sort, editor, also stuff. That's why I will also go for other characters and their journey. How they see Luffy, and how Luffy's actions, training or suggestions, helped them in their journey. I added the part of Groot and his mother to make Sanji more grounded. As unlike the canon Sanji, he's flaming for revenge, so taking care of a kid will make him realize what he's lacking. And appreciate Zeph more. Speaking of Zeph, and other people in East Blue that are connected with the Straw Hats, they will also come back in the story. Luffy here is an ambitious planner, and he's not just going to leave them unguarded. Some might even join the crew as extended members, who knows. This is also the reason why I gave Sabo the lightning Logia fruit. He will also face challenges and I might do some side stories on him and his adventures. So yeah. Anyway, I will try to upload a few more chapters today. If everything goes well, so see ya soon. 356. The next day, most of the Straw Hats returned back to the dungeon. As the dungeon was clearly shut off from the inside, they had to use the holes to crawl or jump down there. Sanji had told Luffy about everything he came to know from the older Groot about the dungeon. How this dungeon was used as a research lab of sorts, with multiple unexplored rooms. The dungeon stretched long, bigger than the city of Shandora. From underground, it almost covered 1/3 of upper yard. So there was a good chance of finding some interesting things down there. And with the defenses down, most of the crew members scattered in groups to find anything and everything interesting. Robin was in the main room, with Law, Luffy, and Kuina. With Law's powers and some tinkering, they were able to deactivate the dungeon. So she was trying to do something to activate a part of the dungeon. Law rearranged all of the pieces back together, but it did nothing as they still had the power boxes in their hand. The blue one was the main power core box, larger than the rest, yellow-colored core boxes. So except the blue one, Robin placed the yellow power boxes back into their places. She did it carefully one by one. Kuina was there as in case of any explosion, she would able to freeze them. While Luffy was there for her sister if she needed a quick way out. Law was there, because his powers were needed. But it seems all of their worries were for naught. They were able to successfully activate the dungeon, without its defenses. Meaning the walls could still be broken in from the outside. But that was neither good nor bad. The dungeon defenses also included the mechanical golems and other stuff. So they were also shut down. Which was a good thing. No one wanted a fight, well almost no one. Kuina and Luffy were quite sad that no fight broke out, but a look from Robin made them say otherwise. Kuina returned to reading her books, while Luffy started helping Robin with what she needed. In a way, it was time to relax a bit. Now that most of the worry was gone, Kuina could go back to reading. Robin had helped her a lot in the 2 weeks she joined the crew. Vivi and Sabo knew about the old language and did help in translating all the books from Tsurera Oikawa about Verf. But they didn't have time to translate the other books. But Robin did. Unlike them, she was a fast reader, a very fast one. With her multiple hands, she was able to translate almost all of the books that they had gained from the frozen tomb in Little Garden. She had a passion for it, and her translations were very easy to read through. But that's not the main concern. While reading through the books, Robin had figured something out from reading one of the books, Rihanura, the captain of the Black Moon Pirates. The book was a mix of short stories and poetry. But Robin hinted that it had something very interesting if you are able to figure it out. So having free time, Kuina picked it up. And she was glad that she did. The book, which would easily be mistaken as some fool's whimsical desires, was actually something akin to a hidden treasure for a blade user. Rihanura was a swordsman, she had known that. In his book, he had written about in detail, on how to use his type of swordsmanship. Of course, it wasn't easy, as Rihan seemed to enjoy puzzles, so Kuina needed to practice how his technique worked and figure things out. And it seems that the style of swordsmanship used by Rihan might be well suited for her. Rihan's swordsmanship was based around his physically weak body, which made him hard for his opponents to fight one-on-one. So at an early age he developed a sword style revolving around a weak physique. Of course, later in life, his condition was cured after getting treatment in the Grand Line. But by then he refused to change his sword style and built upon it, adding layers to it to make it better. A sword style that made him one of the most feared blade users in the world. And Kuina really appreciated that style of swordsmanship. It almost opened a whole new door for her. As a female, she was of course physically weak. With training, of course, she was able to do stuff that even ordinary men weren't able to do. But even then, most of her technique revolved around her ability to move at fast speeds and being nimble, not strength. Even in her early years, the style of swordsmanship taught by her father was based around strength, so she had to adjust. Zoro had to as well, but that was because he was using 3 swords, not because of the strength aspect. She was training her way of the sword before Zoro or Luffy, and yet they were better blade users than her. It was hard to admit, but physical limitations might be a reason. Now, one way of bridging that gap would be by eating a devil fruit, preferably an ancient Zoan or a mythical Zoan. But she refused to do that. At least for now. And her sword needed to be reforged with a devil fruit to repair its damage, so she wasn't going to eat one herself if it was a choice. That's why the sword style used by Rihan was something she could work with. And if she was able to grasp it, she might be able to do something amazing with it. 357. With the dungeon activated, Robin was also able to access the large computer in the room. Though, funnily enough, she didn't know much about how to operate it. But Luffy could. He had a suspicion that Sanji might be able to do it as well. He was from a technologically advanced place, after all, being part of Germa 66 and all. But the chef couldn't come down to the dungeon as the young Groat refused to leave his side or let him enter the dungeon, so it was left to him. Luffy was no tech nerd. But he could navigate far better than Robin, especially when the said computer ran what looked like a modified version of Windows XP, even if he was almost 20 years out of practice. Well, it wasn't Windows XP, but something very similar. And luckily he grew up with that shit in his first life. Sure, the language was a bit hard, but with Robin helping him, it didn't take long to access files and other things with regard to the dungeon. You know, I'm a bit jealous that you are better at this than me, Robin said, honestly. And you aren't going to tell me about how you can do it either. Shishi. It's nothing important, believe me. Luffy just laughed. It was a good thing Robin wasn't pushing for answers. This kind of technology wasn't something anyone from the East Blue could pass by. Even Law, who had a freaking submarine for a ship, didn't know heads or tails on how to operate it. So of course the crew was a bit curious as to how Luffy was able to operate it. But they didn't question any further. With access to the computer, Luffy was able to get some notes about the dungeon and its research. It also had a bunch of information, and it would take a lot of time to go through them, and they couldn't access everything in the dungeon, without the blue power box either. But placing it in would also activate the Golden Knight, so they didn't do it. You know, this place has a bunch of cool rooms with security features that can act as training. Luffy said, looking at Robin, "It's a shame that we can't access those without entering the blue power box." She nodded as she started reading through the blocks of text written in ancient language, writing down things on her notebook from time to time. What she was trying to figure out was the purpose of the dungeon. Sure, the Golden Knight had already said so, but she wanted to know why. And it wasn't every day that you find such a rich source of information. Luffy, on the other hand, wondered if Frankie would be able to use this tech. Well, he should be, he was a cyborg after all. And he did upgrade himself in one of Vegapunk's old islands, so this kind of tech should be up his alley. If not, he should be able to figure it out. It seems that the ancient kingdom isn't much better than the current one, Robin said with a hint of sadness and dread in her voice. What do you mean, Robinya? Law asked. Even Luffy and Kuina looked at her. She sighed. It seems that whoever built this dungeon wanted to end the world government. Meaning this dungeon here might be way before the world government took seat. Everyone was a bit surprised at the information, even Luffy. And this place was created mainly to make a better biological weapon to fight against the world government. But the researchers here abandoned it when they were found out. So they gave a homicidal AI full control over experiments and ran with their tails between their legs. Luffy finished, getting a surprised look from Robin. What? That's how usually stories go. Well, you aren't wrong, Law replied with a deadpan, before she looked at Robin. Anyway, did all the years of research have any results? It might seem crude. But most of the crew is out there exploring, don't want anyone finding a Frankenstein in the basement. Robin hummed, well, there are some results, but all of them were killed by time. It seemed they really were trapped for 400 years down here. I'm surprised on how the old Groat was able to live that long of an isolation would make anyone insane. She said with sadness. The others nodded, this place really was a tragedy. Though, it also had its own boons. Still, mournful tragedy aside, this place still has a lot of good technology, and Sanji said something about this place giving out rewards to their challengers and whatnot. Any information on that? Luffy asked. Even though the researchers here built the place for horrifying experiments, they also anticipated this place falling in danger. So they gave the duty of guarding the place to the local natives that lived here. And promised them with an opportunity to gain power every 10 years or so. So every 10 years or so, for a short time, the dungeon would give access to 10 or more outsiders to come in and face the trials. And if they passed, they would be gifted with a better gun or other weapons. Mainly, they were bidding for the Shandarans to do their bidding without asking too many questions. Luffy winced. Yeah, we should keep that information to ourselves. The Shandarans won't like it knowing that their ancestors were fooled into doing guard duty. Robin nodded as suddenly the transponder snail on Luffy's pocket started to ring. Pareparepara, pareparepara. It was the black transponder snail, and it was shrunken down to pocket size by Usopp. Moji Mosi. Luffy here. Luffy, we found the treasury. Nami's voice called out. We found gold, rubies, and diamonds. Lots of them. All shiny. Woohoo! She said, and she might have tossed her transponder snail in the air before Luffy heard a sound of her jumping and falling on coins. Luffy felt kind of bad for the transponder snail, but Usopp seemed to have caught it. Hey, be careful with them, they get scared easily. Anyway, we also found a devil fruit here. Usopp added with a grin, and it's a good one. That brought a smile to Luffy's face, almost making him squeal, I'm coming. He said, as ended the call, and ran out of the room with the eagerness of a child. Woohoo! Robin, Kuina, and Law looked on as Luffy left in a dust cloud. And this man is going to save the world? The world is doomed. Kuina flatly added, gaining chuckles from both Robin and Law, as they shook their head, getting back to work. Their captain might be impulsive, but when push comes to shove, he always steps in. No one doubted that. 358. Nami and Usopp weren't the only ones either. While they found a devil fruit and a treasury of the dungeon, Anchor had found himself an old smithy that was left unused and yet in perfect condition. A smithy that was far better than the portable one that he used, and carried it shrunken down in the Going Merry. And not only that, the smithy also had a bunch of weapons and other tools in them. Most of them were either unfinished or heavily damaged, but for Anchor all of them were way too valuable. While he found a smithy, Johnny, Yusaku, and Bartolomeo found a graveyard of swords, filled with bones and skins of beasts and gruesome stuff. They even found a lab filled with preserved body parts and other things. All in all, they were left horrified by the experience. Still, after looking over all of them, the first thought of most members were to burn them. But Law, Bappo, and even Chopper thought otherwise, as they might get some medical information from them. And even Anchor agreed, as one of the carcasses of the dead animals was an ancient iron rhino. And that could be used for making weapons. Weapons similar to Luffy's horn's edge, which was made from normal iron rhino. Luffy had no plans on upgrading his old Naginata, but in the future Anchor might be able to do it. So that was good to know. Other than that, they were also able to get a lot of research-related info from the control room of the dungeon. Though, they could get way more if they put the main power box back in, but that might bring other problems, so they had to work with what they had. The next day, within the dungeon's dimly lit confines, the resonant echoes of the smithy filled the air, enveloping the space with an atmosphere of industry and craft. The rhythmic clanging of a hammer striking metal reverberated through the chamber, a testament to the tireless dedication of the skilled blacksmith at work. Each blow was precise and purposeful, as he worked. Amidst the chorus of metal on metal, the crackling of a roaring fire lent warmth and illumination to the otherwise austere surroundings. Its flickering flames danced with fiery energy, casting dynamic shadows upon the walls adorned with the tools of the trade. The air bore the unmistakable scent of burning coals and heated metal, a potent blend that seemed to encapsulate the very essence of craftsmanship. All around, the resonant symphony of the smithy, the hammer's melody, the crackle of the fire, and the man's fervent grunts converged into a scene of dedication and artistry. It was none other than Popeye D. Anchor, who was hammering away at his work, getting used to the new smithy. Running the old smithy back was tough, it took the previous whole day to do it. Yet it was worth it. The place was large, and Anchor could do many more things here rather than in his humble portable smithy. The place was so large that he could even build armor for giants here. And with raw metals, some of them being very valuable, were also another reason to work here. His humble smithy won't be able to process those finer materials. As he finished hammering, he set his hammer aside. So you want to make a weapon, hey? Anchor smirking, looking up from his work, eyeing Sabo. Well, it was mostly Luffy's idea. Sabo said, politely, though, I would very much appreciate if you could make me a weapon. Luffy, who was at the side, grinned, yup, it was my idea. One made of conductive metals, no less, this might be a challenge. His grin widened, I like challenges. He then looked at Luffy, getting a bit serious, Captain. I think I might be ready. And I might need that for making his weapon. Luffy blinked a bit surprised, are you sure? How's your life return training going? Do you think you can control the side effects? Anchor nodded, yes. I should be able to. I had tech high down when I was in the Marines, so picking up life return wasn't that tough, though getting at its advanced usage was. I'm still not there yet. But if I'm going to make a weapon from scratch, I'm willing to take the risk. Sabo blinked, looking between Anchor and Luffy, not getting what they were talking about. So he asked. What are you guys talking about? Devil fruit. Luffy replied, with seriousness, the munch fruit to be exact. I have no issue giving you that fruit. But remember the particular weakness it gives. Anchor nodded, I know, but sometimes you have to take risky decisions. And if I'm going to make a weapon that will have my name on it, a weapon created by me, then I'm going to try with all I have to make it as perfect as possible. Luffy nodded, and before Sabo could ask more about it, the young rubber man took out a fruit from his back pocket, surprising both Sabo and Anchor. He grinned, I knew you might do something, but get used to the fruit. How it works, before using it for your craft. Anchor snorted with some amusement and respect, you don't have to tell me that. It will give myself a few days to get used to the basic things the fruit can do. I only need its basic power anyway, so yeah. I will take my time. He then took the fruit from Luffy's hand and looked at Sabo, I'm going to make you a weapon that's going to be legendary. With that he bit into the fruit, his face immediately morphed into disgust, but he gulped it down. And right as he did, his jawline got more pronounced, not like Wapol, who had a metal jaw, but he looked much more similar to the cartoon Popeye with his overextended jaw. He opened his mouth, and... Wait, are your teeth made of metal? Luffy blinked, but it was gone. He looked at Sabo. Yeah, I also saw that, can you, turn it on and off? Sabo asked. Anchor grinned with full teeth as they changed from white to metallic, then back to white. Yup, I have some kind of on-off function with my powers. Though. I do feel hungry, but not as much as I expected. He said, closing his eyes and concentrating. He opened them and sighed, it seems I can't turn off my hunger, not with life return or anything. He said, though he was thinking something. Sabo looked at Luffy for an explanation. It's the munch fruit, it's said to give its user eternal hunger. Luffy said grimly, Anchor tried to negate that weakness by learning to control his hunger hormones, but it seems that doesn't work. Right as he finished, Anchor took out one of the broken swords that was in his collection and started munching on it. Both Luffy and Sabo winced as Anchor started to take the whole sword in his mouth, before spitting out a fixed sword. He then looked over the Luffy and Sabo, while he appreciated his work, hey, wasn't that hard to do, and I also might have figured something out. Anchor didn't explain further and took an iron ingot and started chewing on it, but rather than spitting something out, he continued his chewing. It went on for a whole minute before Luffy broke the silence. You are going to tell us what you are doing? Hey? Oh, I forgot, you see. I'm not hungry when I munch on things. I don't need to eat to feel satisfied. Anchor said as he munched between words. I think good quality chewing gum will do the trick for my hunger part. Luffy opened and closed his mouth. You, my friend, are a genius. He admitted. He figured out a key counter to the weakness in just a few minutes. Granted, Wapol didn't have the brightest of mind, but still. Shishi. I expect nothing less from my smith. Now, let's start making weapons. Sure thing, Captain. Okay, first let's get Sanji to make you some chewing gum first. Luffy winced at the screeching noise as Anchor nodded, closing his mouth and chewing. 359. 4 days later. While Anchor was training his munch powers, Luffy was training most of his crew in observation haki. As he previously had mentioned, up here, using observation haki or any kind of haki was relatively easy. It almost took half the effort to use haki here, and Luffy had a suspicion that that's the main reason why the Skype Opal had a few mantra users here. And with that in mind, Luffy put everyone to the grind. He even forced Cricket and the Monkey Brothers, Masira, Xiao Zhao, to join in on the exercises. And with so many people trying to learn observation haki, Luffy had put together a training ground of sorts. Well, he didn't need to do it. But Luffy wanted to. I mean, who wouldn't want to create a room full of booby traps similar to the dangerous training equipment straight out of Kung Fu Panda? And with so much empty space in the dungeon rooms, this was just meant to be. After clearing out one of the rooms, it just needed some specialized equipment. And with Anchor still getting used to his new powers, Luffy made the smith build training equipment from the destroyed trees, rocks, and other stuff in Upper Yard. And while Luffy was doing that, Anchor even went a step further and cleared out the whole section of the destroyed forest into organized logs of wood. Anchor also deduced that with time, when he was better at using his powers, he could compress any kind of materials to make them much more dense. That really helped with Luffy's plan of selling them in the future. With that cleared out, Sanji took the time to plant new trees of various kinds and sped up the growing process with his powers. With Usopp, Groot, and Isa helping along with that. Though unlike Anchor, Sanji needed to use a lot of power to speed up things, so it would take time. But he was sure that in a month, with how things were going, the Upper Yard would be filled with trees like before. And this time, they would be much more organized. Because of Enel, Angel Island was heavily damaged and the Shandoran homes were practically destroyed. So, Sanji made the choice mainly because of Luffy and Robin's suggestion to migrate both people into Upper Yard, with their own separate sections. As Upper Yard was a soil-rich environment, this would also clear out the food shortage problem that Enel created when he destroyed the food stocks of both groups a couple of days ago. Sanji was practically the king here, and with wood provided by Anchor and labor provided by some of the Straw Hats, building new homes for both groups were going just as planned. Having found a literal dungeon in Upper Yard, Luffy wanted to make it their own base. Even if the dungeon was shut down, there was a good chance that in the future, it would be operable. So having people monitor and look after Upper Yard was a good thing altogether. Especially since a lot of dangerous animals were still present. They were subdued mainly by Sparky, Jin, and Kobe, but he was sure some of the wild animals are bound to get ambitious after they left. And in a way, it would act as a good training tool for the people living here. So the warriors of Shandora and Angel Island could keep them in check, and when in the future more people came, they could also migrate easily here. Even though Sanji was the king here, bringing in new people from outside wasn't something he would oppose. Mainly as the same people would either be the crew's extended family or friends. But that was for the future. For now, there was no need to take such drastic measures. Anyway, aside from the civilized development, the training room for the crew was done. It was more of an obstacle course, that went like a runner's track, that connected the beginning with the end. The room was also very big, easily big enough to fit 8 soccer, or football, fields side by side, so a lot of equipment were needed to fill in the training room. The main area of the obstacle course was locked with dangerous traps and weapons set in for the challengers, but inside the room were also some standard training equipment that were made heavy and durable for the crew. Anyway, the obstacle course was set with 3 levels. The first level was easy. Well, at least for him and the fighters of the crew. Only half of the traps would be active, and most of them are non-lethal. So one would need to run through the obstacle course and reach the endpoint without getting hit. For those who are learning observation haki, they needed to finish the course with a blindfold on. It was tough, but it was needed. Observation haki could be learned even for non-combat, and in the grand scheme of things, weaker members needed it more than the stronger ones that could take a few hits. Luffy also made sure to make it like a game setting, and even made a scoring record of sorts to get the competitive blood running. There was also rewards and everything for it. So a lot of people were interested in it. Even some of the members outside the Straw Hats, such as Cricket and his group and a few of the Shandoran warriors, who were basically fellow adrenaline junkies. They might not be crewmates, but they helped with the building process, and who knows, in the future some of them might join in. Anyway, Luffy would have liked to include the gravity tech found here, but Anchor wasn't that well versed in machine making. The main problem was the power source, as a normal battery can't power it. Lightning, from either Sanji or Sabo, can power it, but it needed fine control or the gravity ball would break. Anchor was good at machines, but not on the level where he could make or modify them to fit into the danger room. But if anyone in the crew, mainly Luffy, needed gravity training, he could eat a few of them and become a literal gravity man and place Luffy under it while he trained. It wasn't the perfect solution, but it was far better than anything. As even normal weight training, bench, squat, and deadlifts became hard to do. So the grind continued. The second level was a bit harder, with 70% of the traps and weapons being activated, some of them being a bit on the dangerous side. And everyone taking the second level would not only be blindfolded, they would also have their ears plugged by trusty noise-cancelling headphones. Luffy had found a pair of them in the dungeon's main control room, and with Anchor's help, he was able to produce a few copies of them. With no sight or hearing, the game became much more complex. Still, some of them were doing quite well, mainly those that couldn't fully use observation haki well. This level was mainly for observation haki user to get better at their reaction time and hone their instincts. The third level had all the obstacles activated, with added railguns and other sharp and lethal traps. Unless one had observation haki at a good level, they weren't allowed to use it. Jin had tried, and good thing he was in his ancient Zoan form. The man was literally thrown around from one trap to another like a rag doll. Even with his added weight and size, the traps did him dirty. But that was kind of a given, since Usopp took the leading charge of controlling the guns and traps manually. And Usopp, he was an evil little bastard when given control of such things. Usopp, for this reason, only liked the training room a lot. Even more than Luffy, but mainly because he would mix up the patterns of the traps every few hours to throw off the challengers who were getting used to patterns and started relying on memory to get a higher score. Anyway, even though the third level was tough, with some of the members, the traps weren't too hard for them. Such as Luffy, Sabo, Sparky, Zoro, Kuina, and Sanji. Almost all of them were able to blitz the obstacle course. So Luffy added a need for everyone, taking the third level, to wear weighted armor that was not only bulky in size but was at least 3 tons. So, with the added weight, came the need for balance, so speed was heavily reduced. Even for him. But, Luffy loved that level. And he would have loved it even more if his brother didn't get the highest score. 360. You know, having a Logia is a cheat. Luffy complained as he got himself out of the weighted armor. Armor that was made from the mechanical stone golems after removing their core and stashing a few of them together with Anchor's ability. Sabo just rubbed the back of his head as he smiled, taking it as a compliment. Sabo, when taking the course, didn't fully go elemental and blitz it. No, that would be unfair, so he only used electricity on his legs in combination, like how Ace and Sanji did, to boost his speed. Even with sea stone bullets, Sabo was able to morph his body out of the way of the bullets. Contrary to popular belief, one didn't need advanced observation to do it for normal shots. Only when the bullets or attacks are fired by another observation haki user, whose attack speed is just as fast or faster than you, only then do you need to rely on the advanced version of observation. Speed was another thing that Sabo was better at than Luffy. His brother was already figuring out some of the moves that Ace used with and were using it with his lightning. So yeah, Luffy would need to step up his game if he wanted to compete with him. Sanji, are you ready? Usopp called out, a manic grin on his face, bringing all of their attention to the speedster. Sanji snorted, do your worst. Mew-ah-ha-ha-ha, oh, I shall, my little friend. Usopp added dramatically. He was on one of the pillars of the dungeon. Each pillar had a variety of weapons set up pointed at the track, and it was set up in a way where Usopp could control them easily. 3. Sanji grinned, getting low and activating his speed overdrive as the count started. He was also, like others, wearing bulky armor. This was also the reason why he wasn't able to keep his hands in his pockets, covered by armor and all. 2. The cook breathed in a lungful of air, as his feet caught flames and sparks of electricity started crackling around it. 1. Go! Sanji dashed with all his might. The ground under him bounced like rubber, absorbing the force, kicking off dust and debris as he moved. The extra weight from the armor was heavy enough to strain his exoskeleton, so even with going all out, he needed to make an effort. He moved with grace, becoming a blur that went beyond the speed of sound. The traps activated with Usopp's command. He dodged the bullets thrown his way, the traps that flung from the floor, or the maces and double-edged axes that came at him with frightening speed. He dodged them all, some with a wide breath, some just barely. He even had to use Geppo multiple times along with Zoro to avoid getting tripped or tangled. But they weren't the main issue. From time to time, yellow laser blasts would come his way from random directions, throwing him off. Sanji barely dodged them, hissing when one of them almost hit him in the chest. It was a wonder how Anchor and Usopp were able to figure it out from the pacey fist attack they had gathered. Unlike the gravity ball, they didn't have the energy issues, so they could be used as training. Some of the traps, which were made by Usopp, were quirky, throwing hot chili powder or itching powder. If one got hit by them, it won't reduce the points, but they were a hassle to deal with and avoid. And when Sanji was done, he almost crashed into some of the traps, due to the sudden break, but Luffy managed to grab him with his stretched arm before he could. Easy there. Luffy grinned as he pulled him towards him. Sanji gave him a nod of appreciation as he looked towards Usopp. 3.103 seconds. He said. Whoa, you are almost beating me in speed. Luffy blinked at Sanji. And Luffy was going all out with his snake man as well. It seems that after gaining his fruit, Sanji is getting better, he might even surpass him in speed if this keeps up. In the scoreboard the scores were shown. This was only today's score, they had tested it for a few days, and each day they improved by a small margin, which also motivated them to do better. Sabo, 2.953, from 2.997. Luffy, 3.006, from 3.101. Sanji, 3.103, from 3.195. Sanji nodded at the result. He improved a bit from yesterday and was happy with it. And he was also happy that his shoes and pants didn't get destroyed. He had to thank Usopp and Anchor for that one. TCH. You might have won this time, but remember this is far from over. Usopp said with passion and drama, before taking a clipboard and writing something on it. Anyway, Sparky, you are next. Usopp called out, continuing the tests. Sparky came, and this time, he was wearing, wait, is that a black domino mask and a yellow cape? Fear me, villain. For I shall stop you from succeeding in your evil schemes. He said, pointing his index fingers, with 3 of his hands, at Usopp. There was a silence before Usopp cleared his throat. Fear. How bold. You will taste defeat, unlike before. I have prepared for your doom. And the games continued. 361. Luffy moved the red electricity crackling around his body, a wide smile on his face as he swung his naginata. The power from his weapon surged out as he swung widely. His swing was met halfway by Sabo's golden staff that crackled with blue electricity, creating a shockwave of scattering lightning bolts that jolted the grounds around them, creating destruction in the surroundings. Both weapons laced with normal armament haki and electricity from their powers. They were trying to improve the control aspect of their abilities, and going all out wouldn't give them any results. Mainly being that Sabo's golden staff was just a makeshift one that Sabo started to use for training. The one Anchor is going to make would take some time. Both of them moved with blinding speed, weapon against weapon, lightning against lightning. Each clash created shockwaves that resounded in the empty dungeon room, as even the lights above flickered due to the electric discharge. The hair on their heads were flowing wildly due to the electric discharge as well. It was a majestic sight to behold, as blurs of red and blue lightning blinked in and out of the scene. Each time they met, it shook the whole dungeon. "Oi, don't forget about me!" Sanji called out, diving leg first, his leg laced with red-hot flames that suddenly turned blue from all the electricity-boosting power. Landing a blow in between Luffy and Sabo, making both fighters jump back, before he moved towards Sabo. As Sabo was better than both of them, both of the Straw Hats had teamed up to beat the Logia user. This was also the reason why Luffy wasn't going gear forth. With a thud, his blue flaming leg met Sabo's golden staff, both being laced with armament haki that gave off a blue and black electric discharge mid-air. "You are getting better at this," Sabo commented before his smile morphed into a shit-eating grin, "but you left your side wide open." "Dragon Claw!" "Gah!" Sanji grunted as he took the hit. He hissed in pain, as Sabo's attack was shockwave-based. It negated his durability and exoskeleton and directly injured his insides. But Sanji wasn't one to lose, so rather than falling, he spun back, around from the recoil of the hit and kicked upwards at Sabo with his leg momentarily flickering into blue flames right before the hit. Sabo was wide-eyed and quickly had to cover his side with his arm, but still he was thrown back. "Good one. Almost got me, but..." He was cut midway, when, "Gomu Gomu no." With that, Luffy suddenly came in with a kick that Sabo blocked, but quickly regretted it as Luffy gave out a fury of punches, each one laced with red electricity that caused shockwaves. And yet Sabo defended the attack with his frightening reaction time. Of course, Luffy needed to have his nameless Naginata on his back while using his energy abilities, or else he wouldn't be able to use them, as technically the fruit was consumed by his Naginata. Not him. While this was happening, Sanji was leaning on his knee, panting, catching his breath. He also fell out of his speed overdrive as he couldn't keep it up all the time. And they had been going at it for almost 3 hours now, so yeah, he was having stamina issues. Sue him. God, that sounds awful in this context, but 3 hours should be enough, right? I mean, it's not like I can go beyond that. He thought, wondering about a certain someone. "Oi, who the heck are you thinking about?" Luffy called out, while fighting Sabo, no slacking off. Sanji almost went in panic attack and hatefully glared at his captain for a few seconds before shaking his head. Luffy really has the worst timings. Now wasn't the time to think about that stuff. Sabo and Luffy were battling out in the air and he needed to join. But first, he needed to recover. In the fight with the Golden Knight, Sanji finally figured out the trick to using blue flames. His own flames couldn't burn that hot, but there was a way to make them go blue. And that was with speed overdrive. His speed overdrive was a technique that, the longer he used the technique, the faster he got. So as he was building up speed, he could channel that speed into his flames, making them burn hotter momentarily. But doing so, took a lot out of him, so he needed to use it sparingly. That's why he used it in short bursts, boosting his attack power momentarily. And that made a huge difference. As even Luffy needed to use his full-on armament haki along with Tekai to not get damaged for his kicks. His captain was clearly impressed by his new set of power and even suggested him to learn an advanced version of armament after getting his blue fire down, as that would boost his attack power to an unimaginable level. So that's why Sanji was pushing his body to use speed overdrive and making his body adapt so that he can use it full time. That's also the reason why he was munching an energy bar while watching Luffy and Sabo fight. As he needed the extra calories and nutrition to fix his body with life return. Also, even though his blue flames gave him a boost to his power and strength, he needed to be cautious or he might break his own leg. Moving at that kind of speed at that strength, he needed to be careful. Unlike his brothers, his exoskeleton was much weaker, even though it was getting stronger. That's why he found a way to use Tekai on his exoskeleton to boost his durability in that area. It worked for now, but he either needed to get good at controlling his blue flames or fix his exoskeleton issue. As the second part was undoable on his end, Sanji opted to get better at the control aspect. And what better way to do so than with the Lightning Man himself? Blue flames were basically plasma after all, and he did have some minor electricity control due to his speed powers. Seeing Luffy get pushed back, Sanji moved in, his feet laced with red flames before they turned blue. Don't forget about me. Ifrit Jam, Birth Burst. NGL, for those of you are keeping up with the One Piece manga. I'm kind of hyped up about it. Especially I'm buying Sanji stocks. Hope he awakens his conquers haki. Especially in 1095 plus, Sanji's situation is almost mirroring AC haki awakening, in my opinion. 362. With Sanji fighting in for his end, Luffy took some time to catch his breath. He was mainly using the powers of the energy fruit. A paramecia devil fruit that was quite useful with what plans he had in future. But for now, he needed to get better at it. That is the reason why all three of them were trying to better their electric powers. It's still unbelievable that you ate a fruit. Even I don't know how that works. I was just hungry, his Naginata responded. How that was possible was anyone's guess. But Luffy wasn't going to question a gift like that. So with that along with his own fruit, he was also trying to gain access to a set of powers. He had some tips from Zoro, and gained quite a bit of insight due to his Nozarashi having similar abilities. But Luffy's were much more complicated. In theory, he could copy any type of energy, but the more complicated it was the harder it got. Pure raw energy was easy. He was doing attacks with pure raw energy even before getting the fruit, with using Rokugan and other attacks similar to it, like his Leo gun. But unlike before, he might be able to spam the attack. Flames were also easy, mostly due to his experience with fire-based attacks. He hadn't tried it with Kuina's ice or Verf. So he had no idea on that end. Lightning on the other hand was tough but manageable, same for blue flames. But for now he was mainly trying to learn how to better use his electric powers. Mainly for observation haki. Even Sabo wasn't able to do what Enel did, listening to the voices by becoming a giant microphone, but he was getting there. And once Sabo figured it out, Luffy wouldn't mind shamelessly learning it from his brother, that's why he was trying to better the electric aspect of his powers. He also needed it as it was a great way to snoop in on critical information. Mainly in the coming months as he would be called to Marineford. And with all the Marines there, he couldn't be too careful. That was his main goal for the training from now on, as he was pretty sure, unless something drastic thing happened, he wouldn't be fighting anyone stronger until he crossed to the second half of the Grand Line. But who knows? Anyway, Sabo was also trying to get overall better with his fruit, as having the Lightning Logia had a lot of potential. A power that would surely boost the power of the Revolutionary Army as a whole. That's why he was trying to get better at it. Sanji mainly joined in on the training to improve and get better control of his Ifrit Jam. Even though he awakened his powers way early, they weren't on the level of post-Wano Sanji. His attack power was nothing to scoff at, even though he needed to fulfill certain conditions to use his blue flames, they were as damaging as an advanced armament haki punch. And that was saying something. Still, having blue flames was something admirable. Even Luffy wondered about using blue flames like that. Blue Hawk? The name needed work. Speaking of that, Luffy had already accepted that the One Piece world had some wacky logic. Like for some reason magma being hotter than normal flames despite the fact that it was the opposite in his original world. So he always kept an open mind to things. And it was a wild guess, which most likely is true, is that Ace's blue flames might be as hot as Sabo's lightning. Cause Ace's flames were almost plasma-like. And now so was Sanji's. How Akainu's magma fell into that comparison was another question. Was his magma hotter than regular flames? Canonically, yes. But against lightning or blue flames? Who knows? And that's only factoring in without armament haki. Along with armament haki having defensive usage, one can empower their own attacks with it as well. Like a simple rock with the same speed and strength will do 5 to 10 times more damage if you put armament haki in it. Luffy remembered how in Amazon Lily, even normal arrows were breaking boulders with ease. It was due to the armament haki's enhancement aspect. So even if Akainu's magma was similarly hot as Sabo and Ace's elements, without haki. With haki, it might get even hotter, depending on how strong Akainu's haki is, due to the armament haki's enhancement aspect. And that's not even factoring in Conqueror's haki and how that might boost its effect even further. Garp had advanced Conqueror's haki under his belt. The old man had shown him how terrifyingly effective it was by beating the shit out of him. Now, even though Luffy had a lot of knowledge of the original One Piece, the series wasn't finished when he came here, it was still in Egghead. And with how shonen anime is usually written, the next villain being stronger and stronger, one can guess that admirals might just have advanced Conqueror's haki. Well, at least Akainu would. Sengoku had it, so as the next fleet admiral, he should also have it. Aokiji also might have it as he battled Akainu for 10 days straight. But he might be wrong. Mainly with his joining Blackbeard pirates. Kizaru? Who knows? Same for Fujitora. Even the revolutionaries have limited information on the admirals. As when they go all out, there is little evidence of what they do. Either the information is controlled or no one has survived to tell the tale of how powerful they were. The admirals are basically the boogeymen of the Marines. Still, if Luffy wanted he could ask Dragon or even Whitebeard about them. As they should have some info on them, but, no, Luffy shook his head. It was quite tempting to not know of the upcoming dangers due to the thrill aspect of things. But he had a crew and he had responsibilities for them. His crew was also originally bigger than the Cannon Straw Hats too, so he can never be too careful. With that in mind, Luffy focused back on the training. Let's get it rolling, partner. Luffy grinned. While his Naginata gave him a scoff, but a mental nod as he provided him with power. Red lightning crackled around from his nameless Naginata before he used Geppo to dive headfirst toward Sabo and Sanji. A/N, let's talk about power levels a bit. Mainly Sanji's power scaling. Even though Sanji has Ifrit Jam, he's not as powerful as Post Wano. Post Wano Sanji had more experience and better speed feats. Even though my Sanji has a fruit that literally makes him the speed man, he's still slow compared to the likes of Luffy, Sabo, and other characters. Mainly as unlike the canon Sanji he hadn't trained for 2 years under Ivankov. With Ifrit Jam, his attack power has risen to a level equal to an advanced armament haki, external destruction, not Ryo, user. Even though he doesn't have advanced armament yet. But unlike the canon Sanji, he can't use Ifrit Jam at will. He needs to build up speed and channel it to his flames so that it burns blue. It is mainly because the original Sanji got full access to his Germa genes at Wano. While this Sanji's Germa genes are faulty, unstabilized, so he needs to do an extra step, build up speed, to turn his flames blue. This is a drawback that he needs to overcome with training. As if isn't careful, he might break his own leg while kicking at such speed. Oh, and also I did a bit of digging. And it seems that Sabo's Dragon Fist is shockwave based. And shockwave based attacks usually negate durability. As even without haki they can be damaged because of it. There are even some theories that Sabo's technique is internal destruction based. But I'm writing it as a separate from of martial arts, like Fishman Karate. So it can be enhanced more with haki. Like Fishman Karate, Hashoken, Rokugan, 7th technique of the Navy 6 style, and lastly Dragon Fist used by Sabo. You can also add Whitebeard's and Sengoku's Devil Fruit powers as well, for the same reason. Even some of Law's abilities come under that category. That is why they are able to hurt Big Mom and Kaido. So basically having a shockwave-based martial art is similar to using pseudo-advanced haki. You can look up Jinbe's fight with Who's Who if you need any confirmation. Jinbe doesn't need to touch his opponents to hurt them. That's why his punches were doing good amount of damage to Big Mom also. Also about armament enhancement, this should make sense. As characters like Izu, Yasop, and Ben Beckman carry gun around. And even if their bullets go fast, I don't think without implementing advanced armament haki into their bullets, they would be able to hit speedstars like Kizaru or other fighters. Another thing, advanced armament haki is of two kinds. One is emission, or external destruction I like to call it, where you imbue your haki into weapons such as swords, arrows, and bullets. Boost their destructive capabilities and speed. Zoro has been doing it since after time skip, and even before that, as some say that cutting steel is part of emission. Second is internal destruction, or Ryo, where you can essentially bypass any defense and directly hit the inside of an object. Destroying form inside out. This is a pretty rare skill, and only thing that was able to somewhat damage Kaido. 363. In the dimly lit chamber of the dungeon, a battle raged between two blade users. Is that the best you can do? Zoro grinned, his three swords ablaze with searing green flames, as he faced off against Kuina, wielding Wado Ikimonji with an icy grace that mirrored the chill in her gaze. No, it's not, you broken compass, Kuina retorted as she countered Zoro's strike. The air was heavy as both swordsmen clashed. Their movements were a blur of green and blue. Zoro's fiery blades slashed through the air with a ferocity that matched the flames dancing along their edges, while Kuina's swordplay exhibited an elegant precision that belied the raw power of her ice-infused strikes. Each clash of their blades sent shockwaves through the chamber, scorching and freezing the dungeon walls, leaving behind charred and frost-covered scars that bore testament to the intensity of their battle. Amidst the whirlwind of steel and elemental power, Zoro and Kuina exchanged words, bickering with one another as they went on. They had been going on for quite a while now. Even though for anyone who didn't know any better, they would think this as an all-out battle, but it was far from it. They were just warming up. Zoro pushed Kuina back, as she dug her heels into the ground, leaving marks on the frozen floor. The three-bladed swordsman could have followed through but didn't. Kuina, Zoro said, a bit thoughtful, you usually ask either Luffy or Sanji to train with you, so I'm finding it difficult to believe that you called me to train instead. Not that I'm complaining, of course. Oh, please, you know why. Kuina said with a small smile as she rested her sword on her shoulder. From when they were little, they would usually train in places where the other couldn't see it, mainly because even since their childhood, they saw each other as rivals. That's the reason why, unless it was a match, they usually didn't spar together. Cut the bullshit, Zoro snorted, you obviously want to use your new techniques on me. Same ones that you have been practicing secretly, so just get on with it. I'm also curious about them. Kuina grinned. It was true, no swordsman or swordswoman changed their swordsmanship this far down their career. Unless it was something amazing. And that piqued Zoro's curiosity. The way she held her sword, the way she moved, it was all different from how it was used to be. She wasn't lying when she said her new swordplay was amazing. Hearing that, Kuina's lips quirked up. Oh, impatient are you? She said, holding down her sword, shifting into a sword stance. Zoro's grin almost turned feral. I won't hold back. Show me how much stronger you've become. His eyes burned with determination, refusing to underestimate his friend-turned-foe. Even Akito no Zarashi burned hotter as the green flames started to spread around from his blades to the surrounding area. I'm still not fully used to the new technique, they need much refinement. But I can show you something interesting. Kuina said, suddenly her form distorted. And by instinct and observation haki, Zoro quickly held up Sandai Kaititsu to block Kuina, who was by his side. And even though Zoro was able to block the sword, he was thrown off balance as Kuina's form distorted again. This time Zoro was much sharper, relying on his observation haki to quickly deflect Kuina's attack. Sparks of fire and frost flew by as she moved and disappeared again. Zoro wasn't the one that liked being on the defensive, so he moved in to attack when Kuina appeared next. Both of them clashed, but even when using all of his strength, Zoro found his strikes being lackluster, almost as if Kuina was redirecting the force of his attacks. The three-bladed swordsman's eyes widened. That was impressive. Kuina wasn't only redirecting the force of Zoro's attack, she was channeling it back into her own attacks. She was using his strength against him. This is fun. Zoro admitted, even Nozarashi hummed as he moved wildly, hope you don't mind me going all out. Again both blade users locked blades as they looked at one another. Kuina's response was as cold as the ice that infused her strikes. Don't think you can defeat me so easily, Roronoa, she retorted, her breath forming frosty puffs in the air. Also, let's keep it short. Anchor's going to make something amazing today, it would be unfair if I knock you out, so I might or might not have to hold back. Zoro's brow twitched, why you little? As their blades clashed again, the dungeon walls bore the brunt of their titanic struggle. The flames and ice left their mark, scorching and freezing the stone walls with each passing moment. The heat and cold of their battle permeated the room, creating a surreal juxtaposition of fire and ice, a testament to the power and determination of these two friends-turned-rivals. Of course, Kuina was joking on her part about holding back. Zoro was stronger than her, but she found it rather amusing to push his buttons. With nothing holding them back, Zoro was even freely using his conqueror's haki to tip off Kuina. While Kuina's new swordsmanship was hypnotic in nature that played with people's senses and used their strength against them. For a conqueror's haki user like Zoro, he could also mess with people's senses by using his haki in short bursts to restrict their movements. He mainly got the idea from Shiryu of the Rain, the swordsman who was able to manifest his bloodlust. While Zoro couldn't do anything similar yet, but the power of conquerors was no joke with what Luffy had explained with its advanced usage. So why hold yourself back? Zoro had to admit Kuina's new style of swordplay fit her better. She was always adaptable and nimble in her movements, and her new style suited that. Even Zoro was having a hard time using brute force against her. Dance of the Yuki-onna, Kuina said, her frost mark appearing as a second layer of ice protected her skin, and releasing a wave of mist that quickly surrounded the whole dungeon. If it was previously that her powers would have only covered a small area, now, even the dungeon rooms that was meant for giants was easily filled with her mist. And as this was an enclosed area, the mist had nowhere to go, as it started to cover the whole room. Zoro didn't sit still either, as he started burning up the mist with his flames. So in a way, it was kind of like a race between who would last the longest. With the mist covering Zoro's entire view, he had to rely solely on observation haki as Kuina attacked from all sides. Ice Sword Style, Crystal Sakura Hurricane. Three Swords Style, Rengoku Tatsumaki. Waves of frozen sakura leaves that matched the wave of a tsunami at a massive scale clashed with the green flame twister. Each attack laced with armament haki and power, throwing a showdown that looked majestic and dangerous to anyone unfortunate enough to watch. Both fighters had grins on their face as the battle rang on, each giving their all. 364. The resonant echoes of the smithy filled the air, enveloping the space with an atmosphere of industry and craft. The rhythmic clanging of a hammer striking metal reverberated through the chamber, a testament to the tireless dedication of the skilled blacksmith at work. The fire of the forge was strong, with sweat pouring down the face of Anchor as he focused on his work. Each blow was precise and purposeful, as he worked. The chorus of metal on metal, and the crackling of a roaring fire lent warmth and illumination to the otherwise austere surroundings. Its flickering flames danced with fiery energy, casting dynamic shadows upon the walls adorned with the tools of the trade. The air bore the unmistakable scent of burning coals and heated metal, a potent blend that seemed to encapsulate the very essence of craftsmanship. A bit more. Anchor thought as he hammered away at his work. Working on the base of the weapon. The long dark pole was made by darkhorn iron and bloodstained platinum. Alloys that were unusually hard to melt and work with, but were best known for their durability and conductivity. Not to mention how rare they were. The only reason why Anchor was able to collect them was because of this ancient dungeon. When Anchor first discovered the forge, he found a plethora of broken and unfinished products in the dungeon. Whoever had used the dungeon was a crappy smith, or had more than enough materials on hand to not reuse the materials from the unfinished products. So Anchor had melted and collected every bit of rare material from those unfinished products into working alloys. Which was kind of made easy due to having his powers to separate metals from each other. As Anchor hammered away at the metal, he felt really grateful for the forge on hand. Whoever the previous owner of the smithy was, had state-of-the-art equipment. Like for example, the Darkhorn iron and Bloodstain platinum were known for being able to withstand high temperatures, so melting them into a new shape was a day's work in itself. But due to the forge and its high-temperature flame, working with them was made easy. The rings of the hammer echoed the halls as Anchor worked. Even though this was a smithy, like the other rooms in the dungeon, it was giant-sized. However, the forge was normal-sized, so Anchor could easily work here. But even with that, a good chunk of the room was vacant. So Usopp had a few of his creative things set up to work on his weapons and traps for the dungeon room. The weapon Anchor was going to be making was for Sabo. So the revolutionary was also present for the process along with a few of his crewmates. From the start till the finish, Sabo helped in every way possible for the making of the weapon. And in a way, this was for the beast. It would make it easy for Sabo to awaken his weapon in future. Almost everything in the One Piece world had a voice of sorts. But most stayed silent. Weapons that had a will of their own were those that had awakened from their silence. But depending on who the user was, it usually took years for a new weapon to awaken. Weapons like Zoro's Nozarashi or even Luffy's unnamed Naginata were awakened due to having previous users. But a new weapon usually took a long time for that. As his crew members watched, Anchor worked on the core of the pole-based weapon. Almost half of the work was already finished. Sabo wanted a spear that could morph into a metal staff if needed. Well, that was the initial request. But after thinking about it, with how versatile his lightning powers were, Sabo wanted a weapon that would be able to do a multitude of things and yet be simple. Sabo mainly used his metal pipe due to its ease of availability and because he used it to trick his opponents, to throw them off guard to make a chance for his dragon fist to deal the finishing blow. But with his recently gained powers, things changed. He would need to change his fighting style as well, to better use the Logia powers. That's why he gave full creative liberties to Anchor. Hearing that Anchor went above and beyond with the initial design. It took a whole day of throwing ideas back and forth with Usopp and Sabo before deciding on the design. Then came the building of the complex parts that would be internal. Usually, Anchor would have to build the base and an external part, then build the small complex parts. But with his new fruit powers, in the 5 or 6 days, he had enough time to make and perfect the complex part of the build. Especially the complex part of making a certain function for the weapon. Usopp really had a creative mind, Anchor would give him that. So the only thing remaining was making the base of the pole-based weapon, along with the external parts for durability and aesthetics. Hours went by as Anchor started reaching the end of the build, putting all of the parts together one by one. And hammering it down to fit each other. With that, he was almost done. To seal the whole weapon, and take out any air gaps of the complex build, he looked at the forge. He would usually throw it in there to heat up and seal it, but he had a better idea. He grabbed the almost finished build that had smudge and grease on it and stabbed it in front of him, into the ground. Even though the pole-based weapon was blunt, with Anchor's strength, it was easy to make it stand up straight. He took a step back and looked at Sabo, who was giving him a questioning look. "Fire your strongest lightning bolt and heat it up," Anchor said as he used his towel to wipe away the sweat from his face and grease from his fingers. Are you sure?" 365. "Of course I am, just don't hit me in the process," Anchor said, taking a few more steps back as he wore a thick shade of black glasses to protect him from the upcoming steps. Getting a few chuckles from his crewmates, he then looked towards Kuina, I might need your ice for the next step, so be ready. Kuina, who was waiting on the floor and polishing her blade, looked at Anchor and nodded, standing up as she readied her power when she was done. Sabo attacked, firing his strongest lightning, and even adding his haki into it. Holding nothing back, Anchor urged him to continue, and so he did. The heat from the constant state of plasma was so strong that the ground beneath it started to melt. Anchor observed the weapon through his shades carefully. As the other layer started burning away, revealing the complex design he had implemented on the weapon. And when it was done, he gave the signal, "Ice it up." The young woman raised up her hands quickly. From the ground a thick layer of frost came out like a pillar as Sabo stopped his powers. And because of the ice, the weapon was encased in a thick block of ice, giving it a mesmerizing sight. Anchor came forward and lightly tapped the ice with his anchor hammer, shattering it into pieces as the metal staff fully came into view. It was a long metal staff, almost 6 feet in height, with matte black metal with golden highlights, that seemed to glow from within. Almost like the circuits of the dungeon walls. And unlike the nameless naginata, it wasn't all that fancy, it almost seemed to blend in and not catch attention. But that was the point, no one needed a glowing stick for a weapon, especially not a revolutionary. And done. Anchor said, a proud smile on his face. He looked over to Sabo who was coming forward, "All yours, test it out." Sabo mindlessly nodded but he was fully focused on the metal staff instead. He could feel a connection with it, he couldn't point at what it was, but something was there. Sabo held the metal staff in hand, taking it out from the ground as he appreciated the details and fine work. It was heavy, maybe at least 100 kilo or so. How Anchor managed to make it that heavy was a question on his part, but Sabo also appreciated its delicate balance and how sturdy it was. Even without armament haki, Sabo was sure it could take a lot of punishment before breaking. Sabo looked at Anchor, "Does she have a name?" "She?" Luffy asked, a bit amused. "What?" Sabo asked, "She's beautiful. I might be in love." He finished with a chuckle. Sanji, who was with the group, snorted, while Kuina and Zoro gave out a smirk. Luffy flat out laughed. All of them in some shape and form could understand that. Anchor grinned with pride, but shook his head. "I haven't named it. I haven't named her yet. I might be the smith, but it's your weapon, you should be the one to name it." Sabo looked at the black metal staff, thoughtfully for a few seconds. He had a name in mind. "Stormforge," Sabo said looking up, It just feels the right thing to name her. Forged with the power to break a storm. Stormforge." As if accepting the name, the yellow circuits glowed a bit brighter, but no one saw that. After that was done, Sabo started doing a few swings with the metal staff before finally activating its first function. Picturing what he had in mind. On one of the ends of the metal staff was small holes, and from them, black tar-like liquid came out taking the shape of a spearhead on the first end. It even had the golden highlights on it. Sabo whistled as he touched the cold blade, impressed by its sharpness. Sabo initially wanted a staff similar to Enel's golden staff, however even though gold was conductive as a weapon it lacked durability. So he asked Anchor for the best metal that could withstand his electricity and be durable at the same time. And the results spoke for themselves. It's made from darkhorn iron and bloodstain platinum, so as long as you keep it powered with your electricity, it won't dull. Anchor said, also, it's not the only bladed option. I was even able to add that. Hearing that, Sabo grinned and quickly ran his powers through Stormforge. Only those with electric control were able to use its internal functions. And because of his mental command, it morphed into a new shape. And Sabo looked almost elated. "Really, that?" Luffy gave him a deadpan look. "What? Scythes are cool," Sabo defended. "It's much cooler than the toothpick you use." "You dare, brother?" Luffy said, taking out his nameless naginata and challenging him. You need to be humbled, he said with a toothy grin. Humbled my ass. Sabo snorted a playful grin of his own. Stormforge, and I will teach you why I'm your big brother. Both were itching for a fight, mainly because both of them wanted to test out Sabo's new weapon. But Anchor stopped them. Oi, don't start shit in my forge, he said, and besides you can test Stormforge out later. Anyway, you can generate your spearhead and the scythe head along with a hidden feature, try it. Sabo frowned and focused on his weapon. Because of his Logia powers he was able to connect with metals. So he was a bit surprised when he found what was inside. He quickly activated it. And the scythe end of his weapon gave out a grey outline. Wanting to make sure if it was legit or not, Sabo carefully touched the grey end. And winched when the wave of weakness hit him. That's definitely sea stone, Sabo mumbled. Yup, and of good quality. Your enemies will be in for a surprise, the smith said, with a grin. Also, as Stormforge is made with good conductive metals, you should be able to magnetize it. Hearing that, Sabo wanted to test it. Oi, don't test that function here, you will pull everything inside the room toward you. Sabo winced. Yeah, sorry. Anchor huffed. Anyway, with the magnetize function you should also be able to call back your weapon. You can thank Usopp for that, the sniper figured out the magnetization part. Sabo nodded, clearly impressed. He made a note to thank the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates later. But before that he needed to humble someone. He looked at Luffy and gave a grin. Luffy grinned back and an unspoken conversation happened before both started walking away from the forge. Seeing them go, Sanji, Kuina, Sparky, Zoro, Johnny, Yusaku, and Bartolomeo, who were here, also started moving, following them. Anchor shook his head, but he was also a bit eager to see his weapon at work. But he needed to fix up the things in the smithy first. Honestly, I'm down. Some of my university professors are ass, with so much work. I only got 2 hours of sleep today. This week will be a bit hectic for me, scratch that, the whole month will be. I'm planning to upload 6 chaps a week, but that number might get down to 5. Which sucks. I was really pumped up to start my Marco FIC. But can't do to all of this. Hope you guys understand. Have to go, still have uni stuff to do. 366. Sabo had enough people who were eager to fight him. But then again, this was a pirate crew, and a crew that liked to fight and challenge each other more than anything. So when Stormforge was built it immediately drew in the tryhards. And the revolutionaries faced them all. Fighting them, and testing out his new weapon. The young revolutionary was already used to using a pole-based weapon. So he just needed to adjust with Stormforge. Stormforge had 3 forms. Pole form, spear form and lastly the scythe form. Without Stormforge's spearhead or scythe head, it was a basic metal staff. He was getting used to it first, before trying out the other functions. Basically testing out the weapon's functions and using it in creative ways. At first, Sabo only fought against Luffy, but one by one, the rest of the stronger members of the crew threw themselves at the challenge. Making it an all-out brawl by the time Anchor came back. Only Johnny and Yusaku were watching the fight. Bartolomeo was knocked out with a large bulge on his head when he decided to join in. While the stronger members of the crew, Zoro, Sanji, Kuina, and Sparky had joined the battle. And was having quite a bit of fun. Anchor, who had just come out of his smithy, watched with some awe, admiring his own work. He also sighed in relief that he stopped the battle from happening in his workplace. All of them weren't holding back, and that would have surely wrecked his setup. A small smile dawned on the smith's face as he saw his newest creation being used. A sense of pride filled his chest as he watched the weapon going up against the harsh challenges his crewmates threw at him. It seems joining the crew was worth it, he thought, his mind going over to when Luffy invited him to the crew in Alabasta. He gave a few conditions and also wanted something in return to join the crew. Usually, most pirate captains would reject his conditions. His conditions were simple, that was Anchor wanted to have his freedom in making his stuff. No one in the crew can force him to build stuff for free. Also, if he ever did sell his creations, he would only have the right to the money generated from it. And lastly, he refused to do anything that went against his moral compass. His conditions were very favoring towards him, and Luffy had accepted it, without a hitch. Then came what Anchor wanted in return for joining the crew. He wanted a fruit, a specific fruit. Anchor had taken it as a gamble, but he was half sure that the Baku Baku no Mi was at the Straw Hat's position. As a smith, there were few fruits that gave him a bit of an advantage in the craft. And in his opinion, the Baku Baku no Mi was the best that a smith could ever ask for. Arguably there were better fruits for a smith, like the smith fruit or the clank fruit. But the Baku Baku no Mi had a special significance that was related to his family. Mainly related to the first Popeye. Anchor was a smith at heart, but a smith couldn't be weak. A smith needed to be strong so he can make stronger weapons. There was a reason why many good smiths came from the giants of Elbaf. And Baku Baku no Mi had a secret usage that not many knew about. That's why he was looking for the fruit. It was actually one of his reasons for joining the Marines, and he was indebted to Old Man Garp for saving his life. Funny how that went. After Anchor joined the Marines, he looked for the fruit, but he later came to know that the fruit already had a user. A corrupt king, who was underutilizing the fruit's abilities and using it to cause problems. But when he read the newspapers and saw that Walpole was executed by his own kingdom, he found some hope. He did a bit of digging and found that mainly the Straw Hat were involved in it. So there was a good chance that the Baku Baku no Mi was on circulation. And Anchor had a hunch that they might have had the fruit. Of course, there's also the possibility of the fruit already being eaten. But fortunately, that wasn't the case. Luffy agreed to give him the fruit, but in return, he would need to at least make every one of the Straw Hats, current or new, a weapon. And also be the repair guy for their weapon in case they needed it. The last condition was also Luffy stressing the fact that he won't tolerate any betrayal. As a former Marine, Anchor needed to earn everyone's trust. But the Popeye wasn't worried. Anchor was a man of his word, he would never betray Luffy unless he did something that went against his moral ethics. And after spending almost a month of the crew, Anchor started realizing why the crew followed Luffy. He was a man that one could trust. So Anchor didn't regret his decision. Still, the crew had a few secrets that they were hiding from him. But he wasn't too much bothered by it. As long as he could make great weapons and have great fighters use them, he didn't care much. As he was thinking about it, a person came up to him. Anchor," Yusaku said, bringing Anchor's attention to him. "I have a request." He of course had his axe and shield in his hand. "Me too," Johnny added, also having his own spear. "I have one too," Jin said with a grumble, a bit shy on his end. His weighted tonfa resting on the side of his hips. Anchor just grinned. "Well, I'm all ears." 367. After getting their weapons checked from Anchor, and upgraded, they started training. It took a few hours, but it was worth it. Seeing Sabo go all out with the strongest members of their crew had left quite a bit of an impression on them. Kobe wasn't in the dungeon like them, he was outside, helping the people of Angel Island and Shandora build their new homes. Even though most of the work was done, the young man still wanted to help out in any way possible. So Johnny and Yusaku were left with training with Jin. And that was quite the brutal experience, still, it did give results. The sound of clashing steel and heavy footfalls echoed as Jin, with his weighted tonfa in hand, faced off against Johnny and Yusaku, each armed with their respective weapons. Both Johnny and Yusaku moved at the same time using Soru, attacking with their weapons. But they were stopped easily by Jin, who sidestepped Johnny's spear while deflecting Yusaku's axe. Both former bounty hunters attacked relentlessly, and yet Jin was easily above them in terms of skill. His techniques like Soru and Tekai were much more skilled and his strikes had much more weight to them. All three of them moved with savagery. Their actions were anything but an elegant dance, each move unpredictable and desperate, and yet there was a rhythm in it. Sidestepping the spear and ducking the axe blow, Jin threw one of his tonfas at Johnny's leg, making the young man stumble. Using that as a chance, Jin kicked him in the chin, almost knocking him out. Seeing his partner and rival get hit, Yusaku moved in, trying to attack him from behind. But Jin's senses were sharp. Before Yusaku could get near to attack him in the back, a tail with a mace end smashed into Yusaku's gut, knocking the wind out of him. Yusaku would have been knocked out if he didn't use Iron Body in time, so he ended up coughing on the floor, while Johnny groaned, massaging his chin. Both of them looked at Jin, who had a smirk on his face. Of course, Jin was in his half-Zoan form now. Almost standing 10 feet tall, becoming almost double in height. He stood tall, a shark-like grin on his face. His body was covered in scales with large to small spikes covering most of the backside of his body. A tail grew out of his spine that ended with a mace, that was equally covered with spikes. "Don't quit on me now, guys," Jin said with a smile, "I'm just itching for a hunt." Both of the bounty hunters felt almost a primal fear from looking at Jin. It wasn't conqueror's haki, no, it was pure bloodlust. Still, it was nerve-wracking. Johnny supported himself with his spear and got up, lightly panting. "You got to be shitting me, Jin," he called out. "I thought you weren't supposed to be using your powers." Jin didn't say anything and just grinned. Yusaku on the other hand spoke, I see this as a win. It seems both of us were getting too hard to handle without his powers." Jin's eye twitched, but he didn't deny it. Both of them had improved, and so Jin had to use his Zoan powers for it. Even without going into his Zoan forms, Jin had gotten significantly stronger, even while human, after eating the ancient Zoan fruit. Dragon fruit, model Ankylosaurus. But when he activated his powers, he was almost unmanageable. His durability got a significant boost that even haki users in his crew needed to put much effort in damaging him. He was an ancient Zoan after all, and they were notorious for their durability. Along with it came his vast increase in strength, though his speed did suffer because of it. Still, with the spikes on his back that he could control, he was a menace even with sub-par speed. "So, ya guys gonna move or not?" Jin asked. "'Cause I will." With that he vanished from the sight, a large crater forming where Jin previously was as he moved by use of Soru, tackling Yusaku who had his shield up. Yusaku was thrown back crashing into a pillar, spider cracks forming behind him. Sub-par in speed according to the Straw Hat standards, which were quite high. Jin moved again, this time going after Johnny, who moved away in time. Johnny, unlike Yusaku, started running away from Jin's attack and only attacked when an opportunity presented itself. With Jin's added weight, his speed was reduced. But with the added power, he found a way to get over that weakness. And that was through using Soru with all his strength to give him short bursts of supersonic speed. Yusaku also came down a bit later, helping Johnny out with everything he had. And yet it wasn't nearly enough. Jin wasn't taking any damage at all, his scales making him tougher than steel. While in his half-Zoan form, Jin also picked up his weighted tonfas and started fighting Johnny and Yusaku. Never going all out, trying to push his crewmates to their limits. His captain had trusted him to train Johnny and Yusaku, so he would try his best. Mainly as in both of them wanted to become Zoan users in the future. Fighting against one might give them some ideas on what they wanted. Their movements were a blur, and Jin's skill was evident as he deftly parried Johnny's thrusts and tanking Yusaku's powerful swings. He countered with fierce and brutal strikes, each one precise and powerful, proving why he was in charge of training them. Even though Johnny and Yusaku were weak, they were giving him quite the bit of a workout. It would have been more fun if Kobe was here, but that kid was up there being hero. Still, it didn't matter. Kobe might be strong, but almost his equal in his opinion. Some even believed that the pink-haired pirate was stronger. But they were obviously wrong. Shield uppercut. Jin was cut mid-thought when Yusaku managed to land a strike with his shield on his chin while Johnny threw his spear right near the exact spot where Yusaku had damaged. But Jin moved quickly and caught the spar in between his teeth, a feral growl coming out of his mouth. He spat out the spear while he rubbed his chin, that almost hurt. Jin didn't say much, but it was clear that he was pissed. Both Johnny and Yusaku gulped but steeled their resolve as Jin came in for an attack. His tonfa and tail strikes were relentless, forcing Johnny and Yusaku to constantly adapt and defend. As the spar continued, it became evident that Jin held the upper hand, his superior skill and strength allowing him to dictate the flow of the battle. Still Johnny and Yusaku fought with everything they got, until they were knocked out. While it was true that Jin's durability was top-notch, there were still some weak points, such as his face, neck, and stomach area where he could get hit. So Johnny and Yusaku, who had recently learned to cut steel, used it to their advantage to push back against the Zoan user. Their battle continued in the dungeon, as they fought with everything they got. Almost every member of the Straw Hat crew was training. All of them had a goal in mind. And that was the upcoming war. So they didn't want to stay weak. And how could they when even their own captain was giving his all to making himself stronger? Luffy was someone who led by example. By seeing his hard work, others were naturally inclined to do it. Even though most of the crew had their own dreams and goals, they still had one common goal in mind. And that was making their crew strong. So strong that no one would even dare go against them. And for that, they trained. They will fulfill that dream, one day. A/N, one thing I noticed that Keiku from CP9 might be one of the most talented people out there. Talented as in devil fruit usage at least. In just 2 years he went from eating a new fruit to awakening it. I always thought you needed to have at least 10 plus years to awaken a fruit, but that's not the case it seems. So, with that in mind, if some of the Straw Hats do awaken their fruit after a time skip, you guys can't throw non-canon claim at me. LOL. Also, a bit of a reminder. The crew is a lot bigger and every one of the crewmates has a story. So I will focus on them. Luffy will have his cool moments, with his powers and all. And I even set up some challenges for him before and during Marineford. But the other characters also need some love. I didn't just add them to the crew to increase the numbers. They will have their own moments and fun stories to add. Jin Full Zoan Pick 368. A few more days pass. Luffy is having the time of his life, and it wasn't an exaggeration. With Anchor done updating most of the crew's weapons, he was mostly spending his time working with his devil fruit powers. As he was a new devil fruit user, he needed to train to better use his abilities. And so Luffy was kind of taking advantage of it by essentially making Anchor the gravity man to train himself. By eating the disco-shaped large balls that gave out increased gravity, Anchor was able to use its ability even without a power source. So with that, he kind of became a discount Fujitora. Usopp also had used his powers on him to make him larger, so in one corner of the room, one could see a giant Popeye holding out his arm with strain visible on his face. In place of his hands were 2 giant silver disco ball-like things that affected the whole room with gravity. He was getting better at using his powers, as he could hold onto the properties of anything within 1 hour. He of course had to spit them out before then, or else they would get digested. It was also making him stronger in some ways, as the backlash from the gravity was also falling on him. Anchor could also affect the area under him to an increased gravity of 2 to 3 times as his crewmates went about training in calisthenics and weightlifting. Of course, the pieces of equipment were also made by Anchor to be able to withstand the high amount of gravity, along with making them quite dense and weighty so as to account for the crew's supernatural strength. "You don't know me, son!" Luffy yelled through gritted teeth, as he pushed the barbell from his chest. "You don't know me, son. he repeated as he pushed through. Luffy was of course in his Lion Man form. No point holding back while training. Luffy was even using haki to increase his strength, and yet he was still struggling to move the weights, showing how tough it was. Even though armament haki mainly increased attack power by coating and hardening your muscles through the color of armament, it also increased your strength output, though not by much. And yet Luffy was using all of it to help himself in any way possible with training. The large barbell bent under its own weight, with having two plates showing, 100 gm, on each side. With the increased gravity, it was much more than that. 1 gm equals to the weight of Going Merry, which is coated in metal plates to increase durability. Meaning 1 Going Merry. A particular unit of measurement was founded by the great Captain Usopp. Of course, as it was mainly made by compressed rocks with Usopp's powers, he was the one to name it. While Luffy was bench pressing, his crew was doing their own kind of exercise in the increased gravity. Zoro and Sanji were pulling Jin, who was in his full Zoan form that was almost 20 feet in height. Jin was trying to hold his place with 4 limbs digging into the floor, he was even using his tail to hold himself in place. And yet against Zoro and Sanji's strength, he was getting dragged along. Both men were also not using the devil fruit abilities and opted for pure strength because of it. Hatchin was doing something similar but with the Sea King Momu, as the 6-armed fishman was trying to pull his friend. And weirdly enough, even though Momu was larger than Jin, he weighed almost half as much as him. But in some way it made sense, if Momu was too heavy he wouldn't be able to swim. While Ankylosaurus were predators of the land where having more weight made their defense formidable, especially in ancient times. While that was happening on the side, Kuina and Sparky were having a mock battle of sorts. Mainly Kuina was training as she tried to dodge all the bullets shot by Sparky, and it was quite hard mainly due to the increased gravity. She was even forced to use her new sword techniques to do it. Sparky was mainly doing the shooting, though the small monkey couldn't do too much. He was notably taller than before, almost 4 feet tall when standing on his legs. Usually, he loved to train as well, mainly with Luffy being an influence. But his body was going through major changes for some reason, as he was growing in height every day by half a centimeter. Luffy was kind of worried but Chopper explained that Sparky was just going through adolescence for his species. Which given how old Sparky was, made some kind of sense. Sparky was around 15 and so he hit the monkey version of puberty, even though normal monkeys were supposed to hit puberty a lot earlier. Sparky's body was weird, and the crew left it at that. Because of that reason, Sparky couldn't push his body too hard, as it would take a few weeks for his changes to end. So he was mainly doing light training for once. On the other side, Kobe was going against both Johnny and Yusaku. With Kobe even having weights on his arms and legs. Under the pressure of gravity and weight Kobe couldn't use Sora to dodge, while his opponents could. So Kobe was left with other things in his arsenal to tank the hits and fight back. Bartolomeo was also training, and even though his body was weak compared to the others, as he mainly had focused on his devil fruit powers after joining the crew, he was still in better shape than the newest members, Penguin and Shachi. Even Cricket, and the Monkey Brothers were traveling with them. Law, Popo and Chopper weren't training as they were in the dungeon medical room. The same room that they had discovered the second day, and were researching the medical knowledge there. Robin was also with them, as she was the only one who could read the ancient language there. Nami was mostly relaxing and opted to use her maple logia fruit creatively rather than doing strength training like the rest of the crew. Usopp wasn't around for THW training as well, as he was calling back to Syrup Village and sharing his grand adventures with Kaya, Mary, and the Kid Trio. Sabo was also calling to report to Dragon about what happened, how much gold Luffy had donated to their cause, and about his new powers. It was obvious to say, that even the most wanted man alive was flabbergasted, shocked, and possibly bamboozled. All in all of the crew were training their asses off with everything they got. They had to last an hour of training, and whoever failed would usually get made fun of. And no one wanted that. As time passed, some gave up while others pushed through. Some even changing exercises to make it more interesting and challenging. By the end of the hour, all of the Straw Hats were exhausted from the day's training. And so Anchor returned to normal size along with ending the effects of the gravity room. A/N, revolutionary stocks after hearing about the gold from Skypiea about Sabo's gold and rare mineral detection skill using his new fruit. Said new fruit also being one of the most powerful Logia. Revolutionary stocks chart with upward trend. 369. After the training session was over, almost all of the Straw Hats were exhausted. Physically and mentally. So almost all of them were taking the time to recover. Usually, it would be 1 hour of high-intensity training and then 1 hour of high-intensity rest, while the crew tried to recover faster with life return. But as it was lunchtime, they would get a 3-hour rest time. Of course, the training wasn't mandatory, but when your captain works the hardest in the bunch, you tend to follow the example. Of course, Sanji didn't have the luxury of rest. He needed to cook, so he dragged Hatchin to the kitchen to help him prepare food for everyone. All the while chewing an energy bar to replenish some quick stamina with life return. Zoro on the other hand found the ground pretty comfortable for a nap, and some of the Straw Hats followed that example and slept on the floor. Luffy on the other hand, didn't sleep but rather went to the staff quarters in the dungeon. What? Sure, this place was called a dungeon, but there were researchers living here, before abandoning the place. So they had to live somewhere. Unlike the smithy or the medical area, it was found much later after Robin went over most of the accessible information from the control room. However, the researchers only left empty rooms, with basic stuff in there. So for the rooms to be usable, they needed a very good amount of cleaning and modification. Still, there was enough room for everyone in the crew and extras to have for themselves. Life is great. Luffy walked with a skip to his steps. The young man happily whistled around, carrying his nameless Naginata on his back as he moved towards his living quarters. I have time and space for gravity training and nighttime action, all I need is the one piece to settle down. Luffy mused. Yup, it was pretty hard to keep it in your pants after the amazing nights at Alabasta. But he had to do it. Nami was a bit loud, but it wasn't her fault. The Going Merry was pretty small, and even in Jaya, there weren't any good rooms for some night action. So yet, both Luffy and Nami were getting a bit frustrated from the lack of action. But who could blame them? They were young and newlywed, so the lack of action, even though it had been 4 to 5 days, was getting to them. So with the added quarters of the dungeon, and almost all of the room being soundproofed, both Nami and Luffy were getting more than enough action at night. While it was a boon for the romantic couple of the crew, the other Straw Hats were also enjoying having rooms of their own. And Luffy had also made it clear that Skypiea was going to be their base, well, mainly upper yard. So most of the crew members had gotten their own rooms. They started setting them up for now and the possible future. It might seem odd, but most of the Straw Hats were now getting used to living inside the dungeon, with its good facilities. Even Sanji was cooking food inside the dungeon as the lazy bums, his crewmates, were too lazy to come out of the dungeon to eat. As Luffy was musing at what might be for lunch, he opened the door to his quarters. "Honey, I'm home." Standing there was his wife, and she was hot, literally. She was in flames. "Nami." Luffy panicked and quickly grabbed her, shaking her before she could say anything, and blew a lungful of air trying to set the flame off. But rather than that happening, Nami's head ripped off her shoulder and got planted on the wall behind, turning into a mush of orange maple liquid. Luffy's eyes looked on in horror. "Nami!" And he was punched in the nose by Nami, who grew her head back with a ticked-off expression. "What were you trying to do? Blow me off?" "I was just experimenting with my powers." Oh," Luffy said, as he rubbed his nose. Shishi. "I kind of forgot that you were a Logia, but hey, I was scared seeing you up in flames and all that." He wiped away the metaphorical sweat at the false alarm. "Anyway, you looked quite hot back there. Nami audibly groaned, how did I even fall for you? She said as he crossed her arms and looked away. Her cheeks matched the color of her hair. Even though she was a bit pissed about Luffy's overreaction, she was also happy that he was concerned about her. And you say that with a blush. Luffy's sweat dropped at his wife's antics, while he closed the door behind him. No need to get cock-blocked midway. He walked in and cleared his throat, before pulling her closer, until her chest was pressed against his own. He leaned on her as he grabbed a handful of her rear end. I really meant it. Luffy said, lightly kissing her neck. Nami hissed and almost moaned as she pushed back, her face also heated up. Hey, no funny business until night, mister. She said, you are way too messy with me for me to even walk straight after, and it's only lunch hour. Luffy opened and closed his mouth, before falling down and drawing circles on the ground. Life can be so cruel sometimes. Nami's brow twitched, before she sighed. If she didn't do anything, this guy would mope until night. Okay fine, maybe a quick hand job. Life has been good so far, said Luffy, doing a complete 180, as he wrapped his hand around Nami, hungrily looking into her eyes. He leaned in for an uninvited kiss, making the girl yelp. But Nami was a bit used to Luffy's sneak attacks by now, so she fought back with passion with her tongue. It went on for a minute, before Luffy pulled back, and his hunger still yet to be satiated. Seeing that look, Nami purred in his ears, as she grabbed Luffy's bulging member. I think I might need to give this kitty more than a quick handy. Luffy felt a shiver run down his spine as his excitement went through the roof. His one hand was already playing with Nami's rear end, pushing her against the wall, as both of them made love to each other. By the time lunch was made, Luffy was notably happy, with Nami looking a bit happier as well. Even though Luffy wanted to push for something more, he held himself back, settling with a bit of teasing and a making out session. After lunch was done, Luffy was back to work, training with the crew, and at the same time hopping for what was about to happen at night. 370. Luffy sat in the meeting room with Sparky, Jin, Kobe, and Zoro on his side going over things. In front of them, Johnny and Yusaku stood with smiles on their face. Though there was a tinge of nervousness in them. But it dwarfed in comparison to the excitement they felt. One would assume if you were a pirate, it made things easy. But that was a mistake, if you want to be an organized pirate group. Even though, most of the Straw Hats either trained or lazed around. The stronger members of the crew, including the captain, spent a good portion of their time reading through newspapers, or contacting CD services, the bounty hunting organization, for updates and any possible news. It was good to stay updated with things. Especially with no newspaper coming to the Sky Islands. Anyway, the reason why Luffy and the others gathered here was because of Johnny and Yusaku. So, you think you are ready, eh? Luffy said with a grin. Releasing a controlled burst of haki, just for the dramatics. Both Johnny and Yusaku gulped, meeting their captain's eyes and nodded with determination. Luffy's grin widened a bit, and the others in the room were also smiling. Luffy walked to the side and took out a chest, before presenting all the fruits available to his crewmates. There were 4 fruits. The yellow-looking cactus was the sand fruit, the white-looking apple was the teleportation fruit, the hexagon-looking watermelon was the griffin fruit, and lastly, the brown-looking mango was the newest fruit found in the dungeon by Usopp. Of course, all of them had unique swirly patterns on them. Both Johnny and Yusaku looked at the fruits, even though they had decided on what fruit to take. Seeing all of them at once made them want to rethink their decisions. All of them were great fruits. Captain, what does the new fruit do? Yusaku asked after a bit of thinking. He would have made a choice before, and he would stick with it. But still, he was curious about the new fruit. Luffy picked up the new fruit, the brown mango. Honestly, without the swirly pattern, it wouldn't have looked much different from a rotten mango. It's the sound fruit. Luffy said, Usopp found it in the dungeon's vault. A fruit that the dungeon was experimenting on, in fact, according to Robin. A few pieces of the technology here was actually made by experimenting with this fruit. So, very useful to a musician. Yusaku said. Luffy smiled, you could say that, but depending on who the user is, it could possibly be the best tool for espionage. Luffy said, remembering about a certain someone who had the silent fruit. You can not only hide using this fruit, if you quiet yourself down, similar to the invisible tech, depending on your mastery. You might also be able to pick up sounds kilometers away with the fruit, like how Enel used it with his lightning powers to keep tabs on the island of Skypiea. Of course, granted that Enel was kind of a prodigy in that regard. And even then, he could only listen to one particular area at a time. Can't Isa do something similar? The girl has pretty good observation haki, wait, so does Kobe, but his situation was a bit more hectic in that regard. He currently had yet to get observation haki for now. That's amazing. Johnny said, rubbing the back of his neck, but I will stick to what I have decided. If it's not claimed, then I would like the griffin fruit. Luffy smiled, a mythical Zoan, hope the fruit's not wasted on you. He said, before tossing the fruit to Johnny without saying much. Luffy wasn't lying when he said that. Could there be better Zoan users than Johnny? Probably. But the bounty hunter turned pirate was quite loyal to him. A trait they had gained from following Zoro around all the time. So he didn't care if they ate it. Heck, he was even willing to give them the sand or sound fruit if they wanted. One was a powerful Logia, while the other was an equally powerful Paramecia. If Luffy was being honest here, he already had a user in mind for the teleportation fruit. It would have been badass if Usopp was able to eat the fruit, but he was already badass enough with his size fruit. So he had chosen someone else. Johnny held the fruit and gulped nervously. He looked at his captain, before looking at Zoro. Both of them nodded and so he quickly swallowed down the whole thing. Johnny almost choked on the watermelon before getting it down, after that he stuck his tongue out in disgust. Ugh, what's this thing made out of? Johnny said, as the others laughed and passed him a water bottle to wash down the taste. After that was done, Johnny stood up. He looked at himself as he clenched his fist. It was as if there was a power inside of him that wasn't there before. And by instinct, he pulled on it. Yusaku took a few steps to the side as Johnny started to grow in size, gaining in height, as brownish golden fur covered his body, with 2 wings growing on his back. Sharp claws for fingers and an eagle-like head with the mane of a lion around his neck. Johnny roared out a screech as he directly went into his half-Zoan form. He felt powerful, almost unimaginably powerful. And he felt confident, happiness, and a plethora of other emotions. He clenched his fist, feeling the power in them, and he looked at his side in awe at the new limbs. That was a bit weird to control. How is it? Yusaku asked, curious and happy at the same time. Though there was a tinge of jealousy, it was overshadowed by the pride he felt in his friend. He had earned it. How does it feel? Weirdly enough, it feels like I'm wearing a thick jacket, or a suit of armor. Johnny said, blinking at the voice change. His voice was a bit deeper now, along with a screech to it. But at the same time I can control it, even better than my normal body parts. Weird. But I feel awesome and powerful. Jin nodded. Yeah, I felt something similar as well. It feels like you are wearing some armor of sort, but different. That's the Zoan side of things, I guess. He said, as he walked forward, a bit of a predatory grin on his lips, but I'm curious. Shigen. Even though Johnny saw the attack coming, he was a bit too late to react as Jin appeared right in front of him, planting a finger pistol right in his diaphragm. Hey, what was that for? Johnny asked, then he blinked as he looked down. There was no wound in his stomach. In fact, Jin was rubbing his fingertip. You are durable, that's for sure, might be even more than my Ankylosaurus, Jin mumbled. Right then Zoro spoke, "Duck."
Thanks for listening.